Isvan.
Yeah, Tote has re-raised 3-bet to 25K with King, Queen of clubs.
I mean, alcohol is a neurological.
Not sure what Demicol's really thinking about here. Seems like a trivial fold. Yep.
And I never wanted to have it. I didn't need it. But then after a while, I figured, okay, if you're out with friends and if you're having a good night and people are at least a little bit like, you know, at a certain level, it's nice if you can join them at that level.
Yeah, it's impossible to be out with friends if you're not. I mean, for me, it was.
It's like I feel like you have a better way of connecting sometimes. And then I just wanted to give this another try, so to see if my perspective maybe was a little bit too harsh.
The re-raise gets through.
Again,
as we see Val's fold the King Jack.
I had some really nice nights with friends. Like one of the best nights was with a little alcohol. There's not too much, just like at a certain level. And now after that experience, I'm like, okay, maybe I can get to that stage without alcohol again. So that's where I'm at now.
I used to drink a decent amount when I was younger.
Yeah. A little worried about this
only when going
conversation that people out there might try alcohol.
Drink like 3 beers.
Yeah.
It was. I never see point in that. If you're drinking to go out and then to have a good time.
Exactly.
I sure hope alcohol doesn't catch on.
Yeah, for me at that point, it was also after 3 drinks, I was definitely finished.
Like artisanal sourdough.
Meanwhile, in the first 15 minutes of the day,
James, no, don't drink.
We have seen 8 eliminations, down from 144 to 136, as we see Okolovic raised with ace-queen suited. Jack 8 suited for Tote.
He'll never catch on.
5 seconds.
Capable of anything of that Tote.
Felix folds Jack 9. Whereas Kuzmanovic is folded. So we've got the table short stack. Mehmet Demikol in the small blind with 10-9.
To drink that much, I need like 2 days to recover. I feel it.
Wow.
Exactly, I mean, you get so much.
And we have Diogo Coelho in the big blind with Queen 3.
To recover.
I thought that was the big blind. That's why I said wow like that.
You're just buying time from tomorrow and the day after, basically. You're buying a good time.
Yeah. Okay, but I shoot the time.
Your health, yeah, exactly.
Okay, but shoot the time.
So we did have a fair few former EPT champs come into day 3. Sebastian Mallets, Anton Wig, Ratman, Lucien Cohen still in the field. And there's a very good chance we'll see some of those players over the course of the day. As I mentioned, we will probably change feature table at regular intervals.
Say it with me, chat. Ratman.
Blah, 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 blah.
Doobie 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 doo. See if we can get him on the feature table. That would be fun.
It's always amusing for the 30 seconds before it becomes tiresome.
I've already started wearing that out just now.
As a fella who likes to beat things into the ground, I think it's hilarious every time. I don't know that I've ever been annoyed by a player who wasn't specifically like being a jerk to other people. I'm always like, yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it's kind of it's amusing. All the guys people hate, Cabral and whoever else, Chino, I think they're hilarious.
Felix Schneiders has opened with Jack 10 of spades. Ace 2 in the big for Joseph Valls.
Do you think Griffin feels the same way?
No, no. But that does start to border into someone just being a jerk to someone. Like when it's targeted, I do find it annoying. But when someone's just being a goofy bozo, I'm like, yeah, go for it.
It's my favorite kind of bozo.
I certainly find Cohen's latter-day shtick more acceptable than his classic bit, which was to shove the plastic rat literally in people's faces. Of course, there will be another EPT Cyprus live stream free roll today. During the evening session, probably just before we go on dinner, we'll reveal the time and the password a bit later on. $2,000 in Power Path tickets available to be won. Only available in selected PokerStars markets. Tote with sixes.
16. He won't raise 16,000.
Makes it 16,000. This is more than a 3x open.
Oh ho!
And that is a delight for Felix Schneiders, who is all in for his last 16 big blinds.
It's a little bit speedy for my tastes, but I think perhaps it was the larger size, James, that was sort of suggesting to Felix he doesn't need to sort of Hollywood here. He's just going to get a spin. But let's see how Tote feels. That extra large open, though, guys. Can't say I like that.
Yeah, Bulbasaur.
80,000.
Bulbasaur.
80. This is Bulbasaur.
Yeah, Bulbasaur.
Looks like Shiggy. I'm not good with Pokemon, so I only know Shiggy.
Tote folds the sixes, but at least Felix picks up extra chips there because of the 3x plus open.
I'm playing show one.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of extra dead money in there, and that's not going to go to waste. In terms of like percentage increase, this is huge. Felix starting with less than 20 big blinds in the hand.
If everyone agrees, I mean,
I would have liked to have seen a little bit of a slower action there from Felix. Might suggest to his opponent he has maybe like an ace-10 or ace-jack or something that he just wants to spin, but we can see why he did it. Makes sense, and I think probably the shove is correct regardless.
that's not fair.
Yeah.
Hawklord asks what PokerStars pros are still in the main event, please. Well, we got one of them on the main stage. You've already seen Felix Schneiders in action. The other is Spraggy, Benjamin Spragg, who's at one of the outer tables.
That's why I said, like, this doesn't make sense. The other players pick it. You win, you pick one, so you don't spend time.
Or let the dealer pick one. Like short.
Dark Lord, who's watching on YouTube, asks, is 3x a bad opening size now?
Time goes.
Yes.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question. No, okay. No, in all seriousness, it is much too big. You accomplish much more, or you accomplish the same with a smaller sizing. Now, if you want to get technical, Istvan starts the hand with about 89 big blinds, so he's on the deeper side. And when we're deeper, we have a larger sizing, right? But the largest that we usually go is up to like 2.5 big blinds, and that's only when the effective stack is greater than 80 big blinds, right? Or something thereabouts. It might be, there might see some fluctuations, but that's kind of an interesting rule of thumb. When your opponents are shallower, though, the effective stacked up comes way down. So we're probably closer to like a 30-ish, 40-ish effective stack. Whoa, set on this flop.
Sailboats.
Yeah. And so under those circumstances, you want to be looking more at like a 2.25 sizing if you're playing online. You know, whatever you can accomplish live that's close to that is fine. But you accomplish the same with a smaller sizing without exposing that much dead money. You incentivize action when you have stronger hands, and you get more action when you have stronger hands. And it also means your bluffs are cheaper as well, because sometimes you raise and take it down. Exposing that much dead money, not really necessary. Not really too much advantage to having those larger sizings unless we're doing an exploitation sort of sizing later in the tournament.
Well, Coelho was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's continued here for 10K, but I imagine he'll be shutting down very soon. Fortunately for him, it's a Jack 5-4 flop and not a King 5-4 flop.
She's from Croatia, and she just traveled the country and was posting a lot of stories on Instagram. And then for the first time, I saw all of that, and it's like a super beautiful country.
So Kotkovsky has check raised to 25K.
Southern, like how do you say, like an Arabic country, but at the same time, like Italy.
Yeah, I think this
like
is probably just the end of the hand now.
I couldn't put it anywhere. You know?
C-bet raise, fold. You don't really have much going on with the King-8 offsuit.
Where you want to enjoy, and
I think it's okay just to give it up here.
And then there's like also
Jobs are good.
If you're young and you want to party, then you can find places where to have a good time. If you want to travel with family, you have places.
Yeah, Dark Lord, if you take... Never mind.
Yeah, we're going to step away from the feature table for a moment and check on some of the players out in the field. We mentioned Spraggy. At the start of the day, he was on around 160, 180k, even he wasn't 100% sure. I can tell he was at a double up since then. Spraggy now playing a stack of 300,000, so he's now around average. Average stack right now, with 133 remaining, is just over 290k.
Nice work, Spraggy.
We also referenced the fact that a few former main event champions have made it to day 3. Let's check on some of those players. Adrian Mateos making another potential deep run in an EPT main. He won his title in Monte Carlo back at 2015. We saw him make the final table of the Super High Roller here in Cyprus just a couple of days ago. Anton Wig, he's not the all-in player here, by the way. He won in Copenhagen in 2010, and we saw him go deep in Cyprus last year.
All-in call, 8.
Is that Anton? All-in call?
No. Sebastian Mallets, winner in Barcelona in 2016.
It's all Grosdep.
And another player from the Super High Roller final table, the runner-up in that 50k event, Artem Martirosyan, who won his EPT main event trophy in Sochi in 2021.
Sam was right. Both Arthur and Adrian just playing with the exact same amount of intensity.
Yes.
In the nearly 10K cash out period as they're playing during the 6-figure plus cash out period in the Super High Roller.
Yeah. Arthur, of course, also coming second in our High Roller events here in Cyprus.
So back to the action on the main stage, where Kuzmanovic has opened with ace-deuce and been 3-bet by Vals with kings.
Five seconds.
Nick, what Pokemon is that?
Which one?
I'm folding anyway.
Kuzmanovic has got a...
It's the scarf. Too intimidating.
Let me see if I can scope it out. Can't
Everybody
say I'm a
falling
big
to your
Pokemon
feet
expert,
because of the
but
scarf.
Ah, it's just Scotty.
Someone out there.
It definitely is.
Looked like a Snigglepuss or a
I have
Trogafine.
more full equity with it.
No?
Okay.
Do you think it's more of a Trebihorn?
a Poke Chip. A Checky Raise. Oh no, it's Bulbasaur.
Yeah, it's the same one he had in Barcelona.
How is that any different than any of the words I was saying? Bulbasaur does sound like an STI, though.
So Kuzmanovic opening here with king 6 of hearts. And Demicol getting a little bit frustrated on the short side, can't find a hand. And round to Yuri Makolovic on the button, 7 deuce off. Nope. Istvan Tot in the small blind passes. Felix Schneider's in the big blind.
Once you get through Tot, you're all set.
Felix has about 19 big blinds after the big blind and the big blind ante. This is fine to defend, but we need to be careful, Joe. It's kind of one of the spots we were talking about yesterday where we're going to want to hit it really hard, otherwise we don't want to lose too many chips.
Just to be clear, I don't think any of us need to be careful. Felix needs to be careful.
I think you hit a jack here, you do the old stop and go.
Kuzmanovic flopping pretty solid here with the open-ended straight draw. A gut shot for Felix, and he leads.
Yeah, he has that sort of gut shot, range advantage situation. Sometimes we have some leads here. I think Kuzmanovic probably just wants to call here quite often. I don't know. Actually, maybe we could put him in the blender here if we find a raise. Like, we can rep over pairs with our straight draw. That's kind of interesting. The call is totally fine, though, as well.
Felix has been buttering him up with the table chat, so he's going easy on him. He's playing the long game.
Ooh, ace of clubs, definitely a shift in equities here in terms of range v range. This should be good for Kuzmanovic, more so than Schneider's, of course.
By the way, now we're down to 129 players. We have seen a jump in prize money. Players are now cashing out for $10,460. Recent eliminations include Yuri Reichenstein, an EPT runner-up, came second to Sebastian Mallets in Barcelona that year. Oh, another EPT runner-up, Stephen Warburton. He was on the feature table yesterday. He went out in 137th place.
Warburton.
As expected here, representation. Gonna rep the ace.
Nice try, Felix.
Yeah, actually,
He's running as cold as an ice spider.
I don't mind this line. I think this is fine for Felix. Bad turn.
And Kuzmanovic still playing more than 600K, still playing more than 125 big blinds, and still an hour to run at this blind level.
Good enough.
Good enough.
Did you did you ever play the Pokemon games on Game Boy, Joe?
I was a little too old for Pokemon when it came out.
Can you push your time cards forward? A little bit. Thank you.
It was in my phase of that's kid stuff, and I'm not a kid anymore.
It's fair.
Okay, Mehmet, let's find a hand. Let's do this. You're the man. Oh dear. Folds 9-7 off. Coelho also passes. Pocket eights. Snowmans. Num num for Vals.
Ace. 6-7. Raises. 10,000.
Coming in for the min.
Makes it 10K. 10-8 for Yuri Okolovic in the cutoff.
Yeah, I was 17 when Pokemon came out, so a little too old.
I feel that. I understand.
Round to Felix in the small blind. He passes. And now we have table chip leader Boris Kuzmanovic in the big blind with 7-6.
I was into like more cool stuff, you know, like Magic the Gathering.
Do you feel like you've come full circle now? Like Pokemon's like a game you give a shot if you have to get
Absolutely
rated?
not, no.
But thank you for your question. So bottom pair for Kuzmanovic. Val still way ahead. Continuation bet of 7,000 into a pot of 27,000.
Good for him.
Yeah, and I think the 6 needs to call here, at least. Nice small continue on this texture with the Ochos.
Board pairs on the turn. Val's now with 94% equity.
Feeling a little bit better, too, about those pocket eights.
Yeah, and both players probably feeling a little bit more confident they have the best hand. Kuzmanovic, sorry, excuse me, Vals, excuse me. Just weighing up whether or not wants to fire another one. I think the check is more natural.
River card is the 3 of spades. Nobody has a spade. Val's still good.
Both of them are going to be pretty happy to get to showdown,
I
and then
would
one of them will be a little
imagine
less
so.
happy.
Yeah.
I don't know, it depends. If Kuzmanovic thinks the 6 is no good here, he has the option to try and bluff his opponent off a hand like 8s or 9s.
We have seen Kuzmanovic employing that sort of blocker bet before, but I think this is more of a natural check spot. I think the blocker bet here ends up being a very weak holding.
So it goes to showdown, and Val's is going to win the pot. And he will add 24K to his stack.
No need to buff for the bluff. I mean, no need to bluff
Against
for the
those
buff.
kind of hands, yeah.
You don't need a buff to bluff.
Now, you're from Wisconsin. In the buff is something they say there a lot if you're naked.
Yeah.
I spade on the river, I probably bluff.
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
It's like in computer games, you have like items that give you extra power. So
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
a scarf gives you extra fold equity and bluff protection, 5%.
What an adorable little
The
nerd.
backpack gives you 5% extra equity.
I wish I was playing Magic the Gathering when Pokemon came out.
Just be grateful that you're youthful.
Don't feel so youthful anymore, Joe.
I realized something about my the age I'm at now. You know those how they show like you probably don't get them that much in Europe, but in America how they show tons of ads for pharmaceutical for drugs.
Yeah.
Now I used to watch them like ironically and laugh, and now I have to listen to them. I go, ooh, I might have this. Ooh, I think I might need this. I might need Renvoke.
They're good at that in America.
Is it my imagination, or is this Van Todt playing tighter than yesterday?
Van Toit?
Yeah, but
Maybe he got some coaching.
5 seconds.
a little bit more snug.
Well,
Maybe he's fearful of Felix to his left.
also fearful of the big stack Kuzmanovic, who has Val's dominated here. Has called out of the small blind. Not
5 seconds.
a huge amount more for Dermacol to call. 9-8. Not an unplayable hand. He comes along as well.
6,000.
Speaking of those pharmaceuticals, Dermacol is one I've been prescribed already.
I was about to ask you if any of these ring a bell.
So 3-way to the flop, which is ace, ace, 7. And Kuzmanovic pretty much has this locked up.
Yeah, this is a nice flop for ace 10, obviously. Not sure where the value comes from, though, here. Vals might be tempted to put in a little c-bet, though, on ace, ace 7. Can go really small here. We saw that sort of really small continuation bet just now on the ace, jack 7, I believe it was.
7 bet. 9,000.
Yeah, 9K is really cute here. Again, going back to this sort of bet sizing that we were discussing earlier, that 3x open we saw from Toth. Again, we need to size our bets based on flop texture, and when boards are extra, extra dry like this, ace, ace 7 is a good example of a very dry texture. We want to have smaller bet sizes in general because we can bluff very cheaply where our opponents are unlikely to connect or have draws. And then also it means we get action when we are extremely strong in a more balanced fashion as well.
5 of diamonds on the turn. Would you say this texture is like 99.9% parched?
I would say it's 99.9% arid.
Arid, yeah, dry. Sure. Checkity check. 8 of hearts.
There was a question on YouTube from a Joey123 asking, are we in the money? I just have to double check. That's not you, is it?
That is not me. They've got a cat vatar, though, James.
I do love a cat vatar. And Joe, just so you know, we are in the money.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't know, but I wasn't the one who asked.
Right.
Thank you.
5 seconds.
36,000.
4 bets. 36,000.
Yep, this is nice. Really, really like this size. If you are getting called, the hands that want to call are going to call for that size, I think. Your hand is quite sort of disguised here as well. Definitely, you know, kings, queens, jacks seem like combinations that still really want to call for this size. Maybe even some king highs once in a while if they're feeling really extra brave. But as played, nice work.
So Kuzmanovic now closing in on 650K, almost 130 big blinds. We have got 3 players with sub 20 big blind stacks, Schneiders, Coelho, and Demikol. Blinds will be going up in just over 45 minutes time. We've still got half the level to play. And we'll take our first break of the day. There will be a dinner break, just as there was yesterday. At this point, I guess I can tease the fact that I decided to shoot a little travel vlog of my journey here to Cyprus. And shot some behind-the-scenes stuff across the first 2 days. And I think I'm going to put that video out in the next 48 hours. And featured in that video are some shots of the infamous, notorious, legendary EPT Cyprus buffet.
I thought he was going to say me. But no,
you are in it, Joe. Don't worry.
Just
don't
the
worry.
food.
Because I know you'll want to keep track. You make 3 appearances. Don't worry.
I do keep track. Thank you. If I don't show up in a certain amount of content every day, I die.
I only have 1 appearance, but whatever. It's fine. I don't take it personally.
Well, you should shine James's shoes for him, and then you would make an appearance every day.
For 10 years now.
I would highlight there is one member of the commentary team who is not featured at all.
Maria.
Griffin.
Maria obviously not featured because she's not here. Griffin is here, but somehow didn't make it in.
We do the live tournament now. So
I think that Griffin's been let back into the upper crust, like the sort of the high roller scene, and that way that's why he hasn't been bugging us to hang out.
Right.
Started to experiment with live poker.
Back in.
Yeah, I think he's like with the in crowd now, so we're good.
I think Sam had to vouch for him.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Insanely hard.
It is. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's about building a community. If you have to do it consistently for a long time.
It's extremely hard in terms of performing. You need to be focused while playing and keeping the audience engaged.
Absolutely.
Responding to questions.
Have you tried it?
No, I cannot. If I talk on the phone, I cannot park out my car. That's
Same.
about multitasking.
Yeah,
How bad I am.
actually, it's the same with me, to be honest. I'm very bad at it, so my learning curve is very low and very slow.
Okay, but you do
but
it
it gets
for
better by time. So
other reasons.
yeah, it's multiple layers of like businesses, so to say, and you have to like bring them all together. It's not. I enjoy the.
It's just a different. It's a different game.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not playing. I mean, to beat the game in poker, obviously try to be as good as you can, but it's when they add all factors, it's impossible to be the same level as someone who is not doing.
Yeah, who's just doing poker.
15% of stuff you do.
Exactly, 24/7 studying, because streaming is a preparation. Streaming, as you said, answering questions.
I'm pretty sure I'd be just as good at poker while streaming as I am without streaming.
2 out of 10.
Yeah. But consistent.
They keep telling me to win in poker, you got to be consistent, but it's just not working out for me for some reason.
So Felix in action here, opening with ace-10. Round to the blinds, Coelho in the small, and now Val's in the big. Defending with 6-3 of clubs. Small, crunchy cards.
Felix hasn't been so lucky with the flops today. Let's see how it goes on here.
Still unlucky.
Never lucky.
Pair of 6s for Val's.
Again, Felix a little bit handcuffed here. This is very much the big blind flop and not so much the hijack opening range flop. Val's might even be tempted to have a little lead on these boards, like we saw Felix do just now with the gut shot. Yeah, sure enough, 8K. Felix is like, I keep starting with strong hands.
That's the strategy I wanted to use against you. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Against me, it works.
There you go.
So Felix down to 14 big blinds. And a reminder that once EPT Cyprus wraps, once we're done here, we ship the circus across the Atlantic to Vegas for the North American Poker Tour, because the NAPT is back at Resorts World November 1st through 10th. There's a 25K super high roller, there's a 5K main event, and we'll cover the last 2 days of the main event on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Also, a new season of the big game on tour. We will be casting Loose Cannons in Vegas. There are qualifying tournaments running on October 30th and 31st, plus November 4th. The full schedule, plus the T's and C's, are in the PokerStars Live app. But if you can qualify it by one of those tournaments, you will get an audition spot and you will be considered. You could be cast to play in the new season of the big game on tour and be staked 50K to play high-stakes cash against some of the biggest names in poker.
Those tournaments start October 30th, by the way. October 30th,
Yes.
31st, and November 4th. And James and I, now I know James doesn't really care that much. I'm giving up my Halloween to go to Las Vegas to be present for those tournaments on the 30th and 31st of October. So
Something for the sake of doing something.
Be good.
You gotta enjoy it. Like you
be
actually
good
really
candidates for Loose Cannons. Impress me, dazzle me.
Should they come dressed up, guys?
putting up a show.
I-
not really helping yourself.
Is that bonus points?
I mean, look, if you want to show us your personality, you want to show that you're willing to go the extra mile to make good television content, and that includes dressing up in a Halloween costume, I encourage that.
Just bear in mind you have to impress all the judges, so you've got to find the right level. Don't go OTT. Don't come across like a crazy.
Who is successful and say like, it's easy for him. But
Joe's looking at me
I'm
like, I
staying
think that's
silent
bonus
on that one.
points.
That's James' requirement, is to not be a crazy. He's welcome to have that.
it's not easy to succeed. unless
So everyone
you
should come
make
dressed as Phil
understand
Hellmuth is what you're saying.
Absolutely, you have
I mean,
to
if you
stand
pulled
out
off that
for yourself.
costume, that'd be pretty funny.
That would be really good.
The best advice you can always give is always you have to do something you really enjoy, because then it's like with poker, you know, you put all the work in.
Blind v blind.
Pays off if you really
Vowels
enjoy it,
in the
and you can
small.
only keep it up because at some point you will get frustrated and then stop. So if you don't enjoy it, but if you enjoy it,
We got to have a
you
raise
keep
here,
on doing
boys.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Not for the reason of
Oh,
becoming
yeah.
successful, but because you enjoy it. And
Exactly. I mean,
right, go.
money can be a good motivator, but it's hard to bring you to the.
Oh, he's just calling.
Oh, okay. 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 So Val starts the hand with
Top level
about 40-ish bigs.
they want to crush the game and be the best.
Kodkovsky starts with about 87, keeping it chill.
Solid flop for ace queen, nothing for Vowels. Down to 121 players, by the way, and bad news.
No. Who? What?
One of our former champs is gone.
Okay.
Adrian Mateos.
Which one? Okay.
Out in 124th place for $10,460. That means, by the way, with Mateos out in 124th and with us down to 121, Spraggy is now guaranteed his best ever EPT finish.
Excellent.
I have that.
Sorry, no offense to Adrian Mateos, but he's doing fine. He's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Also final tabled our high roller that we broadcast a few days ago.
Super high roll.
It is the super high roller. Thank you, Joe.
It's like 10 to 12 hours of hustle every day. If you don't enjoy that,
Everyone
well,
can-
we don't want to do it.
Yeah, I said, like, if you think something is easy and you can make.
Well,
10,
Vowels
15
has
times
picked up a
more than
gut
you-
shot
Ooh,
on the turn.
6x the equity.
If I not try to do something that is easy.
That's true.
It's easy to talk from the side, shift talk,
Yeah.
and get down when you're not. I mean, if it's easy, then you are stupid because you're not training it.
Exactly.
Why would you?
Exactly.
go
Yeah, you
for
got a good point. Yeah.
2,000 euro, 1.5 euro, and it's easy for him.
That's a very good perspective. That's something. I
So
need to
Vowels
check
bet
sometimes.
8K on the flop, 22K on the turn. I guess this just calling strategy is working out for Kotkovsky here.
It is, absolutely. And you got to think maybe if Vowels doesn't pick up the gutter ball, not going to find that second barrel too often. But let's see how we look on the river.
Pairs his jack.
Yeah, and I mean, what's he beating now? Kodkovsky could have like king 7 of spades. That would make sense.
Where you can finance your
King high float on the flop, spades backdoor. that kind of
You're
thing.
playing a game and you get paid for it. Well, yeah.
I think Val's probably quite happy to get to showdown now,
Pocket
though.
tens.
Again, maybe that might have been raised pre, but at this stack depth, maybe called a bit more. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, definitely would have been raised pre.
Properly.
I retract.
Try to be best in a small community, small number of people.
Yep.
Goes for a little bet here, and when I say little, I mean it's not going to be little. It's 50K
Yeah, more than half pot.
into a pot of 91.
0.1%.
Yeah.
He's aware that his queen does play. The kicker does play on this texture with ace-queen. Maybe trying to get a call from an ace something suited, ace 10,
athletes, whatever.
ace 5, that kind of thing. And there's the fold.
Adios.
Oh, that's a shame because we had a bold prediction from Officer of the Watches who says Vals will go all in and get eliminated here. Shocking that he was wrong.
Shocker.
It's been a steady stream of pretty stupid comments out of that person for the last hour.
I'm going to say, to quote Shania Twain, YouTube, you don't impress me much right now. This guy always impresses me. We're looking at some more former EPT champs in the field, including Lucien Cohen, who won in Deauville in 2011, and our 2010 Monte Carlo champ, Nicholas Schweite.
Wow.
5 seconds.
Other notable names include Nicholas Ostedt, a.k.a. Lena 900. And we've got last year's runner-up still in the field. Andrea, the announcer Dato, second place finisher in Cyprus 2023. Looking to make back-to-back final tables in this event.
I remember really enjoying him last year.
Guys, does Ratman have his own line of merch? Did you see that hat? That looked
Yes.
like a legit embroidered hat.
He does. Well, bear in mind, he runs a pest extermination company, so I imagine that he does have, like, marketing materials.
That include baseball hats?
Why not? I'm sure you can get, like,
Come by for a quote, leave the baseball hat behind.
a rent-a-kill USB stick,
Sure.
so why not a Ratman cap?
Can I get one of those, please, Ratman? If you're listening, I'd like a Ratman hat,
He's not.
please. Sorry, James. Jeez.
Kuzmanovic opens with ace-jack. Val's calling with ace-10. Kolovic also calling out of the big blind with 10-8. So multiple dominations going on here and 3 players going to the flop. Nine, 8, 5, and would you Adam and Eve it? It's a Kolovic who flops best.
Kuzmanovic with the better heart.
Checked to Vals on the button.
Well, that doesn't really help, does it? Doesn't help with nothing.
A lowly deuce.
Felix disgusted. Must have folded pocket deuces. Checks around again. Anybody? 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 I don't know. Okolovic finally going to bet that 8. 7K.
Nice and small. Definitely a blocker bet situation. Kuzmanovic does have the jack of hearts. I'm not sure if at this point, though, we're necessarily going to try and represent hearts. Finds the
Nice
call.
job. Nice job getting one call. Hard to get the overcall. How do you like camping just a dab's chances here? Who says there's not a better candidate than me? I'm better at poker and funny. I mean, real funny, not Stapleton funny.
Wow.
Hey guys, real funny. When you gonna start?
What do you do outside of poker?
Affiliate marketing.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, like I'm an agent for some sites.
Okay.
So that's, since I started that, I'm playing a lot less. It's
Okay.
like something I have a lot more time for my
Yeah, so you
and I
can.
don't need to play that much.
You have a family? You have family?
Yeah, I have a wife and 2 kids,
Okay.
so I have a lot more time to spend with them and just enjoying
That's nice.
and playing. I used to play a lot
Yeah, I
more
think top
online,
tip.
cash,
If you want to get on the
Right,
big
gotcha.
game, don't insult Joe Stapleton.
and tournaments.
That would be a top tip.
It's up there, right?
4 raises 11,000.
Kuzmanovic going to have an open here, I think. Raise to 11K.
Down to 119 players. Recent eliminations include Luke Marsh, the umpire.
Nice one, Darsh.
Gets stinky real hot chat.
Oh my goodness.
15 big blinds
Can't
for the
play
Jack
it.
10
Not,
suited.
not from that position. Not all that action behind, Nick.
Uh-oh. Wait a second.
See?
29 big blinds for Josep Valls.
7 calls.
Looks like a call. I think I like this so far.
Six, 10 raises.
3-8.
3-8.
Mainstream?
6, 10 raises.
What in the world is going on in the blockers are real category?
Ach so.
So we've had the raise, we've had the call. Now we get the re-raise from Okolovic.
Man, I'd get in so much trouble here. I wouldn't believe this re-raise from the small blind for a second.
It does look a little bit squeezy, doesn't it?
6, 4 calls for 8,000.
Okay. Kuzmanovic is going to come along for a call. I would like to point out as well, Kolovic here, the size again, I think on the smaller side, if you're going to squeeze, and there's already 11K and a call, I think we want to make this like a lot bigger, guys. I think this wants to be more like closer to 50K. Maybe even more. Does invite a lot of chaos behind. Worked out the first time we saw the 3-bet with the ace-king offsuit earlier today.
We like chaos.
Wait a second, guys. Is Val's considering the back shove? Or the back raise? Oh! Oh, no.
So Kuzmanovic just flatted. Valls has decided to move all in. And Okolovic is now going to decide, how can I get Kuzmanovic into this hand as well?
Yeah, and you got to feel for Val's here. I think this is actually a very nice move. Just unfortunate to run into the blockers aren't real aces.
2, 10 calls.
And ace-jack got to get out of the way. Ace-queen in real rough shape here. Bit of a cold deck, though, in my opinion.
Pretty unlikely to hit the diamond flush now as well.
Grande couleur.
Valls with a very slim chance of survival. And a huge pot for Okolovic. And spades just
Terrible.
make the situation worse.
For a little bit of excitement.
And the Vols are tumbling down.
Yeah, less than 1% equity now, and this is likely to be over on the turn.
Yes.
That queen is no good. It's the queen of spades. It's the nut flush for Akolovic, and Vals is KO'd.
Nothing for me as well.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that Vals.
This is a bummer, guys. I really feel like the move is good. It's just really unfortunate to run into aces there. At this level, people are squeezing lights. When there's a call from Kuzmanovic, you're going to just have a lot of dead money to pick up there pre-flop. And, of course, you will just end up having the best hand quite often, too.
At least Val's cash for 12K. There was another money jump. Not bad. And we're now down to 118 players in the EPT Cyprus main event with 30 minutes on the clock until the first break of the day.
Nice answer.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kolovic now up to 436K, closing in on the 90 big blind mark.
It's nice to wake up with aces like 3-bet, then get action here, and then you get an all in there, and you're like...
I understand. It's like Swiss. He likes Swiss and...
And you're like, okay, just don't give anything off. Just stay calm, stay calm. Cool.
For him, it's perfect situation, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
So Felix currently grunding a 14 big blind stack. He is approaching the danger zone.
I would say it was not so perfect for him.
It's just tough for you to not give anything off.
Felix really is rather polite, isn't he? What a polite young man. I thought I was the only one that said thank you to the dealer for giving me my 2 cards.
It's nice to be nice, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm always nice to my dealers.
Tight fold.
To 9.
Raise.
Raising from the cutoff. King 9 for Felix in the big blind.
Getting shallow here, but King 9 might be good enough. Versus the cutoff raise. Yeah, calls is a domination situation pre-flop, James.
And the way things are going for Felix today, let's celebrate the 10 high flop that's about to be dealt.
Wow.
Oh no, finally
Top
something
pair.
going in his favor.
Now Kukowski just triple barrel, empties it. Gets Felix the fold top pair.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're getting away from this now. Not when we get here. Only 11 big blinds behind Felix. So the question is, play it fast, play it slow. I think we are supposed to play it slow and let him barrel. But Felix might be tempted to jam. That's also going to be okay.
He gets a little excited over kings.
Count this.
A bit of posturing here from Kotkovsky.
Yeah, a lot of posturing, in fact.
59,000 total.
Which is okay. But I hope that we see a fold pretty sharpish.
What do you call it when you're double gutted?
As in you need 2 cards on both sides to make a gut
Yeah.
shot. A double gutty.
I'm quadruple gutted here, buddy. You're lucky I'm folding.
Quadruple belly buster.
I have 2 backdoor straight draws.
If it's not call, it's not good.
Felix now playing 18 big blinds. There are 2 shorter stacks at the table. Diogo Coelho with 15 big blinds. Mehmet Demirkol with 14.
Can't handle the tension of that.
And it will be Demicol, the shortest stack at the table, who's first to act on this next hand.
Yes,
this guy's
yes. Sorry. Yes, Spraggy's still in. Yes, he's still in. We love him.
Guy has been dealt so much trash today.
Which one?
Mehmet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Kotkovsky opening for the second hand in a row, this time with King Queen.
There's something comforting about only getting dealt bad hands, though, when you've got like a 15 big blind stack and just knowing that there's nothing you could do. It's not up to you.
Go on, Felix. Take 2 pots off this guy. Ah.
Joe, you've learned so many bad habits over the years, man. It breaks my heart.
Is that
dude.
not a bad habit to be comforted by
I-
the fact that you get dealt 7th tray and you're like, well,
I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm sure many people can identify with that. But you gotta want it more. You gotta be like, no, come on, put me in the spots, give me the opportunities for the doubles.
wanting it does not change the cards that you're dealt, and it only affects your emotion at the table.
I think you'll find that there is only one thing in poker that matters, and that is who wants it more.
That's right.
That is true. That is true.
Doesn't matter what cards you get dealt, doesn't matter how many chips you have, it's all about who wants it more.
Manifestation, Joe.
I don't want it that much.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't.
It should be about something, doing something silly at the next one, like, you know, dressed up in a costume or like. Let's think about that.
I mean, I want to win the tournament, but 5 days, like, oh, God, who has the time?
Some ideas.
Oh, man, Jay, I'd love to see you go deep in an APT, buddy. I would love it. I'm not being facetious. I think that'd be great.
No, I believe you. You're a delight.
Coelho is open with King 10. Okolovic with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Makes the call.
Sure.
King 9 for Tote in the cutoff.
He hasn't done much today. He's been pretty patient.
I do think we've seen a change in his strategy and a change in his approach. He's playing a lot more snug. He was a little bit too loose yesterday. He made it work for him, don't get me wrong, but it probably wasn't an optimal approach.
Oh, my
baby.
days.
Thank you. Finally, this guy gets a hand.
I did this.
12 big blinds. This is an all-in for sure, guys.
I did this with my positive mindset.
The one came in, and Spraggy was on the table.
It was
next
the
to me, like,
manifestation.
I'm so sorry, now get the fuck out of here. So, I can't help but just like be happy that he's out now.
You're waiting, ciao, ciao.
Yeah, bye bye.
Oh, wait, what?
Felix just mentioned that Spraggy's out.
We have some really nice banter in between the pros. And
Is this true?
It's like a little family.
And he seems to be happy about it. Bad, Felix, bad. What did he just do, Nick?
Wait, what?
If Spraggy's out, I might have to take the rest of the day.
What is this?
He has... he's just re-raised to 35,000.
Okay, well, if there was ever an opportunity to convince your opponents to fold,
With him at the table.
3-betting in a multi-way pot off of a 12 big blind stack is one way to really terrify him.
Not all in.
Yeah, this is just about as strong as it gets here, gang. If he shoves, Queen Jack suited very well might just go, okay, he might have 10s, he might have 9s. You are telegraphing the strength of your hand when you have a 3-bet off of this stack depth from this position in a multi-way pot.
I don't feel bad.
And
Yeah.
can they put it together? I think that is going to be appeal.
Okay, so we are going to see a flop. There is 87K in the middle. Demicol has 30K behind and is obviously a huge favorite here with aces. Just the one diamond on the flop for Okolovic.
If you put like people's pictures in there or like your pet.
And just take a look at the effective stack depth here, James. This is how much of a unusual 3-bet this is. There's only 30K behind in an 87K pot.
I mean, I don't have big volume on either, so.
And Okolovic, realizing he's probably just priced in anyway.
2 overs, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Why not?
Yeah, and look, you know, like I said, I think that this looks very strong, but perhaps Okolovic not realizing the initial stack depth there, and now feels like he's priced in with 2 overcards in the backdoor diamond, so we can see a very, very strong hand from Demirkol.
I mean, in theory, he's made it work for him. He's going to get maximum value
he
here.
Absolutely has, and you cannot fault him on that front.
And Okolovic drawing dead on the turn. That is more than a double up for Mehmet Demirkol, who's been pretty patient all day. And is now going to find himself out of the danger zone. Now playing close to 30 big blinds. So Felix referenced that a member of Team Pro who is not Felix Schneider's is no longer in the EPT Cyprus main event. Let's just review what happened a short while ago. Spraggy involved in a hand against Shakib Miri. An ace-7-5 flop. A bet of 40,000 from Spraggles. And Miri making the call. Turn card is a 6. I wonder if Spraggy has the Spraggy. Maybe he has aces and 7s here. Spraggy all in for his last 144K.
Yes.
Miri asking for a count.
Well, I'd say Spraggy not being snap called is probably a good sign. Though I don't think you'd expect these positions for anyone to really have the nuts here that often.
144.
Miri, a big stack just as he was yesterday. Makes the call. Ace-King, top pair, top kicker for Spraggy. And Miri tabling Ace-Jack. So Spraggy gets it in good, but spoiler alert, the river does not help him. It's a jack.
Oh, no.
Giving Miri 2 pair and sending Spraggy to the rail in 115th place. His best ever finish on the EPT, $12,020.
That is grosser than the room service tray that's been in on my dresser since I got here. That's how gross it is.
That was gross.
That was so gross.
3 outer.
So as Felix referenced a short while ago, he is now the last Team Pro standing. And we rejoin the action at the feature table. Coelho against Tote.
That's really awful.
Team Pro run good, not confirmed.
You get the new player?
Oh, yeah.
Team Pro run good, confirmed.
Can
Run
you
bad, sorry.
Can you imagine if he did have the Spraggy there, aces and 7s, and gets dumb base and jacks in the row? That's even worse.
Yeah,
That
but
would've been
like
worse.
that feels somewhat justified based on the Spraggy and the reputation that the Spraggy
Oh,
has.
he would have had it coming, 100%.
Yeah,
But
this one actually felt like he deserved to win it. Oh, wait a second.
oh, Coelho spikes a deuce on the turn and now has the advantage over Tote.
Oli and me have been doing the commentary.
Deserves
for
got
the
nothing to
Germany
do with
people
it.
stream, And now sitting here, like for the 3rd time. Like yesterday, I sat here 2 levels, and now another level. Like every time I sit here, it's like, wow. I usually comment on this, and I'm sitting here. It's like it's still a crazy feeling.
Are you EPTs usually, or you always play?
I just started last year because we did the live poker, so we switched to live poker with the streaming, and then I started to play my first EPT main in Prague because I won a gold pass. And then after that, I qualified for Paris as well, and so we got the ball rolling. So it's my fifth EPT main now.
5, 6, 6. Let's go in.
Oh, and that is getting paid. ace deuce is going to take this one down.
He's going to take it down.
Decent turn card.
And
Yeah.
take a lot.
Yep. So up to about 25 big blinds now for
30% maybe.
Diogo Coelho.
And a new player coming in to the feature table.
Wow.
It's Roland Peaks.
That's a big stack. Yeah.
And he does indeed have a big stack. 791K, nearly 160 big blinds.
That's what I always say. Yeah.
Everyone. Yeah, I was just lucky.
His name is also a poker sentence. Roland Peaks.
Hopefully we will see him do just that.
Yeah.
So 12 minutes on the clock, 12 minutes until the first break of the day, and I have been advised that we are going to be changing feature table during the break. We will reveal the new lineup soon. We'll show you which table is going to be coming to the main stage.
So when you get the cards, you put them down in the box.
Obviously, now that Spraggy's gone, he's no longer an option. So I guess we're probably going to feature one of our former champions.
That's well over $1 million.
Anton Wig.
He is in the field. Could be his table.
Dimitar Danchev.
He's no longer in the tournament. Lucien Cohen.
Lucien Cohen.
Nicholas Schweety.
5, 6, 8,
Andrea Dato.
Not a champion. Runner-up.
10 folds. One lazy, 11,000.
Tote with sevens. Opens to 11K.
It's the beauty about poker. Sometimes it looks like you've been playing really well, and like in the end, at the end of the day, you just like had like aces versus kings and like set over set, and you build a big stack. It's like, I got it figured out.
Ours is different type of run.
Peaks.
Sometimes you have
Look.
just cooler.
Roland does indeed peak.
Nice peak, Roland.
Like betting when they don't have it, so they have to fold. Like, either you're bluffing,
Yeah.
you cannot lose. Then the run good when you build a big pot and your hand holds. It's a major factor.
It's a lot of things have to come together. Yeah.
All that obviously playing well and making good decision is
Well, that's a deuce
the right path.
for
but
peaks. Probably not
if you're making one decision
enough.
and the board run out, bad for you.
Yeah.
You
I don't know. He's got the diamonds,
Yeah.
I guess, going from
After
Nick.
the point,
The diamond
Yeah.
keeps it interesting.
And on this texture, guys, I think we probably do end up calling, especially with backdoor diamonds. Generally speaking, we're not folding pairs to a more conventional bet sizing scheme here.
Cannot do much.
We see 11K into 29, so a little bit more than a third.
The most fascinating thing about this game for me is like.
And actually now an opportunity perhaps to represent some straights.
Totally new things. Like you bet one side.
Peaks, of course, will have.
Oh!
Doesn't have to.
Oh, does not need to represent.
Like everything changes.
Can represent some trips.
Nice river, Roland.
So now this is an interesting one, guys, because Roland will be aware that he has more 5x, which is a scare sort of card for his opponent. So we don't want to size too big because we're still trying to get calls from ace combos.
6, 7, bet. 35,000.
And 35K, I like this one a lot. This feels just about right. To try and get paid by some ace X, maybe some kings, queens, that kind of thing.
10 folds.
As played, though, against the sevens, I think we just see a fold.
Up over 800K now.
Peaks is peaking. The other kind.
Oh, 162 big blinds in a dream.
P-E-A-K-I-N-G, in case I had to spell that
So
out.
let's see how international.
Take a peek
this
at
table
that.
is. We got Hungary, Germany,
P-E-E-K.
Turkey, Portugal, Netherlands,
I-N-G.
Netherlands, Ukraine, Russia, and UK. Nice. International table again. Crazy. That's amazing.
Who claimed to be from the UK?
The dealer.
Oh, of course. Hugo. Glad that Felix included the dealer. I do that too.
Dealers are people too.
Felix raises kings.
Felix.
Starts the hand with 18 big blinds, guys.
He didn't ship it in 2.5 seconds this time.
To be fair, opening the action here this time round.
Round 2, the big blinds.
Oh.
Second time.
Kings.
Never lucky.
Not sweating it. Just take the free chips.
That's right. Take them.
I wish my friend with the scarf back. He always gave me action.
I played with him, I think day 1, day 2, and day 3 today. Now again, it was like all days I was with him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's pretty aggressive. Not so much.
Not so much.
It seems like it. I mean.
Yeah, but he was okay. He's playing well. Nothing, I would say nothing out of line. So.
Okay.
So we are at Nelson. 1-1-1. Recent eliminations include Viktor Ustimov, who was on our feature table yesterday.
Making good decisions, at least what I was able to see.
Yeah.
To know exactly what he had.
There's Van Toort with pocket fours.
5. C1 raises 11,000.
I only spent the day yesterday with my Hungarian friend.
Raises to 11,000. Kuzmanovic not playing the suited connectors.
Imagine if Felix spent all day talking to you yesterday and now just moved on to someone else today.
I know.
What am I, chopped goulash?
Pocket threes for Roland Peaks. Makes it 11K. Calls the raise.
Peaks is such a cute last name.
This is a pretty nice one in the big blind. I
Yeah.
think we can defend this.
So fun.
6-4 of clubs is a nice hand. Oh,
Heck
wow.
yeah.
What
Yeah.
a flop.
Every draw imaginable.
Kolovic does not have the best hand right now, but does have nearly 60% equity in this three-way pot with the open-ended straight draw, with the flush draw. Tote has continued with fours for 11,000. Peaks folds the trays.
James, I'm not a fan of this continue into two players.
Just when we said he was playing more snug, just when we said he seemed to have found his rhythm.
Yeah, I just think you're getting looked up here so often. You're getting outplayed, out of position so often on turns and rivers. You're getting outdrawn all the time when you guys got 6-4.
Nah,
So-
man, he's going to backdoor the straight. Almost. You always make a pair, though, when you have a straight draw.
Absolutely.
There's a timing tell here as well, guys. Toss snap checks this turn. He is telegraphing. He does not have a strong hand.
5. Okay.
And that will be another pot for Yuri Okolovic, up to around 70 big blinds now.
Oh yeah.
Actually, 80 big blinds. But blinds are going to be
I
up
didn't think the 6 was enough.
in just over 5 minutes' time. That's when this level comes to an end. That's when we take our first break of the day, and that's when we change feature table. So this is the table that will be coming to the main stage. It's table 1. A few faces you might recognize here, including Sebastian Malitz. I did say we'd be following one of our former champions. Sebastian was the champion in Barcelona in 2016. We've got the current tournament chip leader at this table as well, Faradin Mustafov. And we've got Marta Munoz, one of 3 female players still in the field. That's right, Liam. We're going to go back to the main feature table.
And we're back.
Demir Cole with king 5. Folds. Coelho
When you just do live events, how often
with ace 10 in the hijack.
do you still stream online? I mean,
No, I don't stream online anymore because this German regulation that prevents me from
Playing.
promoting online poker
promoting online.
as a sponsored player.
Wow.
And so we switched to live events, and now we do every 1 or 2 weeks we go to a new stop. Like we also do the small stops like the ESPT, the FPS, the Euro 1Ks, and smaller ones. And when we come to EPT, we also do the first week of streaming. So when there is no live stream here, we also do like the small events. We play all of this. So we usually have like probably one big event a month.
Okay, so they cannot.
That
ban
seems
you
like a
from
fun flop for
streaming,
both these hands.
like,
Exactly.
online,
Yes.
I mean, you're not
Even
doing
the
like
one-
in Germany.
Exactly. And
With a
we're
blank
also,
card.
We changed we're now sort of like a group. It's not me
I say
as
this
an
hand's a bit of a
ambassador, but
toss-up.
group of people that are streaming for the community. So we're like
Hijack can
TV
check here, I
company
think.
sort
This
of
is
thing.
fine.
And we have like different proteges. We also bring
Bit of a
friends from
toss-up,
our
like
German
that, Jeff.
community that play in the events,
Oh,
and then we
toss-up.
follow them around. And it's not only about me, but it's only about also about the others.
Nice organization. I mean,
Yeah.
Same again.
And
Still
we're
ace high, still a straight draw.
developing it and improving it and looking for new things that
Think
we
checking
can do.
his turn is still cool from the ace 10.
Very cool because it's
Man, oh man.
never
Did
done it
anyone make a
before, and there's
straight
nobody
or
else
what?
doing something
yeah, I
like
mean,
it.
what's,
and-
I don't.
So because
Yeah.
Toth didn't lead the turn, I think
And
he
it's a
ends
lot
up
of
actually
fun.
having
It's really enjoyable.
having, you know, like
when people watch
2 pair
it,
plus here.
It's not like we have this TV setup like here.
If he has the jack gut shot without showdown, he'd probably bets turn as a bluff.
They decide.
Not sure yet.
So I'm going to
They
go on a
might
limb
decide.
here on a prediction and
Maybe
say
we're
Toth has the best
interesting
hand
or
here.
boring. If we're too boring,
Another prediction. Let's see if we get to showdown and we can see the cards.
There was no. I was looking to post a link before started, and it was not announced on PokerStars.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold.
Usually they have a live upcoming in 30 minutes, and
okay.
I couldn't find the link. It was not there.
Here?
Yeah.
Because I think in Cyprus it's banned or blocked. I think they blocked poker, like in the live streaming directories.
That's the reason I couldn't find it, because I was
Yeah.
usually
Yeah.
see it like upcoming in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
How can I not find it?
It's really very strange.
I just post a link for PokerStars channel, and then like
Yeah.
everyone's.
It's the same in France. In France, they did the same. You cannot find anybody who is live or streaming poker. You actually have to click on their profile and then into the stream, and then all of a sudden it shows live. But before that, it's shown as offline.
Oh.
Yeah. But only on Twitch. You can't do it on YouTube.
I'm going to miss these
Even YouTube
conversations.
was, I
Yeah?
searched for the YouTube, I didn't see it like
Oh, okay.
upcoming live. I mean,
Okay.
maybe I'm not sure why.
On YouTube, I could find it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
For the record, I can watch on
looking
YouTube,
at the
but
wrong stuff.
I can follow the chat on Twitch, but it won't let me watch the stream.
Sometimes it clicks in there for me, but it is hit and miss.
I remember in Barcelona, you enter PokerStars and then you see live upcoming.
Yeah,
and you see
exactly.
30
Yeah.
minutes, 40 minutes.
Could be.
So Kuzmanovic with ace-king suited has raised to 11,000. Demicol flatting with the sailboats.
This is interesting from Demicol as well, guys. Calling with 4s here off of like a 30 big blind stack from +1. This is why it's dangerous right here, James. Lots of action behind you, lots of opportunities to 3-bet. I actually think the call here might be a mistake at this stack depth, especially as we have pay jumps to come. There's just too many players to act behind you, and you are basically pure set mining. That's assuming you even get to a flop in the first place, which, of course, we can see probably unlikely.
Counterpoint, Nick.
Yeah.
As the old guy told Joe many years ago, always see a flop.
You got a point. You got me there.
Okay, we have seen the 3-bet.
Are we going to play a huge one before the break here?
Yeah, this is a 4-bet spot.
And there is the 4-bet, and just fold. Get out of here. Be done. Go on break.
This is
Leave.
This is the look of a man who's regretting the set mine.
Vacate the premises.
Go work on season 2 of Time Bandits.
How much did you start with?
These
60, 70.
are two of the biggest stacks at the table, by the way.
I mean, it feels like Roland Peaks has got to be in contention for overall chip leader.
Call.
110,000.
No, we've got a player with over 1 million. Faradin Mustafov, who will be coming to the feature table after the break.
This is a big pot already, guys. 3-bet, 4-bet call. And this is a spicy one. There's already 243K dead in the middle, and Kuzmanovic, the effective stack, with 469K behind.
Mehmet, don't look.
Ace, 6, 5, advantage Kuzmanovic.
Oh man, this is, Joe, talking about feelings in poker. This is such a relief to see this flop, and you know on this texture you're going to be good a lot of the time.
Hell yeah.
You're beating the 10s, you're beating the jacks, you're beating the queens, you're beating the kings. You're getting value from maybe some ace-queen suited once in a while, potentially. That might not be in there, but I definitely think the ace-queen suited could have put in a squeeze pre.
100,000.
100K into 243K. And how do you feel about 10s now?
Yeah, and I think this is one of those spots where he's just sizing to shove on the turn if he needs to, and will take it down.
Are coming. Oh, we're on break.
Yes.
Exciting last hand before break.
So first session of day 3 is done and dusted. 106 players will be returning from the break, and we will have a new lineup, a new feature table, headlined by the chip leader and a former champ, Sebastian Mallets. But this is how this session ends for the players we've been watching for the last 90 minutes. Kuzmanovic still a big stack, still among the chip leaders. Felix Schneider's still a short stack, 15 big blinds at the new level, which is 3K, 6K with a 6K big blind ante. So we're going to pick up the action in around 16 minutes time. A new feature table, the second of 5 levels to be played on day 3 of the main event here at the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Breakfast Party VPT Cyprus 2024.
Pass, Peter pass.
James, good banging, it doesn't mean good banging like he's good in bed.
I don't believe so, Joe.
Sounds like something the Vikings might have done, though.
Big pass.
Like, oh, this is Eric good banging. Catch my drift.
Green pass. Rainbow pass.
So the raise is to 140,000, and the chip leader has Jack 5 of diamonds in the big
James,
blind.
he's shaved.
And he's put on a shirt. It's the final table.
Big blind call.
Still comes across very sad. Must be from Seattle.
Left comes, check.
Queen, Jack 8, top pair versus second pair.
Check. Nothing check. Turns not please.
Oh, now.
All right, well, things are looking pretty good for Gudvangen here.
Yeah, with both players turning 2-pair. Gudvangen a 95% favorite, and Gustafsson is going to lead the turn, 165k.
165,000.
I'm a big 2-pair raiser. Big believer in raising 2-pair, especially on a board like this.
Gudvangen just calls.
There was now 7 of diamonds.
7 on the river. Gustafsson now checks.
Interesting. Interesting check there. Gustafsson definitely marches to the beat of his own drummer.
Martin bets.
415k.
Not only do I not think this is like a, obviously it's a call, but it's not like a fist pump call. It's kind of like a, don't show it to me call. It's almost a bluff catcher. Almost.
Aaron calls.
There's the call. So Gudvangen gets a little bit back from Gustafsson after their big clash on the previous day.
Aaron calls. 2 players.
Gustafsson defending, 6-5 of diamonds.
Flop comes ace of clubs, 7 of hearts, 3 of clubs.
Flops a gut shot.
Check.
8's still good for now, and he's gate better than a 4-1 favorite.
Turn card, 6 of hearts. Aaron
Got a
checks.
pair of 6s now.
In the bet, 200,000.
Eastgate with the delayed continuation bet.
Aaron calls. River cards, 8 of hearts. Aaron checks.
Eastgate Rivers are set.
Probably not quite a scary enough board to not value bet.
I mean, yes, you made your set, but there's now 3 hearts out there. The board just got straightier.
Gustafsson just hasn't played it like he has had a straight or flush draws. Now, of course, in the big blind, lots of things are possible, but I think you're way more likely to be up against 2 pairs.
1 million.
Wow.
What do you do now?
You replay the hand in your head, first of all, which is what Peter's doing. So what happened? Went check, check on the flop. And then what was the turn action? It was delayed continuation bet on the turn for 200,000, right? You got called.
I call.
So hearts would call.
And Peter calls.
Elimination?
Showdown?
No. Oh.
I don't have an ace. I just have a set of eights.
And I will pass, and Peter wins the pot.
You're asking the wrong questions, Gustafsson.
Okay, guys, that's the end of this round. There's an exact 10.
What a call there by Peter Eastgate.
Round, there's an exact 10-minute wait.
And now we're going to play a hand from Gudvanger's perspective. We're going to sweat with Martin.
Nick raises to 250,000. Aaron pass. Dominic on the bottom pass. Peter on the small blind pass.
Queen Jack offsuit. Was this the hand we were discussing yesterday, Joe, which you think is actually like the worst starting hand?
Worst hand of all time.
Right, that's it. Worst hand of all time. That's the moniker that you granted it.
Now the big blind is probably the best place to have it. And I think that a call is perfectly reasonable. A fold would be ridiculous. A raise would be very optimistic. But the bet in the middle was just right.
On the big blind, call. Let's see the flop, please.
Gudvanger defends, heads up to the flop,
The flop comes.
which is king, king, queen.
Queen of diamonds, king of hearts. Martin
I think this is a reasonably good flop for us. Like the check, like a check call. And Senator, remember, we've been watching him for the last couple episodes. He's a little wild.
I like his red shirt.
Nick bets 275,000.
275,000 into 600,000.
Think of all the buckets of vodka Red Bull he's going to buy at Tiger later.
Martin re-raises.
Interesting. Check raise from Gudvanger.
Well, you know what I'm going to say here, James. I'm going to say that you're going to fold out all the hands that you're beating. You're going to get action from hands that are beating you, but let's think about ways that I might be wrong. What hands will you get action from that you are beating? Jacks, 10s, 9s. You might get action from some pairs, some hands that don't have a king. It's risky. Do ace 10 and I mean, aces might call you. That's bad. What better hands are you folding? Don't think any.
Well,
and I guess other queens you can get action from. Some of the queens, you're getting action from queen 10.
Yeah, Seninger has called 4 of spades on the turn, which you can't imagine has changed anything.
Martin checks.
Now checks the turn.
Is this a check with intention or a check because you suddenly don't know where you're at?
I would imagine the latter. Seninger checks behind, river card, 5 of clubs.
I have no idea what to do now. This hand's been played very bizarrely. If you check, then you're at the mercy of your opponent.
Well, he has checked.
Yeah, to bet big. If you bet, you can get raised.
Oh, loading up. And firing the lot, all in for just over 1.4 million.
Dude, I think we're going to be bluffed here sometimes, but I think you have to fold. I just don't know. Like, you did it to yourself. If you were doing this to induce, you should have called already, and if not, you have to fold. I think you're gonna absolutely. We could be getting bluffed here.
I call.
Goodvang and calls, Seninger tables, queens, flopped the full house. And you got a feel for Goodvang in here, but I have two simple words for you, which you should use here, Martin. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a worry-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Goodvangen, by the way, has got 10 bigs because the blinds right now are 61-20.
Because raises up to 275,000.
I hope if Aaron Gustafson wins this event, he'll be less sad.
To 600,000 in total. Actually, it's on Peter on the small.
Peter Eastgate always looks like he is trying to figure out where a bad smell is coming from.
Martin, the big blind pass.
So action back on Seninger. Simba's fallen over.
That's a tell. That's his Oreo cookie tell. If he doesn't stand Simba back up, he's got air. Huh.
Domination Nation. Seninger out of position without the betting lead with the worst hand, and he's paired his 10. He's got kicker issues.
I will reiterate, you do it to yourself. It's a pre-flop call, very optimistic. And man, oh man, is he gonna feel the pain?
Somewhere in the clouds, Mufasa is looking down on this and he is not happy.
I don't bet 775,000.
Remember to fold 10-7 to a 3-bet.
Yeah, somebody needs Rafiki to walk in here and whack him with a stick.
Calls.
775,000 apiece. They go to the turn, which is the 4 of clubs. Gustafsson now a 93% favorite. Top pair, top kicker. Seninger checks.
Yeah, this 4 is not a particularly bad card for top pair, top kick. Yeah, there he goes.
I don't bet 2 million.
No reason not to keep betting.
2 million. A double yang.
I thought a yang was $1,000 a month for life.
Jerry, not Andrew.
Oh. And Seninger's in such a weird spot because Gustafsson, we know, is capable of having nothing here, of having a draw here. Hey, good laydown.
Wisely lets it go. And I imagine that's going to see Gustafsson reclaim the chip lead at this four-handed final table. That was then, this is now, 2024. And the PokerStars European Poker Tour is in Cyprus for the second year running as we bring you day 3 of the 5K main event live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino in Spa. 1 session down, 4 to go, and we have a new feature table coming at you. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Bencher.
What's up, guys and girls?
And these are the current chip leaders, Griffin, the 5 biggest stacks in the room. We've got 2 players with 7-figure stacks. Shakib Miri got lucky against Spraggy. He now has 1.1 million. Meanwhile, Faradin Mustafov, who was the start of day chip leader, has increased that chip lead. He's got more than 1.3 million, and he is one of the key names, one of the key characters at our new feature table. We did say that primarily we're following the storyline of one of our former champions. Sebastian Malitz is also going to be at the new FT. But yes, we've also got the biggest stack in the room on the main stage. The players who right now are the favorites to make it to the final table, be in contention for the big cash money up top, more than $1 million to the winner of this $5,000 buy-in tournament, the single biggest slice of the $6.2 million prize pool.
Yeah, and we're going to have 3 players, including our chip leader, with well over 100 big blinds. So that's going to be very exciting to watch and see how start of day chip leader Faradin wields that thing here on the main stage.
Yeah, these are all of the players, the full lineup at the feature table. And you'll see that we do have Dragalin, Malitz, and Mustafov with more than 100 big blinds each, more than 200 big blinds for chip leader Griffin. And as we referenced during the last session, Marta Mikkel is one of 3 female players still in on day 3 of this tournament, with 106 players returning from break. 106 players remain from a starting field of 1,284. And of course, we're well into the money now. We saw the bubble burst late last night. Right now, if you bust, you get better than a min cash, better than a min plus cash. Current payout with 106 players remaining is $12,020. So action underway. This is level 17, 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. Action folded to Hugo Delmer Sizes. Okay. Georgios Vrakis in the small blind, 10-9. Completes, and Sebastian Malitz in the big blind with ace-queen.
Nuh-uh. Try again.
7 raises, 21,000.
Raises to 21K. And Vrakis says, all right, I'll see a flop. Doesn't say it in that voice, but...
His inner monologue, you know, he talks openly about it. That's what it sounds like.
Ooh. Jack 8-5, so the open-ended straight draw for Vrakis, but Malitz still ahead.
Yeah, you're not thrilled about having to call this 3.5x ISO with 10-9 off. About 26 big blinds effective pre-flop. But it's probably maybe the worst hand you'll call with. And it's nice to get a flop that you're at least drawing to the nuts. When you see that check back, it's even nicer getting that free card.
So it was a post-flop flip, but Malitz now a 7-3 favorite with ace high.
And this Jack-8 interaction for the small blinds limp call, and then seeing that check back, you're going to expect to be up against a lot of hands like what Malitz has. So that's why we see Georgios come out swinging here. I don't know if he's going to receive a fold here. I guess it would really depend on sizing and how Sebastian feels about proceeding. I mean, that looks like a pretty strong bet. That's near pot size. I mean, Malic can be kind of sticky. He's obviously a very accomplished, intelligent player. Gonna know this ace-queen high is not only best against, you know, some of those straight draws, but some flush draws as well.
Yeah. But decides to fold on this occasion, so first hand of the level.
Yeah.
First hand played at this feature table goes to Georgios Vrakis.
Some great execution there from Vrakis. I mean, sizing is so much about it. You know, I think a lot of players there will make the mistake of, you know, betting somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000, and then, you know, the ace high decides to stick around, but just one and done. Let's go.
Yeah. So Vrakis is the shortest stack at the table, but has more than 30 big blinds, so no genuine short stacks at this table. Action starts with Marta Mikel, 5-4 of spades. She folds. Archibald Seaton folds.
Great name, Archibald.
Round to Hugo, who passes the Jack-7. Vrakis, 9-6, folds the button. So a blind v blind. Malitz in the small, chip leader Faradin Mustafov in the big. Malitz with ace-queen again. Calls, and Mustafov with king-queen suited.
24.
Yeah, I don't expect this to get necessarily too crazy pre-flop. It's really Malic's intention here to, you know, defer to the chip leader, play passively. You don't want to put in a ton of chips pre-flop if you're not prepared to, you know, I mean, this hand is just so good, and you're going to get some weak ISOs, some hands you're dominating, but you don't really want to necessarily make it 100 grand here and then potentially see even more chips go in the pot pre, and does keep the dominated king-queen in there.
Ace-queen still good on a Jack-8-5 flop. Malitz checks.
Deja vu here for Malic, playing the ace-queen 2 hands in a row and getting, I think, back-to-back Jack-8-5 boards. It's not what we're signing up for.
Continuation bet from Mustafov. He's made it 14,000 into a pot of 54,000.
Yeah, I don't think our chip leader is expecting a lot of folds on this texture after a limp call and with this size. It's more about, you know, having control of the pot, being able to tell a story, you know, being able to barrel on certain cards. And you know what? Malic says, I don't want to play this little game with you. Let's just turn this ace-queen into effectively a bluff. Doesn't make a great deal of sense. It's very street poker here to be just check raising here. And you know what? It's going to work out. Nice work from Sebastian.
He is the second biggest stack at this table. He is among the biggest stacks in the tournament right now with more than 125 big blinds. Mustafov remains the overall chip leader, the player who is in the catbird seat.
Yeah, and even though, you know, I guess tournament poker rules dictate you're supposed to kind of defer to the chip leader, you know, he's in position on you, you don't want to, you know, he's one of the only players that can bust you. At the same time, you know, you need to establish that you're not just going to be run over, and I think that was an important message sent from Malic.
Seaton with queen 6, folds. Round to Vrakis.
Never want to see a guy with bit B sweater on your table. Probably be in trouble.
So we're blind v blind again. Mustafov with Jack 3 in the small.
5 seconds. 24.
Raises to 24,000. Marta Mikkel in the big blind. Starts the hand with just shy of 50 big blinds. She has Queen 10.
5 seconds. 6, 10.
She calls. And this is the third hand in a row where it's been blind v blind going to the flop. And it's Mustafov who flops best in a big way.
Yeah, and Marta probably going to have every reason to float a small size on this flop, thinking your queen and 10 are still going to be good. So she might get in a little trouble here if she turns a pair. But she also might say to herself, I'm not even going to mess around with this guy. She is looking at those chips. Wow, and a very disciplined, might even say tight fold, but in this case, it's perfect. So great result for Marta.
So a couple of eliminations since we returned from break. 104 players remaining. Not playing down to a set number today, just playing 5 full levels. Tomorrow we have a target, though, to get down to the final 2 tables, the final 16. And then on Saturday, it's down to 6. And on Sunday, the final day of the tournament, it's down to 1, down to a champion. The winner will receive just over $1 million and the main event trophy. Ace Queen. This is going to be a raise.
6, 6, raise. 6, 5, raise.
So Tom's asked an interesting question, which we'll get to in a moment. Let's see how this hand plays out. Mallets with Ace Queen again. And he has re-raised with the hand. He is 3-bet.
And pause from our chip leader here.
85.
Oh no, Mallets
85.
made it 36,000, and 85,000 is the cold 4 from Mustafov. We know he has an ace, but we don't know what the other card is. You'll have noticed, by the way, that we've ticked down to 103. I have some bad news for fans of Lena 900. Nicholas Ostedt has just been eliminated in 104th place, cashing for just over 12K.
You know, there's something about a day 3 chip leader just coming to the feature table and bulldozing. It's just the kind of cliche I really like, you know? This is fun to watch. I mean, look at this guy. Really putting the squeeze on champion Sebastian Malic.
So one of the ace queens has folded. Malic was the 3-better. Just so hard here,
yeah,
Griff, to call here and play this out of position.
Yeah, and it's not a particularly generous sizing to play out of position either, right? We've gone to 36. It's up to 85. You know, it's not like it's another 30 to call. Would have loved to have seen the other card, but, you know, every once in a while.
So Tom's question, did we cancel Chat Pro Saturday yet? No, we haven't, but, I'm emphasizing the word but, underlining it, in italics, bold font. We're not guaranteeing it will happen because, as we've established at the last couple of events, Chat Pro Saturday is a privilege that has to be earned. And I'm sorry, YouTube, but based on the standard of content that's been flowing in front of me today, right now, Chat Pro Saturday will not be a thing. You're going to have to up your game significantly tomorrow in order for Chat Pro Saturday to be rubber-stamped by the commentary team. As we see Chase Wilson come to the feature table, bringing 261K.
Loves his flush draws. Old Chase.
Average stack right now is 373K with 103 players remaining. So Mallett has opened with Queen 6, and it's round to Chase Wilson. He's just joined the table, has posted the big blind, has 10-9. King 5-5. Well, Queen High still the best hand. Mallett continues. 9,000 into 33,000. And Wilson hasn't really connected with this board in any meaningful way. But
wait a minute.
Decides to call and see a turn card.
Chase Wilson calls this flop at 10-9.
Double paired board now. Queen High still good.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, you don't just chase. You throw them in the blender. And without any real info for Sebastian here, you know, new player to the table, not really aware of what this guy's capable of, but he's capable of an out-of-position float with 10 high and then a lead on the double-paired board. Good on ya.
Didn't need to chase. The cards didn't matter.
He wasn't chasing. He was making moves.
On to the next hand. And we'll start with the action on Hugo. He folds. Georgios Varakis has 8-6 offsuit. Sebastian Mallet's folds as well. Mustafov, chip leader, opens with 10-6 at clubs. Martin Mikel, pocket threes in the cutoff. Lets it go. Seaton's on the button. Looks interested.
That's the great thing about a name like Archibald is you can be Archibald at the office, but you can be Archie with your friends.
We only know one of his cards. No, he has a king, but we can see both of Damir Zagrelin's cards, and he has got queens.
5 seconds. 68. 68.
Was it Barcelona we saw the deep round with this gentleman? Do you remember? You don't recognize him? Comes in with the squeeze. Hard to be expecting Archibald Seaton to be trapping often here on the button. It's going to probably be something like a King Jack suited, King 10 suited.
You win the APT Barcelona before with the yellow hoodie. Why are you so quiet?
Oh my gosh,
now?
he does have the ace king or kings.
Wow. Seaton announces all in, gets snap called.
What is it?
Looks like it's King Jack of Diamonds.
Oh no, he does have the flatting hand. He just didn't believe it. It was a good squeeze spot.
When he said all in, I thought it was either going to be ace king or kings like yourself, Griffin, but actually it's King Jack, and that means Zugralin is near enough a 2-1 favorite to eliminate Archibald Seaton in this hand.
Oh, bad start, but it is a diamond. Oh my goodness.
Wow, 2 pair against a set. What a flop. Seaton with 2 outs. Needs one of the 2 remaining kings. Okay, opportunities emerge.
Wow.
Plus the diamond draw for Seaton.
Street Flash. Royal Street Flash.
Absolutely. Can you imagine the 10 of diamonds on the river? No diamonds.
Full house, but not good enough.
Boat over boat,
Yeah.
and that will see Archie Seaton eliminated.
See you.
Seaton cashing for $12,020.
What a turn.
Zugrelin up to 952K.
PV, right? PV. That's
Than you won? 2016. Years ago.
it's a good reminder.
It's a confirmation that Mustafov is not just table chip leader, but tournament chip leader.
How much you got there?
Zugrelin now second in chips at this table, and still no shorties. Vrakas playing more than 30 bigs.
I'm from Barcelona, so my dream is
Yeah.
what you achieved, it's my dream. It's one of the best videos I've ever seen in poker. Like your performance in the final table was wow.
About him?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I saw.
I don't know how many times I've seen this video.
Me too, me too.
It was hilarious.
So overhearing a little chatter there, Malic is, sounds like glowingly talking about someone's performance at a final table. Loves to know who he's chatting about.
Well, I mean, everyone is talking about the fact that they've seen the clip of Malic winning EPC Barcelona many, many times. Was quite a performance.
Yeah. We're almost in double-digit territory when it comes to the amount of players left. 101 remain here. 102, pardon me.
Zugrelin here with 9-8.
Did someone just register?
Completes in the small blind, so big blind gets to see a free flop. Eight, 7 deuce, so pairs for everyone.
Both playing it a bit coy.
Oh, hello, Trips.
Yeah. Delmare doesn't really want this to be, with this particular holding especially, you know, ever more than a 1 or 2 street pot. So that's why I think he checks back and gets a pretty nice, what he would think at least is a nice turn card. And the pot is still remaining quite small here. It would be best for him if the river was something like a 10 and might be able to get away. But with that brick on the river, you know, going to be very, very difficult. You know, with 2 8s on the board too, less likely your opponent has one. You know, where's Zugrelin to have something like an overpair? Would have heard from him pre-flop, so
yeah,
going to be repping it very, very thin with this big bet. And you know what says, I expect you have a 7 or a deuce or an ace high, and I'm going to charge you and go full polar. This is a 1 near 7x pot size bet.
Hampus on YouTube asks, Spraggy and Lena still in? No and no. Thank you for your question. Playing a time bank card here, at least giving it some thought.
Yeah, and the flop check, I think, complicates things a bit for Delmare. It feels like it would be a bit of like an erratic, unnecessary bluff to just bet 6K on this turn and then 50 on the river. You know, if my opponent had a straight draw, I had something like 9-5, wouldn't they start the proceedings with a bet on the flop? But
makes the call, pays off the value bet. Trip 8's good. Another big hand, another big pot for Damir Zugralin.
Over $1 million now. Over
yeah,
$1 million.
More than 170 big blinds. And we are going to step away from the feature table and join a hand in action out in the field. It's X-Flix. It's Felix Schneiders who's all in. It's our former feature table. Felix has shoved and been called by Kotkovsky. Showdown. Felix has 9s. He's up against Ace Queen. Classic race underway, a race that Felix needs to win to survive.
Oh, that's not good. The 9 is coming.
It's a queen high flop.
Here comes the 9.
No 9 on the turn.
9.
No 9 on the river. Barry Greenstein's a 2-pair for Kotkovsky. And Felix eliminated, cashing for $12,020. So Felix was the last remaining member of Team Pro. He is no longer grunding in the EPT Cyprus main events.
Always a pleasure to see a deep run from Felix. We had a great time watching him on the feature table yesterday. Always a big smile on his face. Unfortunate to see him as the last Team Pro out.
Back to the feature table where we see Wilson raising with ace-4, Vrakas with king-jack in the big blind. As defended, and we have queen 8-7 on the flop, ace-high still good.
Neither player particularly thrilled with this board, though. I think a bet from Wilson should get it done. Just a matter as to whether he actually pulls the trigger. This sort of interaction with the 8 and 7, the spades out there, you know, it is going to hit a decent percentage of Varakis' range, just not in this particular situation. And yeah, looking like he's coming out firing, and to the tune of, I think 22,000, which is pretty stiff, and that's going to be some good work.
Aaron asking if Joe's dad is still in. Assume you're talking about Hussein Ensan. No, he was actually eliminated last night during the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. So Ensan cashed this event, but is no longer in the field.
5 seconds.
Vrakas folds to the c-bet. And we are now down to 100 players, almost at double digits.
Liking what I'm seeing from Chase Wilson, being the unknown that came to this table. A little street poker happening. Saw the really great bluff against Malich, and now a nice big bet on a missed board there. Just keep an eye on Wilson. Wilson! I'm sorry, Wilson!
Monovon, you know I'm a fan of bad lookalikes, but there is a very important rule. In fact, it's probably the only rule of bad lookalikes. You can't compare one poker player to somebody else in poker.
Yeah.
Needs to be a comparison to someone who is legitimately well known in the world for something other than poker.
Yeah, like for instance, you know, if you were to say Griffin looks a lot like Anton Wig. We can't do that here. You know, you got to go outside of the poker world.
Yeah, I mean, that violates the other rule, which is it's not an accurate lookalike. But yes, you're right, Griffin. Poker player to poker player.
Are we example shaming now? What is this?
In a word, yes.
5 seconds.
Giorgio's looking like he aims to misbehave. Wants to make a Vrackus.
Come on, Vrackus, do something funky.
Sub 30 big blinds.
40.
Yes.
66 raises. 40,000.
That's a not insignificant re-raise.
Yeah, I mean, I think sizing's okay here, right? It's just a little over 3x. You don't want to invest too much more than this, but you also don't want to make it cheap and give a reason for your opponent to continue with a hand weak. And wow,
did Mallets just say all in?
Sebastian Mallets, yeah. I mean, this really puts the screws on Delmare. He needs to have a hand like this or better to really put all of his, you know, near 40 big blinds in. I mean, I think he'll probably go with this, but it's not easy. These are some unknown, you know, you don't really know much about Georgios's sort of 3-bet range. And the little sort of, oh my God, and he is going to fold it. And you know what? This is going to get through. And Sebastian recognizing how much ranges have to tighten up in this spot gets the dominating ace-queen to fold. And that's just brilliant, brilliant work.
Good job, Sebastian Mallets. And here's a legitimate bad lookalike from Kazcap. Mallets looks like Richard Ashcroft, lead singer of The Verve.
Did they do Bittersweet Symphony?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, imagine Sebastian walking down a street in London.
Right, yes.
$99, there you go, Griffin. We're at double digits.
Yay.
It's the Cadbury's Flake.
Marta been a bit quiet so far, hasn't gotten the cards to cooperate.
Only 30 minutes into the level.
Plenty of time with 43 big blinds.
Kings. That's better than ace-queen.
Try to get me to fold this one, guys. You know, having such a brutal seat as to have 2 massive stacks on your left, this just feels so nice when you get dealt a hand like this. Not when you see quick folds, though. But the brick wall on the big blind is going to be happy to continue with almost probably 90% of his range. 6-4 is going to qualify.
Ace, 10, 3. When you have kings, there is always an ace on the desk. Now, on this occasion, Mustavov does not have an ace. But he doesn't know that.
No.
So Radovan says, Mallets looks like that guy that won an EPT Barcelona a few years back. So number one, you can't compare poker players to other poker players. Number two, you can't compare people to who they actually are.
Well, that's kind of deep.
Did see a bad lookalike for Wilson. Hank Schrader from Breaking Bad.
Oh, that's okay, yeah. I'll take that.
It definitely falls under the definition of bad. Ace 4 suited. So the raise is to 12K. Martin Mikkel, 10-5 offsuit. And we are going to the outer tables again. We have just seen the elimination of Artur Martirosyan. Got it in with ace-king against nines. Lost the race. Martirosyan, a former main event champion, and the runner-up in the super high roller here in Cyprus, out in 99th place. Do you know what? This guy's becoming tiresome. Goodbye. Balthazar asks, do the commentators see our chats live? No, thank you for the question.
Balthazar, that's the name of one of my plushies at home.
Thanks for sharing, Griff.
Just saying. I have an otter named Harry Otter. I have, what else do I have?
This is a level of insight which I'm not sure any of us wanted.
We've got Balthazar. He's a big koala.
Okay.
Listen, I share them with my lovely girlfriend. They're not just mine.
No, of course you do, Griffin.
I mean, I would definitely get them in the divorce.
Sebastian Mallets raising with 10x.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Mallets so far. Really finding some nice spots.
Thank you.
Prepared to open quite wide despite having the tournament chip leader who, you know, has close to twice as many chips as him and has been finding some check raises and, you know, some 4-bet all-in spots. Here is probably going to be not in great shape against Mikkel, but very live at this 10 in hand. I mean, I just think he's opening, you know, pretty indiscriminately right now, but is going to check this flop.
Check, check. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Martin Mikkel picks up the flush draw. What does Mallets have?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bet from Mallets here almost always.
So, Bleem, I appreciate your interest in the stream and asking if there are any Polish players in the tournament. I just think it's a bit weird that you'd ask that question during a hand at the feature table with one of the best-known players from Poland. Like, literally use your eyes.
So I was surprised to see Mallets check here. You know, as the aggressor, you would expect either with a bluff hand or a value hand to maybe reveal himself on the turn, but just deciding I'm going to let Marta have this one, and wouldn't have shaken her, in fairness, on that turn.
Martin Mikkel still hovering around 275K, 45 big blinds, average stack close to 400K now, with 97 players remaining. You know what I was saying earlier about Chat Pro Saturday being a privilege that's earned? It's not being earned right now. So just let everyone know, tomorrow, which is Friday, the eve of Chat Pro Saturday, you're going to have to raise your game. We're just got to keep the idiocy quota to below 20% of questions and comments. If we can just keep it to below 20, do you know, right now I take less than 50. Mallets raises with Jack 8. We get the call from Hugo.
So free. 2.
Hello, flush draw and straight draw. Hello, post-flop flip.
Yeah, and hold on to the steering wheel real tight, Delmare, because Malich with this flush draw is probably going to be coming out for more than one barrel. You see a bunch of different runouts. And it's kind of your job here when you call with something like 10-7 in the big blind. It's your obligation to get sticky and to call down, because Malich can not only have better value hands like Queen Plus, but a lot of draws like a Jack 8 of clubs. And, you know, that's just one of those turn cards where you kind of have to say, all right, well, you might not have it, but this is one of the worst value hands I can have here with the 10-7. I don't even have, you know, the 10-9 for a, you know, backdoor gut shot. So Malich is going to continue telling the story, and I think should send Delmare packing. That's a stiff bet. That's a full pot size bet, I believe. Maybe even a little more. Oh, it's right on the nose.
Another pot for Sebastian Mallets. Playing 784K, almost at the halfway point in level 17.
I think that hand's a good example of how important range advantage is, right? Malich is just the one that's going to have all of the ace jacks, the pocket kings, the pocket queens, the ace kings, the ace queens, all the hands you're just so crushed with 10-7. So being the aggressor matters. Having your cards in front of you in early position matters.
Yeah. Rise on Fire says, I like the aggression from Mallets, talented player. Wow, we've seen him many times since his win in Barcelona in 2016. He's had a fair few deep runs in European Poker Tour main events. And here comes the chip leader again. Faradin Mustafov opening with ace-4 of spades.
5 seconds.
Chase Wilson, ace-queen of diamonds.
And a very irregular min-raise 3-bet from Wilson. Going to give a real pretty price to our chip leader, who will surely continue.
Mustafov calls the 3-bet. Jack 5 deuce, ace queen still ahead. Mustafov has flopped a wheel draw.
Yeah, as far as flops are concerned, Mustafov's going to be pretty fine with this one. Oof, not the turn card he wanted though, because, you know, this looks so much. This check back isn't often going to be something like kings or queens. It's going to be the dominating ace so often. Your ace queens, your ace kings. So Mustafov, with that wheel draw, will have to continue, but isn't really that thrilled by the ace.
26K each going to the river, which is a queen. Top 2 for Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mustafov probably would have gotten away on a lot of different rivers despite having top pair because of the reasons we discussed, but it's nice to, when you get kind of a card like this that makes it maybe easier to get away.
Yeah.
You know, do I really think my opponent had something like 2 10s here pre-flop? Yeah, sure, he might check the flop, but he'd start turning them into a bluff on the turn. Would he then turn them into a bluff on the river? If this was a random bluff, like a 9-8 of spades, wouldn't we have seen him, you know, continuation bet on the flop? So good read there from our chip leader, getting away.
Mustafov folds, and Chase Wilson, since coming to the feature table, has won a fair few pots, has increased his stack by near enough 100K, playing 60 bigs at the moment. So the final stop of EPT 2024 is Prague, just before Christmas, and as part of that festival, there is going to be a new event, the first of its kind, a live Spin and Go Championship taking place on December 14th and 15th. Now, we are running online qualification, a series of leaderboard competitions on PokerStars running between now until mid-November. 74 qualifiers will get brought to Prague, and 7 special guests will join them in the field and play a series of 3-handed tournaments for 100K in guaranteed prize money. 17 qualifiers will come from Italy, 24 from Southern Europe, and 33 from the rest of the world. Should be a fun event, and if it goes well, may become an annual fixture. Joe Stapleton's back in the mix.
A Threads Up poker tournament.
You know, Nick Walsh is going to be all over that.
Kind of like Survivor Series. Remember Survivor Series, WWF back in the day? 3-on-3.
Never watched WWF myself, but I have been enjoying that documentary on Netflix.
We've just had a lawyer acting on behalf of the World Wildlife Fund in Godalming who would like to correct you and point out that it's the WWE.
It was the WWF when Survivor Series was a thing, which is what I am referring to. Thank you for your comment.
Marta Mikel finally getting involved as the aggressor. Won a nice pot there with the King Jack of clubs. Now finding a raise under the gun +1 with the Ace 5 of clubs, also known as the
sourdough.
Suited.
Artisanal sourdough, and it is in big trouble here.
Yeah, and this is a nice, juicy squeeze spot for Del Mar. You know, probably expecting Wilson to have very few, if any, traps here. Mikel, of course, has been a little tight over these 45 minutes, but just, I mean, it's only been 45 minutes, as, you know, James alluded to earlier. Not a lot of time to really establish how loose or tight she might be. Now the question really becomes, is Wilson, nope.
3-bet is enough. It's enough. Hugo.
No, you go.
No, Hugo.
You go.
Griffin, you slimming down a little bit, buddy?
Why do you say that?
You're looking trim.
Don't say that, because I've gained like 2 or 3 pounds since I got in here.
Since you got here?
Yeah.
Did you keep a travel scale with you?
No, they have one in the room.
Do they?
Yeah, and I don't have a scale at home, so I only look when I go to the gym, and it's been really, I mean, I can't help it with these buffets, man.
2 or 3 pounds of muscle, man. It weighs more than fat.
Dude.
Just tell yourself that. That's what I do.
Dude, I can't with the buffets. They're just so good. The food here is so plentiful.
I've only been to the buffet.
Stop.
I've been 3 times total in the week.
I've been
here.
twice a day since I've been here.
Yeah, no.
I was the first person in there today at 7 a.m., the only person.
I was in there at 7 a.m. today.
I must have missed you.
Boy, your story just immediately.
No, I mean, well, just you claim something. Like, what do you know? I was there at 7 a.m. Like I was the only person in there. I went outside. And then when I went back inside, I was on FaceTime with Jean because like there was no one.
I
around.
was done by 7:20 though, so you were probably there longer than me.
Yeah.
All right, we have Vrakas versus Mustafov in the big blind. 10-9-4, a couple of clubs, pair of nines for Vrakas.
Did you check? Sorry.
Anyways, if you like delicious free food, please join us next time we come to Cyprus.
King of clubs on the turn, not great.
Huge
Not
edge.
super welcome for anyone.
Well, you know what? The club actually,
Yep.
32%. Look at that.
Mustafov does have the best club, although he may not like it, know it, or hit it. Crazy says by 7:20, you were just moving in on the bacon bar. Four no good. Boom, Vrakalakis.
Nice.
You know what we could do at the buffet is we could do a little game where we go there and all the food that we have no idea what it is, we guess what's inside it.
But how would we find out what's inside it?
You eat it.
Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. I'll tell you what, I had a piece of halloumi this morning that changed my whole day.
Man, I keep going too early before the halloumi is ready to go.
It was something.
Dan Jackson, welcome to the table.
I even took a photo
Is your
and sent it to
cousin?
my girlfriend.
This guy's not your cousin, Paul?
Welcome.
Paul Jackson, the producer?
Thank you.
He looks like you.
Somebody took my friend out, Archie.
Wasn't me.
Who was it? I need to
Do you
see
know
the
Archie
revenge.
at least? Oh,
This guy.
yeah. Took a picture.
That makes sense,
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
yeah. I'm in his group.
Your friend is suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah.
I'll let him know. He'll probably really appreciate that.
Now, if Dan Jackson prefers Dan Jackson to Daniel, so he's not confused with James Spader from Stargate, maybe he shouldn't be wearing the same hat that James Spader wears in Stargate. Pocket ace. Yeah, we got. Oh, you got to do a little ASMR. Go for it.
I hope I have good hand.
Here on day 3. Just 96 players left. I'm getting dealt pocket aces. Why don't we just raise to 52,000? Is that graphic can't be right?
Professional.
Was it a re-raise?
Misclick.
No.
Maybe.
Really?
We will see on TV. So
You're doing the little misclicky things, Zugralin, you dirty dog. You're not allowed to do that. Actually, you are, but
Misclick, huh?
frowned upon. Frowned.
Sounds like nobody's buying it.
Yeah.
Nobody's buying it.
But it should be.
Oh, I meant to make it 5,200. Kind of digging his shirt. What do you think?
His tennis ball shirt?
Kind of a vibe, yeah.
He does look like a dude named Chase. Oh, you hear that?
I was talking about Zugralin with the smiley emoji.
That screaming? You hear that? That commotion? The mystery bounty's going on. Somebody just pulled 25K, which sounds good. But the biggest was like a 70K, so I'm not really sure why he's hooping and hollering so much for 25. But
25K. It's not even worth half a super high roller trophy.
Right? Nice. Mustafov on the button with ace deuce makes it 15,000. King 8 suited for Dan Jackson in the big blind.
DJ.
If he wins this pot, I'm going to call King 8 suited
500? Thank you.
the Archie Avenger. Actually, aces would probably be better for that.
Hey, goes for the 3-bet.
Oh, he's three
why not?
bizzling. Hey-ya. And that is a 4-bet.
I don't believe you. I have an ace blocker. Oh.
I want to peel, but that's quite a big feeder.
I mean, you could have peeled
I don't want to peel.
before.
No.
Show the
You're
deuce.
bluffing.
Of course.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good to know. See if I believe you.
Ooh, I like it. There's some alpha male stuff. Ooh, love seeing a little alpha male stuff going on.
That's all poker is. You got to play the man.
Yeah.
It's about not backing down.
Hey, there's an alpha woman on this table too. Marta Mikkel.
We'll see. Something tells me she'll be
Everybody
somewhat less
bluffs so
toxic
much
than
now.
most of the rest
I
of the
don't
field,
know
but
why.
who knows?
Everybody is buffing and want to stealing.
Yeah.
Chips. 2016 final table is everybody stealing?
I already don't remember.
You not remember? You a young guy.
Is that how long ago it was? 2016? Wow. Hey, Six Highbrow says, wait, is this the Griffin that busted Kasuf with aces in the main a few years back? What is he referring to with that?
I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah. I guess different guy.
Must be a different guy.
Pocket tens for Zugralin. 10-9 folded. Over to Marta Mikkel.
I mean, if something like that did happen, that would be all the way back in 2016. Nobody remembers anything back then. As we just established.
His follow-up question is, why isn't Kasuf also commentating the chemistry would be nuclear?
Yeah.
Do we
like nuclear things?
Is that nuclear?
Yes,
I'm not really
do we
sure.
like-
I'm not really sure that's an adjective we go for.
Do we like nuclear chemistry?
3 ways to the flop. 8-7
Whoa,
tray.
Mikkel.
Street flash draw for Mikkel.
Let's go. And Wilson going to make a, frankly, let me just be very clear, a very poor bet on the flop after overcalling in the big, up against a player with a much stronger range, a sticky player with 168 big blinds. And we can see Mikkel flopping the world and could decide to just play this aggressively against these not particularly strong ranges. I mean, this
more exciting.
big blind
Of the day.
lead looks a lot like a, I mean, it looks kind of weak, right? Looks like maybe a 7 or could be a random hand like what he has. I would just love to see her make it in the range of 55,000. Come on, get those big chips up there.
Yes. Looks like you may get your wish, Griff.
Oh, I love the sizing too.
63,000.
And should force chase out, but what is...
Should chase force out.
Yeah. What is Zugralin going to do? I mean, very under-rep with this overplayer pair. You're up against an opponent.
Later.
Just quickly folds it.
All the credit to Marta Mikkel Munoz.
I mean, difficult for her to be bluffing there. It's a strong play. Either it's a big combo draw like a 6-5 suited, 9-10 of clubs, those kind of hands, or it's a set. And last time I checked, pocket tens aren't doing that great against a set there. Nice hand.
Not doing amazing against 6-5 of clubs either, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that was really the worst hand she could have as far as value / draw.
Just One Timbleby asks, is Mikkel a unisex name? Yeah, most surnames are. Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Vrakas.
Really? That deserved a Gotta say his name there with the 9-4 off on the
I
other
like
one.
Vrakas. I just like saying Vrakas.
Yeah. I've already made a sort of, he's making a ruckus joke, so don't bother.
I don't think I was going to go
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So.
I also said that when Chase Wilson got at the table, I said, don't give this guy any flush draws. You don't make any chase jokes.
Right. Yeah.
How much?
Okay.
I've covered pretty much everything.
Can I see?
Usually do in the first 10 seconds to make sure that no one else has a shot at it.
Yeah, exactly. But then you always find something even
Jackson
more
5,
creative.
Andrew Jackson, son of Jack. Jackson has put out a 3-bet with ace-9.
I like that he's still going after Musta here after getting humbled with that ace-deuce, king-8 suited clash.
Queen 10-8. Spade.
Yeah, I mean, tricky continue here for Jackson. I mean, I think we can expect one, but he's not loving it considering the kind of hands Mustafov is expected to have calling the 3-bet. Going to be hitting this board a lot, but the times he does have pocket pairs, can expect to get a fold, which would be nice.
$35,000 to call. This would be a pretty cheeky float, but no.
Oh, it just pains him to let go. I love players like this. They're just ready to go.
Dan Jackson. Got the wins or not hoodie, necktie. Kara Jackie says, I think they read more of the YouTube chat, but they do mention this chat here and there. We do end up reading more of the YouTube chat because it's way more idiotic. And therefore slightly more interesting. You guys are a little too normal on Twitch. Like this question from Jonas, who says, can we talk politics here? Let me answer that question.
With a question?
With a couple of questions. Number one, why? Number two, what is wrong with you?
Number three, please DM me on Twitter. Joe does.
What a dumb question. So many places you can talk politics. Don't worry about it here, right now. Jackson opening with the Jack of Hearts, son. Chase Wilson is not going to chase the wheel.
All right. Full of surprises.
He's not going to rest till he finds out who, I almost said the F word, who took out Archie. Do we know what happened to Archie? Did I miss it? Was it in
No,
the
he must have been moved. I would never have forgotten that, you know, Archibald Seaton. More like seat off. Right?
Yeah, Archibald James Seaton was here when we first got here. Was he balanced or was he busted? Busted.
Did he bust? Oh my God, he had the King Jack of Diamonds against the Queens.
Yeah, you're referring to me as if I was here for that. You were.
You don't watch the stream when you're not on?
No. I was watching James Hardigan's travel vlog. Mustafov raising ace-9 from pretty early position. Pocket queens.
42,000.
For Hugo Nicolas Delmer Cizé.
42.
Delmer Sizes, what a name. What do you think of Delmer Sizes?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think it's good.
6 folds. makes no sense. But
Mustafov gives it up. Hugo. Second shortest at this table, but 45 big blinds. No big deal.
NBD.
Griffin, you get in any trouble last night?
No. Did
No?
you?
Did I? No.
No, zero trouble. I actually went to the room quite early and watched David Cronenberg's The Dead Zone.
From what, the Christopher Walken?
Yeah. I'd never
Great
seen
movie.
it.
You know who made me watch that movie?
Who?
Norm McDonald.
Nice.
He made me come over to his house and watch the movie. He said it was one of his favorite movies.
It's a good, what a great ending.
The ending is
Very good.
So
I think I
poignant.
just clapped. I was
Yeah.
like, yes. Like, it's so good. Yeah, what's the Dead
Except we know that the guy that holds up the baby so that the baby will get shot instead of him would probably get elected.
Yes.
It would make him the favorite.
And nowadays, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I watched half of The Dead Zone, then I fell asleep for a few hours. And then
Did I just give
decided-
away the ending?
No, I saw it.
Okay, all right.
I finished it eventually. So I slept for 3 or 4 hours, woke up, finished The Dead Zone, and then I was like 6 a.m. I'm like, hey, better get back to sleep for breakfast. And then I was like, or I could stay up until 7.
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah,
except
yeah,
without
yeah.
the Dead Zone.
We could have been hanging out the whole time watching The Dead Zone.
Raise and take it for Chase Wilson. Guess you could say he's a bit of an icon. His headgear is iconic, at least.
$25 minutes left in this level with 95 players remaining. 96, pardon me.
Still a little while to the next pay jump.
Ooh, fade. Fade into Marta.
Marta is out. Dan Jackson. Deuces.
Dan Jackson flexing, lets him go.
D2 Roy says no thank you. Hugo Delmare sizes.
12,000.
That's a yes. To 12,000. The minimum raise.
Giorgio's taking pause here on 20 big blinds, but he's going to fold.
did you say? Maybe forget. Maybe forget.
Queen 7
Should
suited.
be, yeah, a clean complete here from the big blind. Both sharing the 7. Delmare going to be dominating Mustafov, but live suits for both.
Ooh. 9-8-6, both players with a straight draw. Just one spade for Mustafov. No backdoor flush draws for Delmare.
Yeah, and a board that will favor the big blind calling range in Mustafov here. So that's why he elects to come out with a lead. You know, were he up against something like Ace-Jack, going to be very difficult for Delmare to continue. In this case, of course, Delmare has the dominating King 7. And we'll be seeing a turn card quite happily. Wouldn't a 5 or 10 of spades be fun?
It's the 3 of hearts
Aw.
instead.
Aw.
30.
Was that a snap bet of 30?
That's what I heard.
I'm suspicious of the snap bet. Ooh, 53, way more than 30.
So who said 30?
Maybe I just heard 53. 3.
50-30.
3 sounded like 30 to me. I never think a bet that's that quick is going to be that strong, personally. Me as a live tells expert. I play 4 live tournaments a
Rule
year.
number 8, right? Your
It's
book?
page number 8, which is the penultimate page. There's only one rule per page, though, so I guess it is also kind of rule number 8. River is 7, so it's always coming 7. And both players with a pair of 7, but Mustafov is out-kicked.
But a lot to think about here for Mustafov. Okay, now I've made my 7. But if I think my opponent has something like ace-9, maybe something like ace-8 or king-8 suited, I'm going to lose at showdown here. How many 10s do I think my opponent has? Pocket 10s, maybe. Ace-10 probably folds some of the time on the turn to the very big bet. Do I need to turn this 7 into a bluff? Do I think my opponent has enough 10x's? Certainly if it's 10x of hearts, we would have seen a call on the flop and then a call on the turn. You know, something like a jack 10 of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, ace 10 of hearts. So there are a lot of 10s, and you know what? He is going to turn this 7 into a bluff because he could have been leading
What
a lot
about
of
the
10x's.
9-10s and the 8-10s?
I mean, I don't think that Delmare is going to raise a lot of 8-10s from the cutoff into the 2 chip leaders, right?
8-10 of hearts?
Might be, but... Mustafov bets 81,000 and Delmare shoves through 189
Wow.
and gets it through.
So kind of what you were saying, just the opposite player.
Yeah. Says to himself, you know what? Actually, I think I have more 10s here. So goes
Some
all
of the
in.
9-10s and the 8-10s probably included
Well,
in that.
yeah. I guess you're right. What a badass hand.
I mean, did have the best hand, but still pretty impressive.
Let's forget about the actual hand values
Yeah.
because they were so weak by the river there. And look at that, all the way up to 78 big blinds. That is an inflection point for our boy Hugo. Remember that one when you're on the final table, buddy.
Can you handle this question from Hidden First, who says, what? Why shove doesn't make sense?
Well, we broke down sort of why we think it would make sense. It's not a very good bluff catcher. You know, if...
Neither player should want to show down a 7 there, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just not... They've put 53,000 chips in the middle on the turn, right? So that is representing a lot stronger than just a pair of 7s by the river. So, I mean, Mustafov's, even his bluffs on the river might be beating just a 7.
Looks like Martin Merkel is going to defend from the big blind with a 7 against 6 tray of spades. Spanish player versus Spanish champion.
Yeah.
10-7-7 trips for Merkel. And the backdoor heart to boot. Yes, Griffin.
Well, I think we move on from that hand, but I would say, too, that, you know, sometimes Mustafov is going to have a 5 there and probably have to fold to the all-in. Like, you know, that he's gotten there with his 5-8 and then thinking that his opponent would only shove with a 10. Nice discipline from Malic. Malic has played quite passively against Marta and very correctly so. I mean, this just played as a clean check back and fold, staying out of the way. So I've been impressed with his aggression on this feature table, but I've also been impressed by his passivity in certain spots.
I got a bad look-alike for Marta, a celebrity poker player. Shannon Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Reminds me of old school Shannon used to play with her hat pulled down like that.
Yes, she did. That's true.
You'll see it now that I said it. No, I'm allowed to do a bad look like even if it's a celebrity poker player. As a cat.
Read the fine print. I don't know.
Because then you just eliminate anyone that's ever played poker.
Wilson. 9s.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Wilson!
Oh, I already did it.
You
No,
did
I
it?
did. Yeah, I did it. Sorry.
That's all right. That's what I thought you were doing now. I think you can get away with it once per commentator.
That's fair. Yeah.
He does have an island on his hat. Fear of Gaming says she had the hat like that on Helmu's intro to the World Series this year. I was there. I was with her. We were all dressed up in karate uniforms. I think she karate kicked Mike Matusow or something at the end. It was high art.
Was it?
Did you see it?
I did remember seeing you. Yeah.
I didn't. I was expecting people to see me. I was kind of hiding, to be honest.
What was it? Sorry. 9 of spades. Thank you.
Fear of Gaming says they see it. Vrakas. Fault AC. Mallets with King of Spades. And a mystery card.
Get this man another card.
Oh, look at that, 10-8. Looks like I was right. Looks like I was right after all. And we know that Wilson has flopped an 8. Does Mallets have a 9? Does Mallets have another king, an ace? Probably doesn't have an 8. Wilson checks. Mallet's going to c-bet here pretty regularly, no matter the other card, I think.
Yeah, and sizing up to attack. I mean, this exact portion of Wilson's range doesn't want floats from those 8x type hands. And gets the job done. All right, Matt, let's reveal the other card. Show us your magic trick. Can you not hear me?
Monovan wants to know, does Mallets do it on purpose, not showing one of the cards, you think? No, I don't think so. I think it's kind of hard to only not show one card.
Yeah.
Intentionally. Jacob wants to know, why are there mystery cards happening? Aren't there chips in the cards that the sensors on the table are supposed to read? Yeah. Sometimes it just glitches a little bit, doesn't pick it up. Sometimes the chip in the card is broken. Sometimes the player just doesn't hold it there long enough. There's various reasons why.
Yeah, sometimes technology is not always perfectly consistent. I got to tell you, the other day my internet went down, and I just was beside myself for
My goodness.
4 hours. Turns out I just knocked it out. I wasn't even plugged in.
Did you have to get the box of pornography out from your closet to tide you over for those 2 hours?
Thank you for those photos, by the way.
Dust off that DVD player.
Martin Mikel activating with the King 10. Get to the tune of a 2.5x to 15,000. Growlin hailing from Kazakhstan, I believe. Ready to defend, and does. Fair fight.
Cut off versus big blind. 2 la flop, which is queen tray.
Now we've seen Marta flop straight flush draws.
Uh-huh.
We've seen her flop trips. We've seen her turn the nut flush draw, but how does she play the King 10 here? Passively.
Deuce of hearts on the turn puts a potential heart flush draw. Zugralin with a delayed, no.
Yeah, delayed, delayed block, one big blind bet.
Takes the betting lead, we'll call it. And Mikel getting sticky.
Yeah, price too good. Not crazy about it, but this is why I think it's important to be aggressive. You know, a nice little bet on the flop here, maybe a barrel on the turn, trying to fold out a hand like ace high. These are the kind of moves that players might make in a situation like this. But in fairness, Zugralin could have been just getting sticky, and you'd lose a bigger pot. Only 51,000 out there. And expect this to go check, check, and
king high, no good.
Spanish competitor, yeah.
No good, Nadia.
How about you? Huh? How about you? Greece. Oh, no. I'm born and grew up in Germany, though. Oh, okay. More in Greece now. Which island?
Zugralin second in chips at this table with 166 big blinds. About 2.5 times average.
Oh, Zo. There's one rule about the lookalike game, man. Come on. Come on, it's supposed to be chat for Pro Saturday in a few days. You're just giving James ammo over here, saying Chase Wilson looks like an older version of Chewy. It's unlucky Chewy, another poker player.
And also,
what?
What?
There's my origin.
God.
My parents' origin.
I want you to know, even though James is not technically in the booth right now with headphones over, he's around. He knows what's going. He's got his ear to the ground. Okay, he's going to hear about this, and I'm not going to be able to vouch for you.
Raven asked commentators, do you guys have favorite EPT stops, or can you not elaborate? Have you ever heard Griffin? He cannot elaborate. His vocabulary is very limited. Prague good. Barcelona hot.
Prague gold.
Pocket trace for Jackson. Good enough.
So Joe, Dead Zone. I had a question actually after watching the Dead Zone. As we get a look at the chip counts, Mustafov peaked around 1.3 million, down to near 1 million after that really nice hand from Delmare sizes. Have a look at those chip counts when I asked this to Joe. So watching the Dead Zone, gets into that action early on in the movie. Coma for 5 years, right?
Yep.
How many years do you think your girlfriend Raquel and my girlfriend Sean hold out? Do you think we wake up and they're remarried? They're in other relationships? Do you think they waited the whole time? What's the number of years you give your girlfriend?
I got an ultimatum after like 3 weeks on the road this summer, so I'm not sure if 5 years in a coma would really go over that well.
I would love to see.
It depends. Is the rest of my body working during that time? Because if she can have her needs met, she's probably going to hold out a lot longer.
I mean, poor Christopher Walken, he woke up and she had a kid, That's tough. Do recommend the Dead Zone, 1985.
This would be me waking up, by the way, me being like, well, I guess I'm single now. And she'd be like, I waited. And I was like, oh, wow, you waited. That's so nice of you. Oh, geez. I was thinking maybe we could, how about opening things up a little bit? It has been 5 years.
How old are you now, honey? Zugralin, 10-9 suited, going to be calling Mikkel's raise. They just
all the juice here. All the juicy hearts. Jack 10 tray, 3 clubs per 10s for Zugralin. Up and down, a couple of overs for Mikkel.
Electing to play this passively and is only going to see a 25% pot bet. Definitely going to be good enough to call here. You don't love all the clubs, of course, but drawing to, effective nuts kind of thing. You know, when you make a straight here, you should be good a lot of the time. Look
Even
how
if it's a
live she
club?
is. Well, you know, even in this situation, if it is a club, might get checked down and just win at showdown.
Right.
Still his own pool just in PokerStars, right? And
I'm going to be very curious what Zugralin does here on the turn. So he does check back. Doesn't want to be value talenting himself in the event of being up against a better 10 and the like.
Well, making a straight or your pair, turns out, is a lot harder.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, sure.
but I don't play MTTs. I play spins.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can still play on the other side. I see. I won't quote the name because we're on TV.
That's polite. Considerate. That's the word I was looking for. Considerate.
Different, like you come to some live.
Cal elects not to bluff at this.
Names.
Yeah, sure.
And old Zugi thinking about maybe should I try to get a little more value? But
Oh, Jugra. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, honey, honey. I can't sing it, you know. I mean, I'm a lot better about not getting us screwed than you are, Griffin. You just throw caution and DMCA rules to the wind.
Yeah. Just 5 minutes left. And then we gotta take a break. All these rules. So you can go make yourself a coffee there at home. You can go kiss your wife.
Yeah. Or maybe after the break we
Go make some eggs. Depends on what time it would be, I guess, for you.
But we had some good action.
Time zone's pretty crazy out here.
They will like my play against
2 hours ahead of the UK.
10 hours ahead of where I live.
Yeah. My dad, every day this week, my dad's been like, "Hi, how come you never tell me when you're on air?" I'm like, "Dad, it's going to be like 3 a.m. for you." My #1 fan.
Your dad's on East Coast time.
Yeah. Or I guess 5 a.m. it would start. We do have viewers and fans from all over the world, so it's going to be more convenient for others.
Mart is going to ditch the 8-4 from early position. DJ, Dan Jackson, says no.
DJ Jackson coming at you.
Action is followed to Demir Zugralin.
Brilliant level for Demir. Won that big all-in Queens to King Jack.
Very, very mindful, very Demir.
Nice. That one I hadn't got to. Great shove spot here for Varakis. Got to do it, pal. Yes, 16 big blinds facing a man with 170 big blinds, raising very wide from the cutoff. This is very clean, very demure.
Isn't Varakis the desert planet from Dune?
Oh, it actually used to be known from a different name, an old name. Dune. I'm Paul Mahmoudi Trades. Duke of Varakis.
Duke of Varakis?
This is my father's sigil. I know that whole scene by heart. I shouldn't get.
Just a couple of minutes left on the level.
Pretty exciting level.
Wow, thank you, Victor on YouTube, who says that's Arrakis, not Varakis. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can't see what I'm doing right now. Ace queen suited for the Duke of Vracus.
Boom. Pew, 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 pew. 22 big blinds, all in for Vracus. Oh, that's got to be Jacks or Ace Jack for, yeah, it's probably Jacks.
That is
Classic.
Sickest, classicest.
couple of jables.
For me, for you. Yeah, still okay. Yeah. For me, it's
Like Demure and Mindful versus Stunning and Brave. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. King 10-6.
I'm going to guess that makes him 28.9%.
Can the Jacks?
Ooh, did you see that? Meow, meow, meow.
All right, quit waiting for the award ceremony and call the action.
Any Jack, Queen, or Ace? Oh!
That is an ace.
Barry Greenstein caught the early bus.
Vracus stabs Delmar Cizes right in the backus.
Gonna need queen and only a queen. Doesn't get it. Nice double up right at the end of the level here.
Sick flip.
Is it last hand?
I'm gonna say yes.
Probably gonna be the last hand,
Yeah.
given that it's gonna take a second to count out this double up.
No. 133 total. Coming back here or not? Yeah? We are. Can we take these off? 121.
So, how much more?
133 on top of the 100. We have 112.
1 euro.
Yep.
You good? Correct?
And €1.
So should I ask you a question you won't have the answer to, Joe?
We'll let the chips
You got about 10 seconds, so go for it.
We gonna stick with this table, or are we gonna move in?
I do have the answer, and we are staying with this table.
Good idea.
We got to see what happens with So Mindful, So Demure, Zugrowlin.
Well, there's narrative, there's lore.
There's lore.
That was a good level. Good level.
Someone has to avenge Archie.
Yeah.
So we are coming back with these same 8 players and maybe some new arrivals if we get some eliminations in the next level. Georgios Vracus still tied for the shortest stackus, despite doubling up just there. We're gonna send the players on a break. You can stick around, watch some of our awesome break content, but me and Griff, we're gonna be back here in just a few from EPT Cyprus.
At the secondary feature table, Tom Middleton's pre-flop raise with King 10 was just called by Parker Talbot with Ace King. Talbot's flopped top pair in the nut flush draw, but Middleton's got top 2.
And it looks like Talbot's gonna check call this flop, me likey.
Middleton continues for 28,000.
He's gotta continue on a board like this. It's wetter than the abyss.
Talbot calls.
2 calls.
The turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Middleton now a 73% favorite.
Check.
Talbot checks a second time.
My guess is that Tom's gonna bet every street for value until a queen, a jack, or a heart comes.
He does bet again, 57,000.
Another fine spot for Talbot to just call.
That's what he will do. 218,000 in the middle. A heart on the river. Talbot has the nut flush, and he checks it.
Love the check here. If Tom had been bluffing, he'd likely bet this river.
He checks behind. Talbot tables a winner.
With the nuts.
Think both guys played it super. Thanks for asking.
You hear me sing your praises quite a bit about just how good at games you are in general. You just have one of those brains that just figures things out. You're going to spot a hole in a game. You're going to spot an edge. I imagine playing board games with you is probably really difficult because you're going to go, actually, this rule doesn't really work sort of stuff.
Yeah.
When did you start discovering that as I assume as a kid.
Yeah, definitely at a young age. You're right. I am obnoxious to play board games with. You're definitely not wrong. If it's like a competitive crew, obviously I'm an old enough man that I can calm myself down. You know, in a circumstance.
In a room full of normal people, you could be
exactly.
oh, this is not how we should be doing this.
Yeah, but if we're playing Settlers of Catan, you know, with like 3 of the boys from back in the day or something, you know, the tensions might flare up for sure. But yeah, no, ever since we were young, we used to just play, you know, all the board games in my family, like Monopoly and all the games. When we used to play Risk when we were young and stuff, we played a lot of games, and it was always very, very competitive.
Is there any actual nuance to Monopoly other than just buy everything?
Nah, just you can obviously flex on people with deals.
Okay.
Like you can.
Flex on. I can just imagine being your grandma, and you're just like, yeah, grandma.
I play with my aunt a lot.
Exactly. I guess so. The counter side to that question is, other than life stuff, like, you know, making it to flights and stuff like that, are there things that you're bad at? Are there things that your brain just doesn't work for? Like, obviously it works for math. Obviously it works for logic.
Yeah, like everything else.
Okay, so you struggle. How about maps?
Maps? Yeah, I'm not great. Someone actually just told me earlier today that I'm not very good spaciously. Am I?
Okay.
Or something, you know, like I can't find my way around a city I've been in before and whatnot.
Can you dance?
I cannot dance. That's another negative. Well, you know, I can try, but
right. You'll give it a shot though.
I'll give it a shot, but it'll probably come out looking like whatever you would expect Spraggy's dance to look like. You know, something very similar.
All right. Well, moving on. I guess you can't have everything in life, so I got to know: was it frustrating to do so well in W Coop and then still lose the fantasy league?
I actually feel kind of good about it because about a week in, I really tried to get more action on against Seb and Western. You know, I really, yeah, I really tried to juice the stakes, and they were just like, nah, can't do it. And then they talked a bunch of shit to me, and I was like, all right, well, you can't back it up with your wallets. But then they did just kind of like stomp. So they did really back it up. I mean, they just got this King guy who was their qualifier, really just carried the league for them, you know? Like, this guy was a genius. He was, I don't know, he was just a super genius.
Yeah, we just talked about him, comes out of nowhere and just wins a bunch of events, goes deep in a ton of events, yeah.
So I know his name, and like I've seen him around before. I don't know if he was playing this high forever, and he's just been an under the radar guy. Because honestly, before we did these W Coop and Scoop leagues and whatnot, like Foul First was like a big guy that was like under the radar for me. You know, like he played all the mixed games, and I'm sure he was always there on the leaderboards and whatnot. But he was just, you know, I just didn't really notice him.
We just went over his figures this year. He fired over 700 times across all the events, but did cash in a third of the events that he played. So
that's pretty epic.
Yeah, pretty good there.
That's really crazy, actually. 33% cash rate is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's 33 based on entries, but 33 based on the
cash rate. Okay, yeah, sure.
Where are we at on the live curse these days? We broke it recently, right?
Yeah, the live curse has just been like fully broken. I mean, I made like a final table with the second or third place or something on my last like 3 live stops. So
Maryland, you just showed up late and then almost won the high roller. Did I read that right?
Yeah, no, the main event. Yeah, the 2K main. Yeah, I got second, and I got ultra coolered heads up. I really thought I was going to win a trophy from goddamn Maryland, just randomly. I thought it was going to be so funny, dude. And then, yeah, it just didn't go my way, heads up. But that was a really fun tournament. Just ended up there kind of solo and just, yeah, stumbled into a second place.
Yeah, it was so weird seeing that. It's like WrestleMania. Like all of a sudden, Tonka comes running down from backstage and almost wins the main event there. One last topic to cover before we get to the stupid game I have planned for you. The Mystery Cash Challenge is currently airing. The second one, you were the only returning player. Much bigger impact this time, I think, you had on the game. A lot more involved, and there was a lot more going on this time around. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I actually watched some of the second episode the other day. I really want to see spoilers if anyone's going to watch it, but I really want to see a spot where I slow roll Spraggy.
I don't think that's too much of a spoiler. That's okay. You can say that.
Yeah, okay. But I really wanna spectate that hand.
It was actually it's tough because like I don't have the competitive edge that you guys have, right? And obviously when you guys are in the moment,
you just see your friend in pain right there.
Yes, I see not just that friend in pain, but like all you guys, and y'all were like pretty cutthroat with each other at various points throughout that taping, to the point where like a few times I came out and I was like, guys, and I just want to let you know that Barney came to your defense and he was like, look, Parker wants to treat this like an anything goes kind of format, and I agree with him. If that's how he looks at it, that's how it should be able to, like, I was like, hey, could you guys like maybe not try to be as ruthless to each other? And I was like, no, Stapes, get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, you know, we're trying to make good television. They're trying to have good things, fun things happen. That's why it's like a troll game, you know, mystery cash challenge. Like we've added a whole bunch of nonsensical things into it. That's why I just think, like, you know, the more nonsense, the better at that point, kind of thing. For within reason, of course. I feel like I'm within reason. Maybe some people disagree, but I don't think I go too out of line. I try not to.
I think people are going to really enjoy the rest of the Mystery Cash Challenge, so check that out.
Blinds 15,000 and 30,000 with a 4,000 ante. Jack Salter's folded under the gun. Nikita Nikolaev also passes. Martin Sealis has queens under the gun +2. He raises.
Hello, ladies.
Ace 4 of hearts for Majoroka.
Majoroka's been known to get a little antsy in the pantsy. And things are looking antsy.
This is a 3-bet from the cutoff. Roka makes it 140,000. Petrangelo and Hicks both fold. Ivan Sojnikov gives up the big blind. Action back on Sealis.
4-bet coming.
Raise.
He re-raises to 225,000.
Small 4-bet, small enough to just call with ace-4 suited.
Roka isn't counting out a call. He 5-bets to 475k.
Turns his hand into a bluff. I guess he's assuming no real hand would 4-bet that small. Can't say I blame him. And this is usually the point where it goes all in. And if not, Martin Sealis should probably have watched more episodes of this show. I really don't see how you can 4-bet fold queens ever unless you have a ridiculous live read. Like he would literally have to be listening to an Oreo for me to fold here.
Wow, he folds!
Oh my. Who folds queens anymore?
Show one.
One ace and second ace.
So just show the red ace then.
Choose one.
Woo!
Take it. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
It's the ace of hearts that got flipped over.
Ace 2.
Almost Shemian first to act here. Back on the scene after a short break, and he's got kings.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's a raise to 125k. Kurganov has king queen.
Uh-oh, and he just got those chips too. He must be delirious.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 335,000. Round to Mustafa Kanit in the small blind. Who's got queens?
This is the worst thing to happen to a Mustafa since Dr. Evil's malfunctioning trapdoor. No way he folds. How much more is he gonna lose?
It doesn't look like he's counting out a call. It's a cold 4-bet to 835,000. With Chidwick folding, the action's back on Shemian.
He's not folding. And I don't think he's expecting Mustafa to fold either. Yeah, I'm glad we're playing with the kings and queens only deck.
I'm all in.
Shemian shoves. Easy fold for Igor.
How much is that? Little over 2.
Mustafa's getting almost 3-1. Surprised he hasn't called it off already.
$2,055,000.
Canet giving this careful consideration.
Does all this Shemian make anybody else wonder when Season 4 of Vikings is coming back? I think this is just one of those think side calls.
Not on this occasion, he folds.
Wow.
Show us one card, not an ace.
No ace to show.
Canet laid it down.
I hope he didn't overplay any hand.
I was not folding against you.
Huh? I know. Against you, I'm happy to play my money in this spot.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I was for value.
Ace queen. Queens.
Yes.
My value is different than your value.
Yeah, it's not ace queen because you call ace queen against him.
I don't know. I hope he didn't overplay the ace king, but I don't think so.
How did he fold queens there? Meanwhile, back to the final table where guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of euros. Ola Shemian has opened with aces and Vogelsang's got queens.
And goodbye. Not that Vogelsang can go broke here. Bring out the stretcher. This is gonna hurt a lot.
$840.
The 4-bet from Shemian. $840,000. Some of the on-point decisions we've seen today. Any chance that Vogelsang gets away from this?
I will lose my mind.
Yeah.
But crucially, no 5-bet from Christoph, just a call. This hand going to the flop. 1.83 million in the middle. Shemian has 1.82 behind.
I mean, it's impressive, but what flops do you get away from?
Well, certainly not this one.
I mean, we've seen some pretty stunning poker today. It's been very hard to extract value from Christoph Vogelsang. Shemian had almost exactly pot left behind before he made this bet. This for about a third of his remaining chips. And again, just a call.
Well, a diamond on the turn gives us a sweat, I guess.
Christoph put 425. Did you bet 430 or 435?
435.
And my guess is that this is more for in case Ola is bluffing to let him keep bluffing than to give himself some room to get away from queens on a 9-high board. No amount of sorcery would surprise me at this point, though. It would still impress me. It just wouldn't surprise me. Well, I can't even make a half pot bet. Or just.
All in.
Shemian shoves the turn.
Count, please.
Vogelsang wants a count.
Maybe he does it, James.
I don't see how.
Maybe he does it.
Sorry, 1 million, how much?
That's 1.1 here.
1,385. Okay.
1.35, right?
I mean, it smells like what it is.
Right, he's played this hand like a big pocket pair. Does he play jacks or tens this same way? Wow, he did it.
He folds the queens.
He folded queens. It seems so obvious when you can see the cards, but, well, it's just so easy to call there. I have an overpair. I call. Whoops, I just doubled you up.
Well, this is the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and we are in Cyprus. It's day 3 of the main event. 2 levels down, 3 to go. Level 18 about to get underway with the blinds at 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Faradin Mustafov still has the tournament chip lead, but Demir Zugralin, who had a decent last level, is hot on his heels, second in chips. Both those players, Nick, 1 and 2, out of a field of 90 on the main stage at our feature table right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Very exciting stuff. And we're starting to get down to some pretty reasonable pay jumps, James. Very excited to see who's going to make it out. And looking forward to more coverage directly here from Cyprus.
Yeah, we are going to play 3 more levels, including this level. Tomorrow we play down to 16. Saturday we play down to 6. Sunday we play down to a champion. So same lineup on the main stage, focused on those 2 monster stacks and on former EPT champion Sebastian Malitz, who won Barcelona back in 2016. He's still a big stack with 90 bigs. Average stack right now is around 400K, so around 50 bigs.
Yep, very luxury blind levels, as we like to point out. The European Poker Tour main event has very, very nice structure. Oh, there we go, sprinting to the table, trying to get back in the action. And it shows, doesn't it, James? You know, really feels like there's a lot of play here. Even if you're a shorter stack, still plenty of time to wait it out and, you know, try and pick your spots accordingly.
4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. First hand back from the break, and we see Damir Zugralin open with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. And we see a flat from Delmare with ace-jack. Round to Malitz on the button. Ace-queen suited.
56.
Yeah, this is squeeze territory, James.
7 raised to 56,000.
Chip leader has folded. Martin McCall folds the big blind, so action back on the original razor.
UTG +2 versus button. This is tricky. Honestly, I don't know where 9-10 suited falls in terms of 3-bet defense. But then also, of course, we have a player to act behind as well, James. That makes it a little bit tricky. I think I might just default to a fold, but we might be deep enough where we just want to call and The cool thing about calling here, James, is the player behind you, the last player to act here on your left, is probably unlikely to put in another raise. So you're going to see a flop, and they're often priced in, so you get additional dead money in the pot anyway. So there's kind of like, it's kind of like a moment where you kind of know you're going to see the flop. You're not going to get pushed out too often.
Okay, Delmare responds by moving all in.
Never mind.
Now, does this just look bad to me because I can see that he's dominated by Malitz's ace-queen? Is this actually a good move against an unknown hand squeezing from the button?
Yeah, I don't know, James. This feels somewhat dissimilar to the spot where the ace-queen suited back raised into the aces that we saw earlier today. I think it's probably fine if you think Malitz is capable of squeezing here on the lighter side, which of course we know he is. I think Malitz is probably pretty happy just to shove over the top now, I suppose. 322K. It's still a lot of big blinds, though, James.
Also, looks pretty strong. You flat the open, and then you re-jam against the 3-bet.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, the Grafton has to be folded there, but I was not expecting the shove from the ace-jack.
So this is domination situation, and Delmare's going to need to get lucky against Sebastian Malitz.
Good at the elevators. I mean, I'm really bad because I have to run here, but I made it.
Yeah, Malitz did make it back for the hand, just,
like
and he's going to move above the million mark if ace-queen holds here.
But now it's more important to win.
Yeah, this is a big moment. This is for a decent chunk of change.
Is he going to get spraggied? Is he going to get done dirty by ace-jack? Good start. Queen high flop. Delmare gaining 2% equity by standing up. Does he have a jacket? Does he have a bag? Can he get any additional percentage points?
You save so much chips here.
Wait a second. Oh no.
He is drawing dead on the turn.
9 on the river. Good luck. Nice playing with you. Unbelievable.
So Delmare KO'd, and Malitz up to 1.12 million. I think he's just taken the tournament chip lead now.
Yeah, I mean, guys, that was a lot of big blinds at this stage in the turn. As you said, James, what were we saying, 40 big blind average, something like that? And that was pretty darn close.
I bet 108, he jumped 170.
So we see going into Sebastian Malitz's stack. What a great spot to run back to, James. He sprinted over there just in time.
Back to get ace-queen suited and back to bust a fool and chip up to the #1 position. We're pretty sure right now that we have the 3 biggest stacks in the room at this table. Malitz, Mustafov, and Zhugerlin.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to think about that spot a bit more, James. I want to say it's somewhat similar to the spot we saw earlier where the ace-queen suited sort of flatted and then sort of back raised it, maybe it was ace-queen offsuit into the aces. But the stack depth was very different there. That was a lot of big blinds to be back raising, and I'm not sure if that's the sort of story that makes sense in terms of actually trying to get hands as strong as ace-queen to fold. In any case, was a move and called, and back in the mix now. Malitz with a pretty hand in the cutoff.
Yeah, it's Chase Wilson who's open with king-queen. Malitz flats with jack-9 of diamonds. Rounds the blinds, who both fold, so heads up to the flop. Eight, 7, 4 with 2 strawberries.
Checks over, and now we have a decision about whether or not we want to start sort of bluffing the jack-9. I like a bet here, James. 2 overcards and a gut shot, and obviously our opponent will have plenty of combinations that are just forced to check fold on this texture.
Bet of 16,000 called by Wilson. King high still ahead.
This is interesting from Wilson, James. Not even a backdoor flush draw, just a king high float. You know, are we hoping to try and make it to showdown versus an opponent that's shown some willingness to bet flop? If I'm Mallets, I'm going for a second barrel here, and it's going to be something in the region of 50K, I guess. I think that's how I like to look at this one. But what are we thinking, Sebastian? 62,000.
Wilson's demonstrated pretty good instincts so far.
Yeah, so far instinct's correct. It's just whether or not he's going to have enough windows here to sort of make it to showdown or find find a bluff. I think that's the issue here, James. Is King Queen? You're not really sure if you're floating with the best hand or you're floating with a hand that potentially needs to be turned into a bluff on a later street.
Well, away from the outer table to show you a player who was eliminated a short while ago. Ivan Zechev, our second to last gold pass winner. He busted just before the end of the last level. 91st place finish for $13,820. So that means just one more gold pass winner still in the field with 87 players remaining. Of course, you can win a gold pass, which you could redeem for an EPT main event package via Power Path. And today, as we are every single day this week, offering you a free roll with $2,000 in Power Path tickets in the prize pool. Stay tuned, and a bit later on today, we'll reveal the start time and the password for today's free roll, which will award a $55 Step 4 ticket to all 9 finalists. Additional tickets in the prize pool as well, totaling $2K. And a reminder, these free rolls are for players on all shared liquidity licenses except Belgium, Germany, and Sweden. Mallets opening with 10s. 3-bet by Mustafov with ace-queen.
These guys are deep, deep, James, as you pointed out, some of our chip leaders in the tournament. And I think we're still in 10s defend territory, gang. I mean, when we have this many big blinds, people, it's almost impossible to make a mistake here, James, just because even if we purely set mine our 10s, which of course we know it has a greater value than that, we still have so much implied value in when we actually hit a 10 here that I think it's a very reasonable hand that we're going to want to continue with every time, pretty much any pair, in fact, at the stack depth.
Well, we have a king 7 deuce flop. 10s are still ahead. What a great start to this level for Sebastian Mallets, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm assuming we see a c-bet here. 40K, something like that. Oh, goes really small here. 22K into a pot of 120. And I think the 10s are going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Mallets has won the first 2 hands of this session. He's looking to go 3 in a row. Makes the call, and we're going to the turn. Ten still good.
Quick check, but I feel like this is one you can 2-barrel if you want, James. Ace-Queen has a lot of showdown, though, so we don't necessarily always want to be bluffing here, but when you bet that small on the flop, you will get a lot of those smaller pairs sticking around. You might want to try and get them to fold once in a while, some 10s, some 9s, some 8s. You know, even hands like 6s, perhaps. I think checking is very reasonable, though, as well.
Barry Greenstein. Well, Mallets is not going to be able to make it 3 in a row.
Why does this desk always have an ace on it?
So Mustafov checked back the turn. Seems like, wow, an interesting check back. I figured we'd get a value bet on the river from Mustafov, but He will win the pot and reclaim the chip lead, but he and Mallett's pretty much tied at the top right now.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what plays into it here, James. Maybe he's just thinking, you know, do I really want to get check raised by one of the other chip leaders in a situation where we're just feeling so good about, you know, taking our stacks all the way to a larger payday down the way. But, you know, we can't fall into that too often.
So this is the last remaining Gold Pass winner. It's a player who was on one of our feature tables yesterday, Guillermo Gerdo, playing 410K, more than 51 big blinds, and he is just below average right now, but a very comfortable stack at this stage of an EPT main. A reminder that Power Path runs every day on PokerStars. You can buy in at any step bar step 4, which is a ticket-only qualifier. And of course, the price point of that step 4 reduced from the beginning of this week. No longer a 109 qualifier, now a $55 qualifier.
16. 16. Well. 7.
Rakas raising here with sevens.
Rakas here got about 35 to start the hand, 35 bigs. Starts off with just the pure min. This might go all the way around though.
5 seconds.
Does take this one down.
Down to 86 players in the main event. Current payout $13,820. Next money jump is when we get to 71. Jackson's raise called by Chase Wilson, and a 10-8 deuce flop.
Wilson on the button here, King X something. Does decide to check as well. So let's do a little sweat with here, James. If Wilson has King 10, probably bets flop. If Wilson has Ace King, probably 3 bets pre-flop. Does Wilson have King Queen? That seems strong enough to potentially check this flop back. King Queen flat in position, check this flop. That would make sense. What other kings are they supposed to have here? Pocket Kings probably 3-betting pre as well. Prediction, King Queen, James. You ready for this? Prediction, King Queen activated.
There's a very good chance this goes to showdown.
And he's about to showdown King Queen.
Just to be clear, you don't win anything, all right?
King.
That's okay. Prediction activated. James, how much do I win?
It was King Jack, so you win nothing.
Damn.
I mean, there was no prize if you got it right. You're certainly not getting anything for getting it wrong.
There's a moral victory, James. Yeah, that's right, Tom. Banned. Ban me now.
Ace high wins the pot, albeit a small one.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we've ticked down to 85 players.
Yellow Hannah has a good point. The queen is blocked, but as we all know, blockers aren't real.
Queen Jack for Dan Jackson. Raises to 17,000. And Mallets with the dominating hand. King Jack defends. And we go heads up to the flop. King 10 tray.
Absolutely not rotationed, but King Jack still has some sweat here. The straight draw for the Queen Jack. That's about 15K. So around 1/3 of the pot, which is going to be quite a frequent continuation bet size on this sort of a texture.
15,000 called. Queen on the turn. So Jackson turns a pair. Mallets now has a straight draw. Three of diamonds on the river, pairs the board. Well, this board is straighty, it is flushy, it is paired. It's a straighty, flushy, paired board.
Yeah, King Jack's got to go for some value, though, I think. Plenty of hands that call a bet here. What's the size, though? 51,000. How much? 26K. Goes for approximately 1/3 of the pot this time. And honestly, I would struggle to fold a Queen Jack here. I think this size does feel like perhaps it's sort of a more of a blocker bet size. Ooh, nice work though. Gets away from it. Not too shabby.
Mallets and Mustafov tied for the chip lead right now. Around 140 big blinds each.
Sorry. Can you find some service, please?
There's a look at our feature table chip counts. 1.14 million up top. Mustafov looking good. Wilson, 246K. Still 30 big blinds though, James.
Yeah, no short stacks at this table.
No danger zones. Got a good question in the chat here for you, James. Ceylon Mayer says, what actually happened with James and Nick plays MTTs live on stream? Let me answer that question for you. James big time me. We had so much fun.
That is not
we
true.
We had so much fun on that first stream.
Correct.
We were having a great time. And now he lives this jet set, fast and furious lifestyle. I just can't keep up with him. He doesn't have time for us anymore, Chad.
Okay. The traveling part is true. I don't consider that big timing. If I were spending significant amounts of time in a place in the world where I could play on PokerStars, I would happily join you for a dual stream.
No, I know that's true. That was a lot of fun, though. I would like to revisit that if we find more time in the future, but It is tricky. I mean, he's usually on his private jet somewhere when the connection's not good enough to stream. But you know.
Sadly, Tom, the 100% success rate is no longer a thing. I'm now at 75%. I've played 4 Sunday Millions and cashed 3 of them. I still think that's decent, but it doesn't quite have the same ring as a 100% record.
Yeah. But, you know, the law of averages here.
$8-7 versus 6-4 going to the flop. $22,000 bet from Wilson and a fold from Mustafov. As we track across the room and see all remaining tables in the EPT Cyprus main event. 83 players still in contention for the trophy and $1 million first prize.
That is quite the camera rig set up there, James. It's like a triple DSLR scenario.
When you talk about the camera setup, I thought you were talking about the Parisian street lamps that we have over every table, but no, I see what you're talking about.
Are we going for the triple angles?
That's not us.
No, I know, but it's creative. I like it. It's one way to do it.
Are they filming poker and bullet time? Are they doing the whole kind of like, you know, when the cards get folded, you spin around the table?
That's what it looks like.
Because not being funny, that is so played. That is so early 2000s ripping off the Matrix.
That was the Matrix. Yeah, that's right. 500 DSLRs, synchronized frames.
By the way, the best spoof or rip-off of that bullet time from the Matrix is in Team America World Police, where the puppets jump up in the air and they just spin them around on their strings.
That's right. Great film.
A King 7-4 flop. Dean MC 1970 says, nerdy question, but why is the prize money denominated in dollars when Cyprus is a euro island? We are not in the bit of Cyprus that uses the euro.
That's right. Local currency is Turkish lira.
And the casino plays in USD.
That's right. It's just a little bit more easy to trade here.
So we get to the river, the 10 of diamonds, and that 10 is good for Wilson.
Yeah, looks like he's reaching for chips now, too. Rough one here for Vrakas. I kind of think I end up playing the hand similarly. If you bet turn and you get called, you're kind of feeling like obliged to continue bluffing when you don't really need to, when you're going to have the best hand a lot of the time. What's this river bet now? 48K. Whew. So that was 48K into a pot of 176. And with the ace of diamonds in hand, though, James, can we start bluffing now? And honestly, I kind of dig it. What if you just make this 200 to go right here, right now? What if you just put it all in right here, right now?
Well, Vraka's clearly thinking about doing something. Has played a time bank card.
Tell you one thing, James. I'm all in.
I think I heard that verbal declaration, and there is the red triangle. Vrakas has indeed shoved the river.
Oh, baby, oh, baby. Blockers are real. That's what he's screaming in his brain right now.
So it's all into call for Chase Wilson. Can he find this hero call, having rivered a pair of 10s?
Love how the chat's already saying bad bluff, and they haven't even seen the outcome of the hand yet. Terrible bluff, James. Just terrible.
Right now, the prospect of Chat Pro Saturday is not looking good. Guys, you are really, really going to have to pull it out the bag tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want to see the chat on fire across both platforms. And as I said, we've got to get the idiocy-ometer down below 20%. It's tracking too high right now.
All right. Hey, guys, can we get some claps in the chat for that maneuver? That was absolutely stellar poker. Beautiful use of the ace of diamonds blocker. Power poker. To all of you out there who said that was a bad bluff, I don't know what you are talking about.
I think you have King Kong.
King Kong?
King Kong.
It's in the range for sure.
Yes, but he would never play King Queen like that, so.
No, King Kong would be pocket kings.
Ah. Thought he said King Queen.
King Kong.
I see. I see. Pocket kings. That would make more sense.
Correct. It is a nickname given to that hand.
But also might be concerned about diamonds. Doesn't necessarily shove with top set there. Also probably plays it differently on the streets before, but fair play. Nice hand.
Monovan says King Thong. That thong, the thong, thong, thong.
Rowie, you're quite right. Paired board would have been a boat.
Zuckerlin is opened with ace-queen. McCall in the small blind with ace-jack.
Quite right, chat. Thank you.
Looks like she has called from the small blind. Action on Dan Jackson. Three-way to the flop.
I said call before. You told me 5 seconds and I said call. Well then, I don't know. Did anyone hear?
I think you said call. Yeah.
Right? I'll say it louder, but I mean, okay.
If you heard it, it's fine, right?
Yeah.
I didn't recognize
Yeah, I'm not paying
so-
attention.
so-
I not see it.
So the issue there is that Marta said call before putting the chips out. The dealer didn't hear her say call, so only recognized her call when the chips went out and felt that she owed a time bank card.
I see.
Other players are backing her and saying they heard her say the word call, so on this occasion she is not being charged a time bank card for going over 15 seconds.
Yeah, I like this, James. I think if the rules are being honored, I think in the spirit of the game, if everyone thinks that they heard call, then I think that's fine, isn't it? Don't want to enforce rules for the sake of it if everyone feels like it's being played fairly.
Meanwhile, everyone's flopped something. We've got Zugralin with top pair, top kicker, Mikkel with second pair, top kicker, and Jackson with the heart draw. Zugralin has continued for 18,000. For the avoidance of doubt, that is a call. I do think the dealer would find it easier to hear the players if he didn't insist on listening to the best of Simply Red while working at the feature table.
Absolutely.
The sick beats of Fairground were pounding in his left ear. Well, you can see him bouncing along. And I love the thought of coming home to you.
So interesting decision now, James. Does Ace Queen want to put in a barrel on the turn?
As our French colleagues would say, Nicholas, second bow.
Second bow. That's right, yeah, and I think this is, I think given the pre-flop action and the positions we're discussing, I think 2 barrels here is really cute and does take it down. Nice work.
3 players at the feature table with more than $1 million, including overall chip leader Sebastian Mallets. With just under an hour to run on this level. 55 minutes on the clock until the blinds go up.
Thank you so much.
One more cold water, right? Thank you.
Jean-Yves says, they don't tip there? This ain't Casino Royale. You don't tip with tournament chips with no cash value. Another pot for Sebastian Mallets.
That's right, guys. Tipping in tournaments usually occurs at the end of the tournaments. One does not tip during a tournament play.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Nunez says with PokerStars, they take the 3% tip at the start when you buy in. There is a difference. There is a difference between staff fee and tip. The 3% pays for the dealer's wages. A tip is the extra you give if you feel you've received good service.
Dinner break should be after 4th again, right?
Yeah.
You could argue, when you go for a meal, that the cost of the serving staff was included in the cost of the meal, whether that's 3%, 5%,
Sure.
10% of the total you paid. A tip is a gratuity.
That's absolutely correct. Best dealers in the world, by the way, James.
Queen 6-4. And by the way, the star fee is not unique to PokerStars events. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 checks on the flop here, gang. Thought perhaps we might have seen a bet on the flop here from the hijack. I would be concerned, James, if my opponent was not betting Queen 6-4. I'd be real concerned because this is one we're going to bluff very aggressively. So the checks becomes quite a lot of strong showdown when we've got sort of 9 high, no hand, no draw. Second bow. I say second bow. The turn bet is what I meant to say. He's going to get it done.
No, it's Irish lad. Star fee is different to the registration fee. Registration fee, in this example, the main event, where the buy-in is $5,300, is the $300 is the registration fee. The star fee is 3% of the total prize pool, which is generated from the $5,000 buy-in.
Hardetsak was asking about my thoughts on Jackson wearing his hoodie backwards. Yeah, I think it's fine. He can do whatever he wants. But also, I would imagine it's something to do with covering up his face while he's playing in certain situations. That's quite a common thing. You'll notice people wearing buffs, James. You'll notice people wearing scarves or funnel neck hoodies. Just a little bit more material to cover up your face while you're playing, try and cover some tells. It's a comfort blanket as well, really. Some people just like to do a certain thing when they play, and that, if that works for you and it gets the job done, just do it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sunderbrun. We can move on from talking about tips. Next thing you know, people will bring up tax, and that is a conversation I'm definitely shutting down.
All right, 3-bet territory. Mikel here puts in a 3-bet with the Queen 9 suited. Oh, the 4-bet.
Wow.
Wow, that was pure pressure.
Mustafov takes it down up to 1.2 million. Martin Mikel down to 20 bigs. Chase Wilson is now the table short stack, by the way, with 16 bigs. We do have a legitimate shorty now at the feature table.
Yeah, I admire Marta's spirit there, but kind of tangling with the big stack. He's like, I got a pair. I don't care. Just run it. Gets the job done pre-flop regardless. All right, so the heart rewarded straight off the bat. UTG +1, Mikel aces.
Okay, a gut shot for Sebastian Mallets. Ace is still good post-flop.
Oh, there.
So Mikel about 16 big blinds behind after putting in that initial pre-flop raise. Sorry, 18, excuse me.
Nice, bro.
Decides to check on the flop.
How much is the big...
Mallets catches a piece on the turn.
Yeah, and the time is now. I think this is where we start to get value from diamonds, from the 9X, from the 6X. And we want to size to potentially shove river, I think, as well. And there's the call, of course. Can't be letting go just yet. What's on the river?
The river is an 8, but with the 10s on board, 9s and 8s don't play. It's 9s and 10s, beaten by aces and 10s.
And then the question is Marta concerned about some 7x in there? Would a 7 really check this river and allow Marta to get away with a check as well? Give it some thought here, because I do think a trap 7 is going to be somewhat unlikely given that action so far. Might still try and find value from the 9x, 8x, 6x.
He's still bouncing along to Fairground, by the way. I think he's got that one song on loop. He has the entire Simply Red back catalogue available to him, but he's just listening to that one song over and over and over. And I love the thought of coming home to you.
James, DMCA.
Check, check. Martin Mikel chips up to around 25 bigs.
Yeah, just decides to keep it conservative, and I definitely can't blame her there. It seems that you are probably going to sometimes get yourself in trouble. Definitely some traps there once in a while from the big blind range with the 1 card straight.
Tall player coming in. Wow, big guy with a big stack. Ivan Banic, who has just shy of 1 million chips, 996,000. Wow, there's so many chips on this table now.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what happens, but it... Get out your cards, please place them in the box. Like 2 seconds. Yeah, of course.
You know, as fun as it is to see the deep stacks go to war sometimes, James, I think if we do get a table change soon, we're probably going to see a lot more violence, because the shorter stacks got to battle so much harder, so many more spots to be all in to try and vie for the top spot. But this is a thoroughly stacked feature table at the moment.
Yes. I thought so. Right.
Welcome to the table, Ivan Banic. 7-6 offsuit, folds. Georgios Frakis on the button. King deuce of clubs.
16.
Raises to 16,000. Sebastian Mallets folds the small blind. Faradin Mustafov has the snowman's num-num in the big blind.
So Frakis here, 48 big blinds after putting in the raise on the button. Pocket eights just decides to keep it chill. Covering, of course.
Oh, wow. Car crash alert. We have got a set versus a flush draw.
So both players fairly deep stacked.
Action checked to Frakis, the pre-flop aggressor, continuing for 26K.
And if Mustafov wants to win the whole stack, we got to see some check raising right here on the flop, in my opinion, James. Having second set is always kind of better than having top set in these situations, because when your opponent has top pair, they're more likely to pay you off when you have middle set. Obviously, unblocking clubs is also very useful.
Check raise from Mustafov. Made it 102,000. Frakis with 365K behind.
So, James, like I said, we are quite deep going into this hand. And with a hand like King Deuce of Clubs, I really, really hope we don't see a raise again here on the flop. I really hope we just see a call. Oh. This is really reactivating the action in a way that is not favorable for a hand that has so much equity in position and the power of position as well, James.
So Vrakas makes the call. And pairs his deuce on the turn. So having check-raised the flop, one would expect Mustafov to barrel here.
All in.
In fact, he shoves on Vrakas, who's got roughly pot behind, a little bit over pot, 289k. A pair and a flush draw, we can see just 19%.
Seconds.
I mean, this bet's kind of shut things down, right? You can't carry on.
You would imagine so, James.
5 seconds.
Wow, Vrakas calls all in. And is going to need to hit a miracle river card. Very surprised. He calls it off on a draw.
Yeah.
Just 8 outs.
Might have just felt priced in, James, to know.
He's not.
But it was a large gamble indeed.
This is a huge pot. 826,000.
This is absolutely massive, yeah.
River card is a brick, and that will see Georgios Vrakas eliminated, out in 76th place. And we now have a monster chip leader, Faradin Mustafov, over 1.6 million. He's playing more than
$72. $72.
One raise 72,000.
Mustafov getting a little cheeky with 6-3 suited. Miguel on the button wants to have a peek with ace-jack of spades.
Wilson deciding what to do here. Is going to shove the fives.
Okie dokie. That is allowed.
Yeah, Wilson all in here for 130K. Less than 20 bigs. Mikkel might actually back call here, Joe.
Maybe.
We'll be ahead of some ace-x 3-bet jams with that shorter stack. King-queen, perhaps. Queen-jack, perhaps. Queen-jack suited. If I'm Mikkel, I'm calling here, I think.
Really? I think.
Yeah.
I'd probably fold this, but Mikkel does take the braver route.
It's only 15 bigs, right?
Is flipping, yeah, but it is most of her stack.
Sure.
Flipping for Wilson's tournament life. Hot girl summer versus mediocre white guy winter. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Don't shame me, Joe.
And fives are holding thus far. Not a spade in sight. Deuce on the turn. We apologize for the loss of sound for the last few minutes. It wasn't poker in the ears then. It is now.
Poker is back in the ears.
Because Mikkel has 6 outs. Connects with none of them. That's a double up for Wilson. And now Martin Mikkel will be shorter than Chase Wilson started that hand.
That's right. 9 big blinds now for Martin Mikkel. And fair play, fair dues, fair fight. I think I like to play from both players, though. It seems very reasonable stuff. Just got to win those flips in tournaments. So Marta will need to find a double to get back in this tournament, but still 9 chips to go with that chair. 9 bets, 9 big blinds.
Easy enough stack to play, I guess.
Yeah. And with the luxury blind levels we have here in the main event, still an opportunity, or many opportunities to come. There you go. Those of you asking about seat 1 wearing his hoodie backwards, looks like it is going to be for masking facial tells. So you can see there from the wide shot. Let's crack on hand number 79.
Got an open under the gun from Ivan Banic. Makes it 16,000. Folds around to Zugralin with ace-10. Just to defend. So Banic is going to have position. And does flop the deuce. Domination rotation. Shouldn't even really count as domination rotation in a case like this. How are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know that you're like, I got my kicker and they didn't? Well, now you know. Now you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah. And now suddenly feeling like you're going to be doing all right. Big blind checks. Banic now probably tempted to bet. What's the size, though?
And we're going to stick around for the river. 19% equity, not the worst. 4 not helpful.
Yeah, and I suppose when you have ace deuce, you're probably thinking you're going to be targeting more 9x, 6x, deuce x on the river. So I don't know how big we're supposed to go. Like, your opponent isn't going to have an ace as often as you might like, because you, of course, have an ace in your hand to go with the one on the board. Just 2 left in the deck. However, if they're going to hero call you with a 9 or a 6, what's the size that they're most likely to call? That's kind of what we're thinking in this situation.
Does anybody use the phrase aces up anymore?
Sure.
I love that. I like aces up. 73,000 to bet with aces up.
Yeah, it's really hard to fold this hand, though. Ace-10 is just going to be winning way too often. Does Zugralin here find a way to fold, though?
What I like to say here, though, Nick, is what are the bluffs?
Well, people that want to rep the ace combos, maybe they check back a king-queen or a king-jack on the flop. Maybe they check back a queen-jack on the flop.
Okay. Those count.
And then they go, hey, I can rep this ace. I'm under the gun. I got loads of aces in my range.
Yeah, sure.
That makes sense, right? But I think the other thing to consider as well, Joe, is Banic might be value betting ace-7 suited.
Worse.
Or ace-8 suited.
Sure.
You know? If he's going to have ace-deuce, he's going to have a bunch of other stuff that might think they're value betting. I think you just side call here.
Maybe you find the side fold. Maybe. Nope. The side call. Prediction? Correct.
Yeah, bummer. I don't really think this is a case of, like, you know, this is a bad call, like, you know, he can get away. I think it's just a spot where you kind of just call. I don't think there's really too much science in it. I think you're just gonna have the best hand way too often, and I think versus range, you probably will just turn up with the best hand a lot. He was close, though, and that counts for something.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Do you ever play horseshoes like the American like bar game? Go at the back and throw the horseshoes.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, we still apologize for the lack of sound. We do have an all-in with Lucian Cohen. And we found things on the flop where Lucian had flopped a set of kings. And got it in against an open-ended straight draw. Lucian filled up on the river. Has the stream been mute for the last 20 minutes just to avoid having to hear what he's saying here? Was that the...
They were muting it in anticipation of Ratman.
And 180K is what he doubled up to, so you can see why it was probably pretty easy to get it in with an open-ender against a 90K stack or whatever was left by the time it went in. Back up to the main stage. We're about 25 minutes away from the next break, at which point we will try to get the table audio back, if not sooner.
Yep. In the meantime, let's just try and follow the action to the best of our ability. We'll try and help you out, chat. Marty McKell, of course, the short stack at our feature table. She's the one to watch. Needs to get some doubles with the 9 big blinds. Acting as second, I think, here pre-flop. Quick fold.
Chase Wilson. Ace 9 of spears.
Yeah, coming off that fresh double with the pocket fives, going to open the cutoff. And I think Kings is a pretty good hand here. I think Kings is a top 3 hand, Joe.
Yeah, I would mostly agree. No need to get into it now. I'd mostly agree.
Debatably, top 3 finds the 3 bets. So initial raise was to 16,000, re-raise here to 56K now. Just lets it go.
Wilson!
Wilson!
Ooh, that was a good one. Swedish Kebab, I don't mind your bad look-alike, but we don't use other poker players.
That's the rule, bro. That's the rule.
Ooh, Rick on YouTube says, I do think this is the time to announce Chat Pro Saturday. I don't think we've had a Chat Pro Saturday in months.
Yeah, at least like 4 APTs.
James has been canceling them left and right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Tom is reminding us. By the way, shout out mods. Hello, mods. Ed, Tom, Raksha. Sorry if I'm missing anyone. Tom reminding us, James said it's very close to being canceled this time also. There's nothing I can do about it if James cancels it, by the way. I can't really undermine him.
Wilson folding King 10 suited. Wow, doesn't want to play that super monstro against the chip leaders, it would seem.
Well, he lets these amazing hands in.
Mustafov, of course, was the big blind here. Perhaps that was playing into his mind there. Didn't want to get played back at. But I don't know. King 10 suited, Joe. It's pretty spicy.
You look at this board, though. You're like, ugh. King 10 of clubs. This is classic King 10 of club flop right here.
It's a classic. That 5K and take it down on the flop, Joe. But yeah, fair play.
I will try to pitch to James that we owe Chat Pro Saturday. Ooh, a king on the turn. I thought this hand was over. pitched to James that because of this sound snafu that maybe maybe we owe it to
That's
them.
fair. And of course, if we don't end up getting Chat Pros Saturday, guys, you can always partake in the Chat Pro Poker Show, !CPPS in Twitch chat for more details. Myself and Chris Dragalis put on a fun little event whenever we're back home and not on tour that you guys can enjoy. And all Chat Pros are welcome.
You're a brave man, as this bet with the gut shot from Mustafov gets mallets to fold. Now, is the goal of the Chat Pro Poker Show to embarrass Chat Pros or no? To embrace Chat Pros?
It's the exact opposite.
Wow.
Anything that's said in chat is fully embraced. Any play that is considered bad but is considered good by the player who played it is maybe the best play we've ever seen on stream. But really, it's more of an opportunity for the Chat Pros to actually play. And the interesting thing is, Joe,
How do they do?
So very well, actually. This is the point.
What?
So what we do is people that come to the stream will say, hey, that's me on screen. Can you label me as a Chat Pro? So we label them as a Chat Pro. And that way we know who's joining us on stream, who's actually in the tournament as well, right?
Oh,
and
okay.
we have not had,
sure.
We have not had a single final table since we launched the Chat Pro Poker Show that did not have at least 2 Chat Pros make it.
I don't want to pick apart this whole format, but you're saying in a show called the Chat Pro Poker Show,
yes,
in which Chat Pros are encouraged to play,
yes,
and make up a majority of the field.
Well, they don't. That's the thing, because some players just register because they see it in the client, but they're not actually joining us on Twitch, and therefore do not make the cut for real Chat Pros.
Okay.
So people that actually are in Twitch chat who are real Chat Pros who are labeled.
So you always get one at the final table?
At least one, yes.
That's pretty cool.
Like,
all right.
I would say at this point, now that we've done 13 or 14 of them, Tom, how many have we done so far? Something like 13 episodes. We've have maybe a third of the field actually labeled as people that have joined us on stream and in the chat.
And I'm sorry, one more question. What is the total field size?
500 cap.
So you're getting 500.
Yeah, in fact,
people.
there's more than 500 people that want to play, but we're capping every week.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I'll give you that. It's more impressive than I thought it was at first. Right there. Wow. Okay. Wilson flops bottom set of jacks. Mustafov flops a very dicey top pair with 1% of the equity 3-ways. Somehow 7-9 is doing better. And no action after that flop shows it. Tobias on YouTube writes in to say the correct pronunciation of mallets is mallets. What's the correct pronunciation of YOUR''REBANNED? What's the correct pronunciation of that?
Shorband.
I'll take it.
It depends which country.
Oh, and guess what? You get a little mallet. A mallet.
Get your mallets out. Isn't that ironic?
A little bop for you. Marta McKell, the shortest stack, now down to 5 big blinds in the small blind here. So if she doesn't play, at least she's got a whole other orbit before she has to put more chips in. It's got position coming up. In fact, right now probably would be a good spot pre-flop, except for the pocket queens of Chase Wilson. King deuce facing a raise. Ugh. And that's going to be, a call from Jackson. All right. This time, no set. King 10-9. Still has the best hand. And the C-bet gets the snap fold.
25K into 48 will get it done.
That sounds different. That sounds like maybe the player mics are back. Yeah, hey. We can hear the yawning. Thank God. What's up? I'm George. Hit him with the hind. Please, someone one day has got to get me a clip to the Howard Stern show. JD, if you're listening, Baba Booey, Baba Booey. Hit him with the 9. Hello, hello. Sometimes a player will get dealt 69. This time it's 5-3, though, for Mikkel, who's all in on the button. Yeah. Nine. See what the Howard Stern show does, Nick, is they take sporting events where people slip in Howard Stern show references and they play it on the radio show, and it's a dream of mine. It's a bucket list item for them to be like, oh look, here's a poker tournament from Cyprus, and then me working in the Howard Stern show clip, and then him playing it on his show.
Yeah,
it's a huge life goal for me.
That would be really cool. Howard Stern's cool.
He's the best.
I
genuinely don't know what I will do when Howard Stern retires. Maybe the entertainer I've been most attached to in my entire life, other than Norm,
the small blind,
who I knew personally. Banich, 10-9 suited. $10-9 of tomatoes. I'll take it just then. Mallets folds the dominated suited 9.
She's got a decisione.
Sporting a timepiece as well.
Looks like a Hublot.
Oh, James isn't a Hublot guy, is he?
No, he's not a fan of the Hublot brand.
Wait, Mallets did call. Sorry. Huh.
That's right, Joe. I've been misreading the action a little bit today too.
I mean, it's very on brand for me, but
tilts me to no end when I get it wrong.
this is a pretty fun flop. Straight draws, flush draw.
Yeah, actually, this might get a little bit spicy, Joe.
Another bet of 16,000. This time it's coming from Mallets instead of into Mallets. And a smooth call from Bannock at the disco.
Pretty smooth.
Ace of diamonds hits no one.
Yeah, and kind of suddenly we end up in a situation where Banich might even have some leads. Banich also probably, if they decide to check, Mallets will also feel as though they need to check as well, because a lot of Ace X might check call here in this exact position. There is a check. And Mallet's probably concerned about betting into a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace Queen, Ace King, that sort of thing. Does slow it down as expected.
Check to the river. Jack of clubs.
Yeah, now I think Banich can find a bluff quite often, guys. Can't imagine Mallets bluffing with an ace on the flop that often, and if they do, they probably don't miss the turn bet. Perhaps, you know, ace 10 of hearts or something might be played this way if you are in Mallet's position. Lovely little bet there. What's the size, though? I want to see what this was. 40K into 84, so half pot is enough to get the job done. Nice work with the 10-9.
And we've got a new player. Not a new player, but a player we've seen before coming to the table for the first time again today. Panagiotis Economitis.
Panagiotis Economitis.
Only 23 big blinds. Mallets with the super secret artisanal sourdough. Ace 5. Mikkel ain't gonna like 9-5.
Panagiotis Oikonomidis. Oikonomidis. That sounds right to me. Any Greeks out there?
Yeah, they were not happy yesterday.
Panagiotis Oikonomidis.
They were saying it's ek, but who knows if you can trust them. By them, I mean the people in the audience, not Greeks in general. I'm going to stop talking now. Just say heads up to the flop. King 8-6. Pair of sixes for Banic.
And Mallets does bet +1. Bottom pair for Banic.
Things got a little quiet again. Is it all of us or just the table?
Things got tense.
Are we still there?
Oh, clicky clacky, the chips is back. Bet and a take it.
We're all gun shy now. Mallet's still third in chips at the table with just 138 big blinds. I mean, does this happen very often where we've got one player with 200 bigs, 3 players with over 100 bigs after that? It seems to be like a pretty thick table, pretty deep.
Definitely a thick table. Lots of deep stacks here. Only 9-ish minutes left before the break. Are we changing tables after the break, Joe?
That's a great question, Nick. We are. We are changing tables after the break. Ooh. Thank you for asking it.
Well, like I said, it's not that I'm not enjoying watching this table, but when you got so many deep stacks here, we're not going to see too many Busterinos. We're not going to see so much blood. And sometimes you just got to give the people what they want. They're here in the arena of poker. They're here to watch these gladiators take each other out. And it's not happening when these guys are this deep.
It takes a real cooler sometimes for that to happen. Ace-queen suited.
That's right.
For Action Jackson. Jack 8 suited for Banic. A fun one. Hard to play from the small blind. Gonna go for it anyway. And a quick defend from our new player in the big blind. Also has diamonds. Oikono diamonds. Ace 10-4. Top pair for Jackson. Bottom pair for Panagiotis. 1 diamond. And a pretty clean c-bet, as you would say, Nick.
Sure. Yep. Has the hand, and it's a board to represent. Queen 4 now. Economidis.
$15,000 is the c-bet called by Panagiotis. 7 of spades on the turn.
So the spade's obviously a bit of a concern probably for Jackson. Did go check on the turn, it would seem. Oh, wait a second. Yep. Was check. River, jack of spades. Neither player with the flush. But Economidis with the opportunity to represent. Doesn't have to bet big here to make it believable. Maybe even just like 40K, maybe even less might work. Is that 30-something? 32? Is it enough to convince the ace-queen to fold? Looks like it might have been a raise, in fact. Oh, just put him all in. Just put the guy all in for all of it. And that will see Panagiotis, Economidis, down to 14 big blinds.
File that under things I would never think to do.
No messing around. I wonder if perhaps that was a bit of a sizing tell. I think if you do have a decently sized flush there, you probably do end up sizing up because you know you punish all the other spades that need to call. If you got the king of spades, Joe, I think you're going closer to full pot. I think that's an issue with that size on the river, but...
Did you say punish the spades or Panagiotis the spades?
Panagiotis the spades.
$10-8. Not going to happen for Mikel. Those blinds coming back around. He's got one more free hand. Then more or less is going to be all in the big one.
65. 65.
4 raises, 65,000.
Sugarlin getting cheeky with this suited 3-bet.
Yeah, he's saying too much action from you, Jackson. Decides to put his foot down. Tired of you bossing this table around.
Bluff. This is bluff.
That was the bluff?
Yes.
You keep teaching him. You keep teaching him.
This is bluff.
You will see.
Yeah, I know.
Monster hand.
Yeah. King 6. Monster hand. Diamonds. King 6 diamonds.
Okay.
What's up, Lex Army?
Woo! Like my misclick, you know. Did you see the hand?
No.
Thanks, Lex, for the raid. Sent about 1,000 of his soldiers our way.
How's it going, guys? Welcome.
Maybe misclick.
And welcome to Cyprus 2024 EPT main event coverage.
You just have to stick around for like 4 minutes to the end of the level.
Yeah.
But don't go anywhere.
Yeah, right.
More action.
Aces, huh?
Coming directly to your devices live from Cyprus all day long.
Good for me, I know to wake up with kings.
Right.
I have king 8.
Yes. It's a great story. King 10 suited for Banich. Oh my goodness, after goofing around about waking up with kings, someone is waking up with aces.
He's about to walk up those blinds.
Makes it 100,000. Banich is going to see a flop regardless.
So, Joe, just a reminder here, this was an open to 20 and then a 3-bet to 100K. And I think this might be a symptom of the fact that they are deeper stacked to start the hand, right? We're going to size up our 3-bets to try and build pots against our opponents when we're very, very deep, especially when you think this is a tournament.
All the chat pros who think that re-raise was too big, I would like you to sign up for Nick's show. Because it seems like Mustafov got a fair bit of value out of that raise pre-flop.
Look, the first things first, guys. The 3-bet needs to be larger because he is out of position. This is cut off first big blind.
This is bluff.
You can size up once again.
Bluff, guys.
Hey, it shows the aces there. You can size up even more because you're deeper stacked.
Huh?
Story checks out. This is good poker. This is textbook.
Bluff. Everybody thinking I'm bluffing.
Keep bluffing.
I mean, we do have rounders to thank for every time someone has a similar accent. To just taking us all back to 1998.
Bluff, huh? Professional bluffer. Yeah.
Very cute.
You Mustafa bluff. Mustafa bluff. The V ruins it.
There's a couple of rounders references in the comic book I couldn't resist.
You're running very better.
Comic book?
Yes, you know my comic book, my graphic novel, Trapped.
You mean the graphic novel Trapped by Joe Stapleton?
That's right. Joe Stapleton and Neil Gibson.
Of course, I actually met Neil. I shouldn't forget that. Lovely guy.
Neil's writing the screenplay right now.
Fine, I'll play Joe Stapleton.
Actually, you're about the right age. And we've got pocket aces again.
120.
Mustafa aces once more.
Everyone always thinks I'm bluffing.
This time goes from 24,000 to 120,000, so I guess still a 5Xer. And he's trying to put a 5 into Malitz's head. 5, 5, 5. 5X, pocket 5s, 5 on the flop.
Malitz needs to call. We're way too deep to be given up here.
But what about break?
No, where's the set mine?
Mustafov furious at that fold.
2 in a row.
Yeah. I could hit and double, no?
Yeah, I know. But you
too big.
Yeah, but I want to.
Rabbit
That's
hunt.
why it's too big.
Come on, rabbit hunt, one time.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Very good timing.
We are going to say adios / sayonara / see you later to the players at that feature table. We're not going to see what happens to Marta Mikkel and her 4 big blind stack. We're not going to see what happens to Panagiotis Ekonomidis with that 11 big blind stack. Everyone else fairly healthy, fairly safe for the time being, especially the 3 players with over 100 big blinds. But we are saying, as I said, see you later to this table and bring in the Rat Man, Lucian Cohen, to the feature table. We'll also be joined when we get back by Sam Grafton in the booth. So don't go anywhere. More from EPT Cyprus 2024 when we return.
Obviously far more accepted now than it was back then, but in the wake of the Poker Million, John, you were then kind of a big deal because poker was in the mainstream at this point. You appeared on Late Night Poker. I know you had a couple of near misses in a World Series Heads Up event. There was the European Heads Up Championship as well, where you came second to Mike Sexton. And around this time, the World Poker Tour started. And here is my question to someone who created the European Poker Tour. Did they drop the ball by not living up to their name? Had they truly been a world tour and not just had the one event in Paris and the rest all in America, would the EPT even exist?
No. So no, it wouldn't. That was why I did it, because they only had the one event at the aviation club. That was so. It was me sort of saying, complaining about the typical American arrogance of having this world poker tour, but actually it was just in America with one event outside, in France, and so that was really what spurred me on to just change one letter. I mean, that's all I did really, was change a letter.
But that's the initial idea, right? Okay, they've ignored Europe, so I'm going to create a European poker tour, but where do you go from there? How do you go about making it a reality? Who helped? Who did you go to?
What I did first was I set up 3 companies, all right? I set up EPT.com, which was going to be the website, Euro Poker Tour Limited, which was going to be an online site, or was it the other way around? No, it was the other way around. The EPT.com was going to be the online site, and I was going to do a white label it on something or other. And then I did Flush Films, which was going to film it all. Okay, so I set these 3 companies up. And then I thought, well, actually, I can't do anything unless I get the agreement of the casinos.
Yeah.
I'd played a lot of tournaments around Europe. So I'd played in Baden, I'd played in the Aviation Club. I'd played in a few, Barcelona. So I knew a few of the casinos. So what I did was I went to the Vic first, and I persuaded them. The WPT had already been to the Vic and to some of these other casinos to try to get them on board, but they didn't really understand about poker at that time. They didn't really. 2003 hadn't quite hit the casinos how big it was going to be, this game, or how big online poker was going to be. So they didn't want to pay I think it was $50,000 that WPT were asking at that time, just to be part of the tour. They didn't see the benefit of it. They were very short-sighted, as a lot of casinos are. A lot of casinos are. And so anyway, I went to have a meeting with Grosvenor, and I persuaded them, firstly, that I would only charge them, I think it was like £12,500. What was lucky was that Martin Ramskill, who was the manager of the Victoria Casino at that time, was quite a big influence at head office at Grosvenor Casinos. So he came with me to the meeting. And he knew that I was a TV director and a poker player, and he could see that we could marry the 2 together. So they agreed, and they signed on the dotted line. Once they'd signed on the dotted line, I flew around Europe, and I went to all the other casinos and got them to agree to do it. So they all signed just 1-year contracts. Then I had to sell it, the TV show. I had to raise money for the television production. So originally I went to actually Mersey Television, funny enough, were going to produce it because they would have done it very cheaply, but then they hadn't really done any outside broadcast of sporting events. So I was a little bit wary of them. So I saw a Channel 4 Racing, I think, or something like that. I saw Sunset and Vine on this. And so I went in and had a meeting with a guy called Jeff Fulser, who happened to be a friend of a poker player at the Vic as well, strangely enough, and he was the CEO of Sunset and Vine, and he introduced me to John Leach, the wonderful John Leach, and the also equally wonderful Francine Watson, who was about 12 years old, and anyway. So I had this meeting with John Leach and Francine, and they I don't know, they kind of got hold of the idea a little. Well, actually, they didn't really care. They just said, okay, this is how much it's going to cost, and it was quite a significant amount of money I had to raise, and I thought, I'm going to have to raise not $1 million. It was £1 million, I think. It was something like that. I thought, right, okay, I'm going to raise £1 million. I'd already raised a couple of £1 million for the online site from private investors,
right?
But then I had to raise money for the television production. So really, what originally I wanted to do was have each online site, Ultimate Bet, because there were Ultimate Bet was still clean at this time. So Ultimate Bet, Party Poker, Poker Stars, Ladbrokes. I wanted each event to be sponsored by one of these guys.
Got it.
And Ladbrokes were going to do a cruise as well around the Mediterranean. So there was going to be a cruise and then a few events. So it was all coming together really well. And so I was going to get them to divvy up, and say they would pay for their production at their casino, blah, blah, blah. It was all quite straightforward to put. Well, it sounds straightforward. It was obviously a lot of hard work and a lot of meetings and a lot of stuff, all from my kitchen table. And then what happened? Oh yeah, this guy called Crispin Niebuhr was setting up a channel called the Poker Channel. Do you remember?
Poker Channel. That's where I got my start. Yeah.
Is it? Okay. Well, this guy called Crispin Niebuhr was setting up the Poker Channel, and I thought, okay, this would be a good place to distribute the EPT, because I was looking. I'd already sold it to Challenge. If you remember Challenge TV in the UK, I'd sold it to Eurosport for €1 because the coverage there would have been immense, and it was, especially in Germany. You know that Eurosport is huge in Germany.
Absolutely,
it's like Sky Sports in Germany.
It was. I genuinely believe that deal with Eurosport absolutely led to the growth and popularity of the EPT. People all over the continent were seeing it.
Yeah, €1, €1. Sorry. So anyway, I'd done all these deals everywhere, and then suddenly I was talking to Crispin. Well, I was having a conference call with Crispin Niebuhr and Isai Scheinberg from PokerStars. Right. Now, PokerStars, I'd kind of left to the last because they were kind of my go-to. I wanted to go to them, but I didn't really know Isai. But I knew, for some reason, I knew a lot of the other guys from like Ladbrokes and places like, and also Ultimate Bet, obviously, because they were poker players. And a lot of the other sites had poker players at the helm. Full Tilt weren't around at that time. So during this conversation, it was a three-way conversation between me, Crispin, and Isai. And at the end of the call, Isai in his inimicable fashion went, "John, would you mind, staying on the line for a minute?" It's not very good impersonation, but anyway. And so we had a chat.
Don't worry, most of us have only spoken to Isai like once or twice in our lives anyway. So
okay, I'll get away with it then. And so we had a chat, and by this stage we were like 5 weeks away from Barcelona, and kind of some people had committed and some people hadn't, and I was thinking, I'm not going to get the money together in time. And John, Sunset and Vine needed, obviously they needed the money, they needed the guarantee of the money. I'm going to get all this together in time. It's awful, it's a nightmare. And so much to, I should have waited, but I didn't. And I chatted to Isai about it, and he just said, look, well, and I agreed to let Stars sponsor the whole thing. It seemed like a lot easier, and also because they were the online site at the time running all the tournaments. But instead of, I kind of doing all these deals was becoming a real pain. And so having one person to deal with and one overall sponsor made it a lot easier. But I really let down all these people that I'd been doing these negotiations with to sponsor each individual event.
Yeah.
Like, Party, UB, and all of them. They got really they're quite justifiably, they got.
Yeah, well, guess what? A lot of them disappointed the rest of us later too. So, shit happens.
It's true. Yeah, you're right. But some of them aren't all that, I mean, business is tough, but I wasn't really a very good businessman. I loved playing poker, and I directed TV drama. I had a very specific vision of how I wanted things to be done. But
I think there are probably pros and cons to either having a single partner or having the different sponsors. But what's very clear from the word go is you knew that having that online element and having that path for people to qualify to come to the events was clearly very important and is still part of the tour's DNA to this day.
No, it's true. And don't forget that EPT.com, the one that I'd raised the money for, I raised £2 million to get this, and I'd met all these programmers. I mean, you cannot imagine how hard I was working at that time. At this time, I was trying to set up this online site, flush film, TV production, and do the tours, all on my own, all with three separate companies, all trying to get them all weaved together. It was really, really hard work. 7 days a week, it was really. Which is not in my nature. I'm quite laid back and quite lazy, really.
Considering how much was going on in your brain at that time, what memories, if any, do you have of that first event in Barcelona?
A lot. because I just remember running around putting up all these banners and making sure that PokerStars banners were all in shot. But the thing is, we were playing 11-handed at the tables. It was all chaos. It was really complicated, and we were all crammed into that casino where at the bottom of the stairs when you go into the Barcelona casino. It was all just around there. There were only about 10 tables there. Nobody knew it was very successful, even though but they were dealing the wrong way around. I don't know if you know this, but they used to, and still do in Madrid, they deal, instead of dealing right from the player 1 to your left, they dealt the player 9 to player 1. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And then they spread the flop in the wrong direction, and they wouldn't change, because this is Spain. We deal like this. This is how we do it. So I think for the TV, I think we managed to change it on the TV table with one of Thomas's dealers.
You didn't just run the video in reverse.
Yeah, that would have worked. that could have been good.
That would be the sort of dumb idea I come up with in a meeting, and everyone's like, "Stapes, why don't you go to lunch?"
No, you would actually just flipped it. To flip it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
In post, just flip the whole image, which I've done a few times. If you just film 2 people and you think this is boring, it's because it's maybe 2 people talking. I remember doing it it was in a toilet. They were having an argument in a toilet. These 2 people in a cubicle of a toilet, but it was quite a long argument, and I was thinking, this is really boring. How can I make it? So I just kept flipping the shot around like that. You know what I mean? In post production, and it worked. Something there was no writing on the wall anywhere behind them, so it actually worked.
I do have a question about sort of the lead up to this first event. You said you're running around hanging banners. You mentioned that you're kind of a laid back dude. I've always known you as like a fun laid back dude. Was there a time during this run up to this where you're like, this is important, this has to be done right, why isn't this getting done? Did you ever go through any of that stress?
Oh yeah, all the time. It was horrible. Like, I had stomach ulcers. I'd never done anything like that before. And also, when you do a drama, the most horrible things to film are dining room scenes, because you've got to get all this. Everything else is a piece of cake, but dining room scenes are horrible, because you've got maybe 8 or 9, 10 people going around a dining table, cross conversation going, and you have to make, I don't know if you know, but when you're directing, you can't cross the line between a conversation, right? So you have to get so much coverage of these scenes, and you can't edit it properly if you can't do it. So I'm going, oh my God, this is like, what have I done? I've subjected myself to a year of shooting dining room scenes, it was like a nightmare. But it's kind of worked out, it's worked out. It's great. I mean, look, I'll tell you what, Francine and her team have done the most incredible, because I've not been involved for about 11 years now, when I think about it, maybe longer. Really, you guys have done an amazing job with the EPT. You two have been incredible, and the quality and the standard of production is far beyond anything that I could have ever envisioned. It's amazing, the quality that you've come up with now.
Well, it's very kind of you to say that.
Do you look at that like a proud papa, or are you sort of like, it's like, because you're not really there anymore, does it hurt a little bit?
No, it doesn't hurt. It's not. I'm trying to see. It's a little bit. It's a little bit like, I suppose, watching some adopting a child of yours. I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like giving over your child away for adoption, and then they were probably a little bit rough around the edges when I handed them over, but now they're really quite sophisticated and cool. I don't really feel. I feel obviously I feel attached to it, but it's a difficult one, because I kind of didn't want to go to Barcelona. I was a bit confused about it. I thought, I was conflicted. I was thinking, well, hold on a minute. Why do I want to go? Why do I want to celebrate 20 years? Because really, I was only involved with it for 8 years. It's not really it's nothing to do with me anymore. Should I go? Shall I go? And will I feel resentful of how successful it's become and how much money PokerStars have made as a result of it, and how I'm still scraping around trying to pay my mortgage? You know what I mean? It's like, do I worry about it? Because a lot of people think I'm worth hundreds of millions of pounds, but I can tell you right now that's just not the case.
I mean, I would say one reason, John, not to interrupt you, is that you would bring a lot of joy to people for going, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not like a business thing, but like you're a character. We love you. We like you as a person, and you being there, I think you're going to make people are going to have more fun with you around. I don't know if that's enough, but that is certainly a reason I don't want you to discount.
No, I know. You know, I'm going as you're right, Joe. I'm going as a player, really. Not,
yeah.
Almost. I'm kind of going as a player, not as the creator of the EPT. I feel like I'm really just going. Well, actually, it's a free roll. I may as well, Star's very kindly inviting me to go there, and it'll be great to be there.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions, 2024, in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Welcome back to Cyprus, and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as day 3 of the main event continues. Let me keep track. 3 levels down, 2 to go. That's right. We're about to kick off level 19, where the blinds are going to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10K big blind ante. The penultimate level of the day, with 71 players returning from break. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
How's it going, James? How's it going, everyone?
And it is a Griff Graff reunion because Sam Grafton's in the mix as well.
Hey, Griffin.
And as we return from break, we can see that Faridin Mustafov retains the chip lead with 1.7 million. A huge pot at the end of the last session has seen Bobby James move up to 2nd place. Roland Peaks, Ivan Zibaikin and Christopher Nguyen round out the top 5. And we have a new lineup at the feature table. Mustafov and his table mates were there for a good 2 levels. So who have we got for the next session of play? Well, we had a former champion in Sebastian Mallets. We've got another former champion in Lucien Cohen. That's right, Ratman is coming to the main stage as we check on the prize money for the top finishers. With 71 remaining, everyone's now locked up the better part of 16 grand. But of course, once we get to the final 2 days, we're looking at 6-figure scores and a 7-figure score, more than $1 million for the eventual champion. But yes, Ratman is one of the shorter stacks coming to the new feature table. We've got Shakib Miri. Here's the guy who knocked out Spraggy earlier on today. Ben got it in. Ace-King against Ace-Jack. However, there was a Jack on the river, and that sent Spraggy to the rail. Ouch.
Every story needs a villain, James.
And for many, Miri is that villain. Full lineup on the screen right now. We think, by the way, some of these chip counts might be wrong, so we'll get those remedied and rectified ASAP.
Awesome. Jesse's there, top boy, one of my favorite people in the world.
What can you tell us about Jesse Spatuzzi, Samuel?
Well, actually, I knew him by a different surname. I don't know whether he's flying under the radar. Jesse's got both Brazilian and British heritage, which means he plays a spicy game of poker, but also likes a good fish and chip at the end of the day. Fellow Arsenal fan as well, so I've got someone to root for.
Jesse flying the flag for the UK at our new feature table, and action is underway. Blinds 5-10. Let's get to it.
It's funny because I guess this is like he's got a double-barreled surname. Because I actually searched for him to see how well he was doing. I thought he was out. So that's really nice.
Margot, autant il les a résolus des commentaires. Là.
A person in French?
Les frères. Because commentator. No speak English, no speak French, no speak English. Okay, no problem. Yeah, sure. Excuse me.
So Ratman, we think, actually has closer to 150,000, which means he's on the short side right now.
On peut faire une remontada.
A lot of merit badges around. A lot of regulars. Obviously, one nice thing about the scene here is there are a lot of people who are very loyal to sort of Cyprus, and the poker scene here has its own sort of ecology. You know, obviously some of these guys play EPTs as well. Big hand on the button versus a cutoff open.
Yeah, Mikhail Shalamov re-raising with jacks. 3 bets to 70,000. Lucien Cohen, ace-3 of hearts. Folds. And Shakib Miri folds 5-3. So action back on Wozniak, who quickly folds the 8-7.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons maybe you might want to employ a smaller sizing there, because versus the 3.5x, like 7-8 doesn't really want to continue. Hey, Griff?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would prefer to see something like in the range of 55,000. You know, might still force to fold, but could have got him curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you play these tournaments because they sort of, if I'm not called in for commentary, I know what's going on, but I took a glance as I was coming in and I was like, wow, down to 70 runners nearly. It's like, seems like only the other day I was in day 1A and
right.
I mean, it was only the other day, ironically enough, but you know, I thought I was coming in with like 120 or something like that, but we're really, you know, at the meaty part of the tournament.
Yeah, we're past the nitty and halfway to gritty.
So obviously, we already referenced the fact that Spraggy was dispatched. Felix was the last pro standing, but of course, Mikhail Shalamov, a former team pro. And facing this raise from Ji Wenhu.
5 seconds. 5, go.
Calls with ace-queen suited.
Is there something, excuse my ignorance of Team Pro history, James, but without checking the Wikipedia page, Shalamov had a result somewhere, or he...
He was very well known as an online player in a psycho, and
yes,
was a Twitch streamer for many years.
Okay, makes it... Oh. And a squeeze now from the ace-king suited. And this might be good news for Shalamov because who facing off, I mean, they are deep, by the way, 57 big blinds. But this squeeze could seem suspicious. And with ace-king suited, you might want to re-raise here. Force out all the bluffs, which, you know, have some equity or could bluff you. And if you're beat, you're beat.
Look at Ratman's 20 big blind flat, over flat with the 5-4 suited.
Wow. I mean, what a good flat, by the way. If you know everyone has ace-king and ace-queen, I mean, 5-4's like, he's a genius, by the way. He's like, well, this guy's got ace, I don't know, ace-king to ace-jack. This guy's obviously got ace-queen. Maybe he'll call it off when they get it in. Spades alive as well.
Totally. Totally live.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is a genuine decision from who. Obviously, ace-king likes to shove sometimes as well. Ooh.
And this might actually make things a bit complicated for Shalamov. Certainly can just justify making a big fold here to the 5x squeeze. But if you reckon that the table chip leader can be light here and that Hugh should be capped at hands that frankly shouldn't be better than yours, do you ever think maybe you'd back shove here for the 35 big blinds?
Yeah, I mean, it seems possible, doesn't it? I mean, ace-queen suited, tip top of the flatting range. And it's going to call. Go on, Cohen. Wow. Come on. Have a look at the flop.
Do it. Oh, do it. I wish he knew.
Run down to the table and
get in there with the rat hand. It's such a ratty hand too, you know.
So this is going to be very interesting. I'm kind of rooting for a flop where no one flops anything, and then we get to see three beautiful hands and bingo. Oh, with a king, right?
Bingo without the bongo.
Yes,
like
indeed.
as it were.
And that's great news for Miri. I mean, 5-4 suited fold rewarded, by the way.
Yeah. I mean,
how's
it doesn't seem right, though.
How's it come
I don't
king,
know.
queen high, diamond, club, and heart, 3 backdoors? And it's very hard to know the sort of sizing you should go for. 3-way and a 3-bet pot. This is very chunky, though. Perhaps. Yeah, and will call with the ace-king. And good fold from Shalamov. When he sees the hands, he'll know he avoided a car crash. I mean, perhaps there's ways he would have.
But he might also resent Hugh for not just shoving and then letting him save 85,000.
Yeah. Wow. Free roll city. Remarkable turn card for Mahiri. Because
you're not loving life as Hugh here. It's like, I mean, it's like, you know, you don't expect your opponent to just have, what?
The same hand as you.
Jack 8 suited.
Like it's and Mahiri wondering now how to take advantage of having the free roll. Oh, he just jams. Might have gone for a half stack there or something. And look at
Who's got to imagine? I mean, I'm up against aces, queens, ace king. You know, maybe a squeezed ace jack sometimes. This is just.
I mean, he does have 0% equity, so. Yeah, it's a remarkable spot, the way it's gone down. Also, the C-bet into 3 really does strengthen the range and remove, you know, the ace. You know, ace-8 might just give up when facing 2 callers on king
For
4-2.
sure, and it's such an inflated pot and a board texture that would match with these flatting ranges. You wouldn't just have ace-8 of clubs here and C-bet.
Yeah, I mean, it shows how being so deep in an EPT on day 3 sort of affects you. I'm sure in a lot of tournament situations, people will just cool down. It also might be what he senses from his opponent. You know, if the live reads and your playing experience with someone says, this is not a guy who puts in chips lightly, and for whatever reason you're really sensing that strength, how good is ace-king here?
I mean, if you fold here, you have a full level of 5K, 10K with 39 big blinds. You know, you are really in the hunt. If you think that there is no version of this where your opponent has, you know, Jack 10 or whatever it is, like if you just think you're chopping at best, it's very difficult to find a call here, and it does make the big fold.
Wow. I've never wanted to rabbit hunt more. Really?
Yeah, see if you would free roll him.
So Mary chips up to 1.2 million, playing 120 big blinds. And yeah, who will be left with a 39 big blind stack?
That's how you start a level. Mary getting up to 120 big blinds. Wow.
Remontada. Vraiment difficile. Hein.
Here it is.
There is Jesse with kings.
See what I'm saying? This is the British side of him opening now. This is the British genes. Everyone in the UK knows kings +1 is at open, you know. And Mahiri sowing his oats now after that big hand. A flat that's definitely on the looser side. Wow, it's a little bit of a splashy table, eh?
Yeah, not recommended. This Queen-8 suited peel from the small. Sure is fine from the big, but...
Are you going to argue with that guy?
That's a nice little window card. You got the king and the Kong, huh?
Bingo, bango.
Hello, top set.
Yeah. So, let's see how Jesse wants to proceed. One of the ways you can think about this spot is sort of if you get flatted by the seat next to you, you do a lot of checking. And if you get flatted by someone a few seats round, you do a lot more betting. See, there are flush draws to extract value from. If you could see the actual holdings, of course, you would check. Just trying to estimate what would 8s and 9s do. Are they going to continue anyway versus a bet?
T3 bets, 17,000.
17,000. The bet from Jesse.
It's a micro bet.
Hey, I mean, against these two holdings, the next best thing would have been, well, I guess the better thing technically would have been a check, but a bit difficult to do here.
Come on, let's
building a pot.
Let's see a nice out of position float with one diamond.
Check raise it,
I mean,
mate.
check raise. You're
blocking king queen.
This is the kind of combo. If you do happen to find yourself with Queen-8 of diamonds in the small blind 3 ways and facing a small bet, it's not the worst hand to get cheeky with.
Yeah. By the way, I mean, oh, and out. Shows the value of that C bet if you didn't have it, by the way.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how the British play, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We raise a good hand and then we flop a good hand, and then we're honest poker players in our country. The British sense of fair play. We wouldn't check when we had such a strong holding.
So NAPT Las Vegas just around the corner, and that means your chance to be the next loose cannon on the next season of the big game on tour is imminent. Qualifying tournaments running at Resorts World Las Vegas on those dates, October 30th, October 31st, and November 4th. They're free to enter, and if you are a winner in one of those qualifiers, you will get an audition spot, and you will get to go into the casting process and be considered as a loose cannon for the big game on tour. It should highlight the format of these qualifiers different to last year. No longer shootouts, now win your seat satellites. Got to turn 10K into 50K, bag an audition spot, and potentially be chosen to compete against some of the best in the game in a high-stakes cash session in Vegas.
You just cash out the 50K cash?
You do not get 50K cash, Sam, no.
Fair enough. So they announced a couple of Americans that might be involved in that?
The two players who've already been confirmed for the new season of the big game on tour are legendary Super Bowl winning tight end Rob Gronkowski, aka the guy that Tom Brady threw the ball to, and sports pundit Nick Wright.
Right, great. So if you want to play, start brushing up on your gridiron knowledge.
How much? I have 2.
And a big old shove here, by the way. Little...
Now, bear in mind, just very quickly, Sam, I should highlight that we think that Cohen's stack is shorter than that. I don't think this is 198K.
Ah, okay.
But even if it were the 150 you suggested it might be, oh, I guess he called the 20 with the 5-4.
I think he's playing around 10 big blinds right now.
Okay. Would make more sense. Still.
Which explains why he didn't put his whole stack in with the 5-4 suited, because that would have been his everything.
River could have been a 3, man.
It looks like less. You know what? It looks like, what is that, 2550? That looks like 52,000. No?
We should see.
Which makes the 5-4 suited even more interesting. Yeah, that looks like 5 big blinds to me.
We'll get a sense of what the holdings are in just a moment, but Cohen is going to be at risk, and we know he has ace-2, so we can assume that he's probably been called by a better hand. There it is.
Yeah, 52,000 all in.
Ah, okay.
Now, yes, he's dominated, but B, who has the Spraggy? And the Spraggy,
And one more big card. That's a good flop there for Cohen, especially the backdoor clubs, you know. Potential to get lucky, too.
Yeah, his opponent will only outright win a quarter of the time.
That's the best card in the deck for him. Now is chopping if the river doesn't come a 7 and can win with any deuce or club.
I got to root a little bit for Cohen here. Let's see a club. Get the man up to 10 bigs.
Deuce.
Hey! Nut flush.
Do the thing, do the thing.
Uwe Lucky.
Voilà, on appelle les cartes. C'est du Lulu tout craché, les gars.
Uwe Le Rat Plastique.
Do the Ratman thing.
No lucky for me, you, huh? No lucky. No lucky for me. You pay, et... Tac. Tac. And you speak English?
What a legend.
Eh, messieurs, vous inquiétez pas, c'est que le travail qui commence.
Seems like the sort of guy that owns a boulangerie.
Just to be clear, we knew before those board cards were dealt that Ace Deuce was going to crack A7 because the Spraggy never wins.
I am dead. No, it's possible, yo. Encore un coup, 2. Alors, doubler, ça fait 200 000. Doubler, ça fait 400 000.
This is the most French man I've ever seen.
Oh là là là, c'est méchant.
Rêver, ça fait vivre.
Mais vous inquiétez pas, moi je sais le faire, ça.
I got the voila.
Demandez aux commentateurs si je peux pas le faire, ça. Faites attention, hein. Allez, speak English.
I enjoyed that, though. A little breakout into a little French moment there. Gallic flair.
I just can't get over how sick the 5-4 suited flat was. I mean, he was like so alive. Like, you know? Maybe you should actually put the other 50 in, you know? But here he is.
He's alive. He's alive. So here is Boris Tabayev with 5s. Raises to 22,000.
How much are you playing around about? 700.
Liar.
Kind of. You're within 100K of it, sir.
10 big blinds is significant.
Of course.
I mean, he might have ace-queen and decide to 3-bet when he otherwise wouldn't.
Right now, I'm going to trust Boris over what it says on the graphics system. Bear in mind that I think there was some problems with the counts that came through to the graphics team before the start of this level.
Is there anyone in particular we can blame on air?
Or is there anyone that we can fire over the voice?
Yes.
No. So,
and do I have the power to do that?
Yeah, and Jesse with big size 3-betting. You know, notice how these players 3-bet that bit bigger when they're out of position. And Tibayev just electing to fold the 5s here and now.
Griffin, if we empowered you to go out and fire someone, you couldn't bring yourself to do it.
No way.
You'd throw up in a bucket.
I would sooner fire myself.
He could do it now over the airwaves, like a real, you know, like you know. But if you put him face to face with the other person,
no, yeah.
What if it was your job or theirs? You've got to go far them, or we sack you instead.
I would get sacked. I would take it. I would take the hit. Yeah, but be able to do it dramatically on the air, like very sort of like, you know, Joaquin Phoenix and Gladiator kind of deal. Then I would definitely give the thumbs down.
Can I make a mistake? When Joe finally, I mean, if Joe were ever to be sacked, can we do it over the airwaves?
Oh my God!
We should let someone do it in chat.
To be fair, Joe likes all elements
on Chat Pro Saturday. His people turn against him.
He does like everything in his life to be content, so I'm sure he'd be down for it.
Sure.
Lucien Cohen all in with the suited Spraggy, ace-7 of spades.
Yeah, again, a little bit on the looser side. Someone that, you know, it's like wanting some chips to play with. Upping the variance.
I feel like we should call this hand the tracksuit Spraggy, because he does wear tracksuits, you know?
Oh.
He's going to show us.
Voilà. You pay?
They want to know how much.
They don't know your stack. They're going to count your stack.
Wow.
Okay, let's get this verified, because I'm fed up with guessing every hand.
Excuse me. I'm here because what is problem? What is the problem? What is the problem? Oh. What is the problem? Oh.
Bet this guy's a great laughing at home game.
Eh, les Thierry Roland et les Jean-Michel Larquet, là, commentez un petit peu. Allez, au boulot.
Is that guy looking direct at camera? Like, that's pretty wild, right?
That was a
That
great.
was kind of.
That was amazing. That was like a Jim Halpert moment.
That was a bit. That was sexy.
Mikhail Shalamov saying to the audience, I've had to sit next to this guy all effing day.
That was amazing.
Well, I mean, he's a Twitch streamer, right? Or a
Yeah,
former,
but like
at
the
least. He's got
roaming
the
camera, I've never looked directly into the camera. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Tu parles à qui?
That was beautiful. Be a meme. I'd like to see that as a. Do we say GIF or GIF?
I say GIF.
I believe the inventor confirmed that it's GIF, but most people say GIF.
Okay. The guy who invented it, wow. Legend.
But the one I sent, but the ones I send you are GIFs.
Tu me fais rêver. Oh, 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 jolie poupée.
Is he saying Julie
J'espère que je vais
Poupée?
en sonner un quand même, hein, les gars. Ah, excuse me, I am speak English. Yes, yes, yes.
I don't speak French. I just live in a French-speaking place. King Queen, min raise.
How is the language lessons going, Griff?
Over to in the big blind here. Well, Campus with the deuces, not great.
Yeah, and deep stacked with position, with the button. Very nice hand to see a flop. Obviously matches up really well against hands like King Queen. And, you know, just being in position going to give you ability to realize equity well.
Do you remember the good old days when we were more romantic about pocket pairs? Like if you had 50 big blinds in late position and someone raised, you're like, ooh, yeah, like let's, you know, let's dance. The deuce is coming.
Yeah, and everything been going Jesse's way since I've sat down in the commentary booth. Miri, I actually don't mind this bet. If we look at his combo, heart and spade is very, very nice to have. And we can immediately think about knocking out eights, sevens, and such hands, and give ourselves a sort of free roll at hitting a jack, 2 overs to the 10. So I think this is a pretty reasonable continuation bet, actually, as it happens. Yeah. And on a spade, you never know, Miri might get spicy. Interesting turn card. Obviously, Miri outdraws a hand like 10-9 of diamonds. And Jesse hand a little less strong, just because ace-queen off is a hand that sort of looms large, does play this way pretty often. But on the check, 2 flush draws, a whole host of gut shots.
Yeah.
Could be that we want to protect our hand now. We can sort of put a lot of money in against a hand like ace-king, which may be reluctant to fold.
Yeah, going with the big boy chips. Looks to be at 110,000.
Yeah, like this a lot. You know, Miri perhaps hoping to call sort of a quarter pot bet and then try and get there.
Yeah, and like you said, Sam, in the event that Miri did have something like, you know, ace king, ace jack, would, you know, feel like they need to call here. In the, you know, in the events that Spatuzzi has something like, let's say 8-9 of spades, and or, you know, it's not just going to have better value than one pair. And you know what? He's going to find a call anyway.
Yeah, I wonder if he has thoughts to lead on certain river cards.
Like a
interesting.
spade, yeah. Or a heart, spade or a heart. Just like go freaking blast.
Boom.
Come on. Find it, Miri. Dig deep. Ah.
Yeah, and Jesse going to decide now whether he wants to value bet. I wouldn't blame him for checking back here. Just being deep in a main event.
I don't know. I mean, I would just hate to leave money on the table. You know, throw out 150 or something here. Get called by ace jack, ace king sometimes.
Sure. Well, it depends what you think of your opponent. Because 150 is.
105? 100?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really go sort of third pot on rivers.
Yeah.
It's a little bit dicey to do it. And what will Miri do now? Does he want to use it as a legitimate bluff catcher against a hand like 4-5 of clubs, you know, pocket fives with a spade, something like that? Or does he want to turn it into a bluff?
I think we might. I mean, you'd know better than I am, Sam, but maybe we can eliminate those hands sometimes in the interest of it being three-handed to the flop. Is he going to be, maybe not 4-5 of clubs, for instance, but something like fives? Do you think it's calling with a decent frequency with someone behind against the under-the-gun open?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe with Jesse.
I just don't know if there's enough bluffs here, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think Jesse on a queen is going to turn every 10 into a bluff with a gut shot.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
So like your 10-9 of anything, and your
And I think it's a nice value bet from Jesse, by the way.
You, my friend. You want me to check?
We will see.
It's a nice bet because one of the problems with value betting is that you can get check raise bluff. But if they're not, that's the nut hand to bluff with.
Yeah.
Right? And he just folded it. So,
yeah.
You know. Yeah. Let's go, Spatuzzi.
10,000.
Down to 65 players, by the way. 6 eliminations since we came back from break. Among the players who've gone, Chase Wilson, who was at our feature table earlier on. Boris Kuzmanovic, finalist from Barcelona.
No look. Allez, encore after. No carte. Allez, allez. Speed, speed. Speed, speed. 1.
7 raised.
1.
20,000.
1.
Tabiev getting the dealer to press the clock before he folds the 9-3 off. Who with an understandable fold. Yeah, and Shalamov, who's had the second best hand already quite commonly today, it's going to allow Cohen potentially to come in with 7-6 off.
Because no. Hey. You know, you look just like a friend of mine. You know who I'm talking about?
I think so. And there's one guy who looks very similar, and everybody asks about him.
Yeah.
I played with him many times.
Yeah, he plays it. He looks like Eustace, right? Yeah.
Ooh, 7-8
He plays better.
of diamonds.
More and better. Better, I cannot judge.
The pair for Cohen, the flush draw for Shalamov, Miri with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and Miri might use the ace of diamonds to put out a bet here.
Then he hasn't cashed the tournament, so.
His range is very much protected by the fact that he's got all the overpairs from 9s onwards. And Shalamov
What's your name?
taking
Mateus.
a sort of passive option. And actually, the best made hand does come along.
Yeah, 1.2 big blinds being put out there on the flop, so I don't blame Cohen.
I would have actually, against 1.2 big blinds, I kind of would have liked to check raise maybe from the Queen Jack suited, I think.
Yeah.
And now Cohen is all in. A little bit stringy, but...
Wow. I mean, actually, if you could see the cards, this is exactly how you play your hand. Aggression paying dividends here because he's going to force out the ace-queen, and now...
And you kind of just, I mean, do you have to call here? I think 80% pot, your opponent can still just have something like 9-10 or 5-6 worst diamonds. It feels like a snap call, but some pause for Shalamov here. It is representing over 30% of his stack.
Yeah, we see he doesn't have the equity to call, but... You know, against the range is what you're talking about, Griff.
Yes,
I think
of course.
I think you're absolutely
I mean,
right.
if he has 10-5 of diamonds here, you're just burning money, right?
Yes. Yes.
9-6. 9-10, 9-6.
6-5.
Give him a call, but I have no idea.
5 seconds.
I do it here.
Wow.
C'est comme ça qu'on est des patrons. C'est comme ça.
It's actually a
I am
correct,
the best
you know,
in the world.
But
He is the best in the world. That is objectively true.
I heard someone talking about who the best in the world earlier. I didn't realize they meant him.
Anyway,
he wasn't mentioned.
if you have duels, you're not the best in the world.
I am the bluff, bluff, bluff,
Everyone
bluff.
Bluff,
Bluff, bluff, bluff.
Remarkable hand. It's really...
Two time.
In main events, it never goes down quite the way you think it's going to go down.
You wouldn't be able to rip that queen jack of diamonds from you with my cold dead hand. And it was correct. It's a great fold. I mean, but can't do it.
Yeah, not only good time of it, Shalamov, by the way. He's particularly unlucky because there's a lot of turns where at least a king, you know, would have checked through or whatever, something would have happened like.
I went for whatever he had in the break.
Or if it had come a 10, you know, he would have called off with that gut shot as well. Also.
I'm the bell.
Not the ginger.
I'm the bell. Ooh la 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 la. Hey, I'm a smile, huh? Hey, my friend, I'm a smile, huh? No aggressive, huh?
Going all the way up to over 20 big blinds now. He's down to 5 just about 10, 15 minutes ago.
5 seconds. See 8 plus.
Round 2, Jesse in the hijack. And he's now Jesse Wigan.
Ah, that's really interesting. Yeah. Was it a misclick on our part?
I don't think he has 2 names.
Ah, okay, yeah. His mum's rung up. Listen.
Ooh.
I saw the way he played that hand and I'm disowning him. Change his name to Wigan.
Yes. He's not been playing Brazilian enough.
27 big blinds here effective.
Yeah.
Could be some bluff 3-bets here from the button versus the hijack.
I mean, he's just lost a obviously sort of frustrating pot. Goes the full 3x, which is going to make us want to jam a little bit more often. But
now,
Jesse will be taking account of what he's seen of his opponent thus far.
So I thrust you in here in Wigan's seat here, Sam. Let's just say you have ace-jack off. What do you think your split? Do you feel like almost
It's
never
good.
calling and just shoving or folding?
Yeah,
or
ace-jack suited, we just play
suited,
call.
you call, yeah.
Yeah. Particularly in a live arena where you can sort of get some sort of vibe and feel, you know, you just dominate the ace-x bluffs, you dominate the king-jack bluff.
Sam, do you want to know how Jesse is actually listed in the PokerStars live app? Jesse Oberon Spatuzzi Filmanis Wigan.
Wow. I mean,
that's why you couldn't find him.
To be honest, I know Jesse so well, but like, I never.
I didn't know he had 6 names.
Yes. This is the Bourne identity.
Yeah.
It depends what continent he's on.
Jesus
if he goes to play
Christ, that's
B-Shop,
Jason Bourne.
Yeah, and Jesse catching a very big part of it here.
Yeah, huge.
And one of the
post-flop flip.
Yeah, one of the advantages of just check raising is we never get bluffed. We can even sometimes fold them off the same hand or off ace king on a very few occasions.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
And look at this. We'll look to click it, balancing with the sort of way he might play kings himself or a queen. And Shalamov, yeah, this is a very sort of nice sort of online-y poker way of playing the hand. Very, very occasionally we work in a bluff with something, and now we're off to the races.
Shalamov all in. Jesse Wigan makes the call. And yes, this is a post-flop flip. Shalamov with the slight advantage right now, but Wigan can
Very
spike.
slight. Like Wigan against Spatuzzi. One of these hands is at a slight statistical advantage.
And it is Shalamov, but diamonds and aces working for Jesse.
Just one time.
Oh, he's used it one time.
Who used it? Jesse or?
No, Jesse didn't. No, Jesse didn't use
Shalamov
it.
used
Shalamov.
it. Oh, wow, okay.
Extra outs.
This could be a case of too many outs. 13 of them now.
Needs to dodge a diamond, an ace, a jack.
It's a brick.
So Shalamov doubles up. Meanwhile, registration has just opened for today's free roll, which starts at 7:15 local time, our time. That's 6:15 Central European time, 12:15 Eastern. As with all the free rolls we're running this week, there's $2,000 in Power Path tickets in the prize pool. And appropriately, the password for today's free roll is Power Path. All one word, uppercase characters, Power Path.
And I understand we'll be taking a very short break for the floor to come over and collect his one time, James?
That is correct.
Oh, yeah. I have a backpack too, which adds a lot of equity.
Nice hand.
The only reason I bring
Nice hand. Oh, you red, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, this one.
I'm really nervous. Yeah. I'm not used to this.
Very, very important, huh?
Important, yeah.
No cardiac, huh? No cardiac.
Cardiac attack.
No.
I'm close. I need to check my pulse.
So
Speak it in English.
we do have a Brazilian language stream, and our Brazilian commentators tell us that if we think we get harassed for free roll passwords, that is the only question they get from the audience all day. So as soon as they reveal it, their followers, their fans, their viewers get in there. So make sure you join all the Brazilians who've already registered for today's EPT Cyprus free roll. And a reminder, it is only available on shared liquidity licenses, excluding Belgium, Germany, and Sweden.
And a reminder, there will be a lot of Brazilians in the free roll.
Finally see Timo playing a hand. See a very strong, regular. And Wozniak with 20 big blinds and sevens. A very difficult spot, actually, to navigate. And will use a time bank. This is very cuspy. Doesn't feel exciting to shove. So many players to act. Doesn't feel exciting to flat call, particularly at a splashy table where people will call behind. I think that's a big problem with that, with this hand. And will release probably the best hand that he's going to fold in that position.
Yeah.
Un mot qui encore. Vous voulez qu'on joue, on va jouer. Allez, stop.
So, when you fold, keep your cards low, please.
Ah, excuse me. Okay, excuse me.
I tell you what, it's the dealer's got a real job today, really earning their money today.
Règlement, hein.
Dealer/teaching assistant, keeping everyone in line.
And the world's biggest Simply Red fan. So if you don't play on one of the following licenses, EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Romania, Switzerland, UK, you will not be able to find the free roll in the PokerStars lobby. We posted the tourney ID in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube, so you can search for it, but if you can't find it, you ain't coming in. Hey Griffin, what would you say to people from this country who can't play the free roll?
Excuse me.
Oh, what up now, Swedes? Woo!
Natural.
Oh, the old ones are the oldest.
Excuse me, my friend.
It's amazing you've got so many catchphrases over the years, you know?
Low, sir. Low.
And big hand here in the small blind with just one player to get through.
27.
And we'll come in. Suppose we want to, well, how many chips has his opponent got? Coming in for 27, which does lay the big blind quite a nice price. Doesn't lower the SPR that much. And it's kind of a fair fight. You take the high road and I'll take the low. And connection for both players.
And some backdoor opportunities for who?
Yeah, and I wonder if we can go with the larger sizing, the 7-6 with the flush draw. A lot of gut shots, straight draws, etc.
Yeah, some 7X and 6X as we can see as well.
Yeah, and we don't need to really bet for protection, so we're sort of like Just building around a value range. That's for 20K. Third pot, a kind of natural C-bet for sizing for a lot of people. But it's not going to deter who has obviously possibilities of hearts and straight draws and
Drama card. Drama card.
That enough drama? No. No.
Yeah, and Tabiev gonna not be over the moon with that turn card. On the other hand, we are blind on blind. It's not like when you're facing a cutoff or you know, someone flooding in position where every hand is suited. There's lots of pair plus flush draws now. Even some king highs will have floated the flop, by the way. And who's out of there?
I'm hearing that there is a new chip leader in the EPT Cyprus main event. With 60 players remaining, one guy now has 2.4 million chips. And it is Bobby James from the UK playing that massive stack.
What a festival, mate. I got annoyed with coming like 12th and
So many chips, he's broken Liam's camera. What a classic Brit character, says Mr. Ali G. I think he's a real person. Bobby James, as played by comedian.
Bobby Davro is Bobby James.
Bobby Davro, that's a throwback, Sam.
I guess the word Bobby got me on the. Roy Chubby Brown is Bobby James.
Miri gonna test his.
You think League of Gentlemen, the EPT edition, is ever going to get commissioned finally?
No. I love the fact that so many episodes of that show have been redacted from iPlayer over the years.
Who else is high in the chip accounts, James? Is there any other big names? Former champions.
So Sebastian Mallets was our previous feature table. Mallets is one of the former champions, still going strong.
I mean, certainly carved his place in EPT history, will never be forgotten.
He was playing well on the feature for
nice.
those 2 levels.
Yeah. Cohen's itching to play. You can see it every hand. He's like, he can't believe they've not gotten something suited yet to continue with.
Yeah, Mallets is definitely a top 10 stack right now.
How's our boy Mustafaz?
Faradin Mustafa, well, he was chip leader until Bobby James got up to 2.4 million.
Okay.
So he's now second on the leaderboard. Looking inside the top 20, Santosh Savana.
Oh, wow.
Santosh.
Yeah.
55.
And this is a little bit unorthodox to come in with a small 3-bet with the pocket threes. Cutoff versus hijack. When you would imagine a flat is a bit more natural.
Gosh, and Miri has the kind of hand he can just put out 145 here, really put him in the blender, but he's going to call.
Yeah, very unorthodox hands. The smaller sizing, for whatever reason, has tempted Miri in. Normally the sort of offsuit hands are the first folds, but we do go to a flop.
You know why I would admire the 3-bet? His intention the whole time was the 3 to 5. You just get that extra 150K, you know?
3 to 5, the card's alive.
Yeah.
I showed Samu last night the Mormon Soldier video. He hadn't seen it before.
I don't think I have either.
You've seen the Mormon Soldier video.
I don't know if I have.
I'm downgrading you.
Should we go check it out right now? I mean, I feel like it's important to you.
21,000 very nice strat here on these monotone boards. Can go for a small sizing. And we see how King 10 already sort of at a place of difference. And Miri is out. And for whatever reason, he took this time to 3-bet. A nice pot going in the direction of Tabiev.
Well, we talked about those big game qualifiers. We talked about the fact that a new season of the Big Game on Tour is being filmed at NAPT Las Vegas. Of course, there are 35 tournaments taking place in Vegas between November 1st and 10th at Resorts World. A 5K main event being the big attraction, but also some cheaper events as well. A $550 mystery bounty on the first weekend, the $550 cup on the last weekend. Check out all the details in the PokerStars Live app, and of course, if you want to follow the action from afar, we will be streaming the last 2 days of the 5K main event on Twitch and YouTube. That is the final weekend of the series, Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November.
All right, that's enough out of you, James. Take a hike.
And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. The rumors of Joe Stapleton sacking that spread like wildfire moments ago, it's a rumor that pops up once every couple of years. You know?
I'll take that frequency. Hello, my babies.
Go on, give him something to play. There we go.
Come on. Oh, yeah, that's a ratty
It's
hand.
more than enough.
That's a rat of a hand I've ever seen.
It's a rat hand. Oh, Jakub Mire's back again. Cool. Boris Tabayev.
Yeah, no need to react. We've been doing a half love. We have like a nice little relationship with the audience. We've been talking about these guys.
Steve Wozniak, founder of Apple. It's remarkable.
Steve's cousin Mateus here.
Yes.
At the table, defending the big blind, 9-8.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's from the old country.
Cohen gets him in with the weaker hand here.
Domination.
Oof. How does it go? The thing that James says? Domination.
Elevation.
Rotation.
Yes, domination, rotation.
Wow, and checks back. And that's a turn card where Wozniak going to feel like the 8 got significantly stronger. Really nice feeling when it goes check, check.
Yeah.
Now losing to 9s and 10s on occasion, but going to feel good about putting in some money. And Cohen, I don't know whether he's the type of guy to check back in order to fold a gut shot. You didn't think about, just this type of player might think about doing something fruity and raising. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend it. Kind of left himself in a bind now.
That is a custom Ratman hat, huh?
Yeah, well, he's got a, I mean, it's not just a character. He owns an exterminator business. So I think it's
right, yes.
a bit of a catch-all.
Gotcha.
I see. I thought
a rat catch-all.
Oh, that's, wow.
River's a king.
Yeah, and Wozniak not excited to see that hand. Obviously, we see someone check back when we see someone raise early position. Even the Ratman, Ace-King is always a hand that you sort of fear and doesn't feel he can go for value now. And Cohen, you know,
make it big.
There we go. And this is sort of believable. Acting a little, and it's a very subtle sizing, by the way. 40,000. What's the bluff here?
Yeah.
Queen 10?
Ace 10 maybe, but would we be using that as a bluff to try to fold out an 8?
Would that have C-bet? There's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really interesting.
Tough to see where the bluffs come from. Queen 9 suited, but you're blocking with the 9. Queen 10 suited, maybe Queen 10 off. Does he play Queen 10 off under the gun +1? So it's a tough spot here for Wozniak, and he's going to use a time bank chip.
Very difficult.
I mean, this speech play is quite good. Having the confidence to talk normally is a sign.
No look.
He's nothing if not a showman.
Nice.
Wow, he's jammed!
Wozniak all in, and Cohen doesn't waste too much time folding.
Wow, and his story was sort of believable that he had the 9-8 beat. And as a result, Wozniak pulling
Representing the jack.
the trigger.
Yeah.
Bluffy, bluffy.
Bluffy.
Very.
You didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that coming
So when
at
you
all.
walk, it's a bluff.
Neither do the rats.
I would also say it's pretty, like, I sometimes just, guys like the Ratman, I just don't really do bluffs against them in that kind of manner. Do you know what I mean? Like, not unless it's for like heaps of chips, you know. And I've really told a story. Takes a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could just sense the 40K is not a jack. So,
so
everything else is
here we go.
potentially bluffable, yeah.
Actually going to start on Lucian Cohen. Not going to play this one. Jacobiri, ace Jacob.
Tabiev is winding down the clock. I'm not sure why. It's not really what it's there for.
Might take his brain impulses a little bit longer than that size of a body.
Exactly. For the brain to send a message to the hand takes 4 seconds rather than the split second it takes us.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Miri, since the big hand with the ace-king, things haven't really gone his way. Been 3-bet, had the second pair with the king-queen. Now Timo, who, as alluded to, very accomplished player, electing to 3-bet with the ace-10. And it's a very awkward situation for ace-jack. I think potentially a hand that we don't have to continue with.
Yeah, but Miri's called with the king-10. I think this ace-jack is going to be continued here.
Yeah, you can see this is probably just a genuine decision. I mean, very occasionally you might want to just 4-bet. But I don't know whether...
I just mean based on the fact that we've seen him not fold a king-10 to pretty much
look,
the same sizing.
By the way, he's thinking about 4-betting, I think, here. Sort of a clash of battle of wills here. Ace-10 trying to bluff out ace-jack. Now, ace-jack trying to...
That's more than 60. 175.
Oh, and it's a big one, by the way. I mean, that's... Yeah.
What a hand.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of... Maybe even a little bit of frustration or whatever. Or by the way, it's a reasonable candidate to do it. Sort of the best hand you're going to fold.
Yes.
Strong blocking properties or whatever. But, yeah, very interesting. I don't... Yeah, maybe a little dynamic between those two, but something to take note of.
Jacobiri still chip leader, 103 big blinds. Jesse Wygan, second in chips.
What film's got a Wygan? It's not Heat. That's Wygan.
There's a Y. It's you're in the right ballpark. It's The Insider.
Yes.
But that was a real guy that Russell Crowe's playing. Yeah.
We're saying Jesse Wigan because he's British, mate. In fact, he switched from Spatuzzi, one of the most exotic sounding names, to Wigan in the course of a level.
All right, Wigan it is.
The Road to Wygan Pier, the noted George Orwell book.
Yeah, Jeffrey Wygan is what I was thinking of. Good, well sussed. Wozniak on the button, ace-9.
Yeah, and this is...
Oh, Mikhail Shalamov.
Here he is. He did an amazing look to camera earlier. Like, that was out of this world. And just going to rip here. Isn't as much as it looks because he's sort of the effective stack versus Cohen. And I like this shove. Going to force out 2 overcards very often.
Boom. Inerpsy, yeah?
Yeah, played with them a lot back in the day.
Which eventually became Inner Psycho.
Right. Just to make it explicit.
Bit of a walk back from the original intention, I think.
Have you taken in any Cypriot sun?
No, sir.
No, not waking early enough to get in there.
I finally got some today, a little bit.
Yeah?
Between levels there, but
20.
8 raises, 20,000. 10
Tabayev making it 20,000 with ace queen suited. I don't like UTG, you know this. It's a little violent for me under the gun. I'm changing it to FTA, first to act.
Sure. I spoke with my brother the other day, and he was he works in the civil service. I was like, how was work today? What were you up to? He was like, we were doing tabletop games. And I said, tabletop games? Like, what, you, Subudio? No. And he was like, no, you know, tabletop games, planning for various scenarios. I said, war games. He said, no, we don't call it that anymore. It's triggering.
Wow. Right.
Even the Ministry of Defense doesn't like to call it war games. You know?
More like woke games. Miri defends the big blind. Jack 7-4. Couple of clubs. A little interaction with the ace of clubs.
Yeah. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, and Tabiev, with very strong range in early position, can go multiple of ways. Big bet and check might be okay. Working some small bets, who knows? See, he's probably having a little consideration of whether he wants to check it back.
Houston.
And goes for this little sizing. And I wonder if Mihiri can sort of suss out that, you know, if we had pocket queens or ace jack, maybe this isn't the amount of money that we're going to put out. And utilize that ace of clubs in the form of a check raise. Heart club is kind of nice, by the way. Not that six of clubs is so relevant. But we'll play it passively and just call.
Some straight draws potential too on the turn.
I could even lead on a 5. I mean, it's a little bit harder to lead on, yeah, and the sort of downside to that, it's going to let a card come off that Tabiev can potentially represent.
Mary checks.
King, just very, very good for the pre-flop raiser. I think it's a reasonable check, but I don't think that that's the way he will go. I think most players like to just apply the pressure on a card that's good for their range rather than take a subtler line. And it's small again, but Mihiri with no piece of the board, actually the worst hand. But yeah, nothing he can do. Interesting to see whether he takes those sort of sizing scheme when he has a pair or a little bit stronger hand in the future.
Tabayev third in chips with 70 big blinds, just over 700,000. Ooh, this is one of my favorite blind levels.
It is.
I can get this to several decimal places, the number of big blinds. Here, the human calculator. Don't test me, just take my word for it, really.
How many blinds does Shalamov have with 593,000?
59.3.
Whoa, he is good. That is some Rain Man stuff right there.
I didn't use pen and paper.
I noticed that.
Calculator.
I saw that. I did see your eyes roll in the back of your head when you were calculating.
I do go somewhere like supernatural with it. Like I can't really explain it.
Sure. Dead Zone, for instance.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. It could be the spirits telling me. I'm not sure. Campus has raised with pocket sevens. Shalamov has tens and does not re-raise.
I'm going to waste 3 seconds of everyone's time.
4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds of everyone's time. Mary with another folder. Tabayev not going to play either. Pair on pair. King, Trey. Both players probably pretty okay with their hand still at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, King Queen is a hand that we kind of can picture Shalamov having, maybe not necessarily as strong as tens automatically, but 8s, 9s. So the sevens, you know,
they don't feel that great.
Yes, and
in this particular situation, but
Shalamov gonna take out a card. And that might incentivize Timo to think about protecting his hands. Can get some value against ace-queen on occasion. And we'll check again. And that might be a green light for Shalamov.
Gas pedal being pressed on the green light. Shalamov bets 35,000.
And I wonder what Timo makes of this. You know, it's obviously once they bet the 35,000 to win 100, which is a really enticing price. Is there a Queen Jackus in there? And this is just a good fold. Like, I just, you know, to me, it's just, especially coming from where we're coming, Griff, back in the old days, you never, this was, oh, it's weak poker or whatever.
About it.
But you just recognize the strength of the cutoff range, identify what type of player you're against, have a sense of the sizing, and just say, no, I'm out of that.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to often just sometimes disregard the flop action in that particular situation. I mean, he can very well be checking back king-queen combos, the king-jack suiteds, the king-10 suiteds. So when you combine those with the pocket 8s, the pocket 9s, and then, of course, the bluffs that are those queen-jack suiteds, I think it's probably just going to lean more value to you.
Yeah, and he might not flat queen. I mean, it's like one... There's four of them. I mean, it just...
Yeah,
they get 3-bets sometimes to knock out king-jack off or whatever.
Looks like the free roll is just getting started. Good luck, everyone. Not sure if the password's still relevant, but if it is, it's Power Path, all one word, all capital letters.
We're in conversation with the Oxford English Dictionary right now to make Power Path.
Get it in there.
They're not going to be separate words anymore. They're going to be one word. They're merging in the dictionary. It's a takeover. Actually, path is taking over power. You know.
Or are we just powers just getting complete?
Power's not going to be a word anymore.
Wow.
It's going to be horsepower path.
And Scotty can't give her any more Power Path.
Yes.
From Star Trek.
Yes. I mean,
400.
I need more Power Path. Can't use
more Power Path to you, my friends.
Fight the Power Path.
Yes. Fight the Power Path.
Actually, no, don't. Play the Power Path. Camp Hughes under the gun, ace-9.
Here he is again.
That's going to win. That's the winning hand.
Leisurely pace here with 58 left. No one in too much of a hurry for anything. Do anything too crazy.
Ooh, we are nearing a pay jump.
And my friend, it's possible the card
55th plates, you get a little bit more.
Ratman moaning.
Asking for the dealer to cut him a little slack, give him some nice cards. We just love it when players do that.
You should put out a little cheese, maybe.
Yeah. Dealers love it as well.
Dealers love a little cheese. Why don't you employ some of those?
Give him a little piece of halloumi. Oh, the halloumi I had this morning at breakfast.
Do you think halloumi would attract rats?
Oh, I think so.
You think so?
Halloumi attracts everyone.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Do they have halloumi at dinner or just at the breakfast?
It's Cyprus, mate.
Okay.
They're throwing it.
Of course.
Just like.
Just the way they like. I showed you the photo I took, right?
So, someone, yeah.
It's like asking if there's pineapple at breakfast or dinner in Hawaii. Pocket eights for Wozniak, the Snowmen's.
Num num.
Lucian Cohn, understandably frustrated with 9 big blinds.
He did crack ace-7 with ace-deuce earlier, though. So.
Yes. And somehow won that three-way pot with the 7-6.
Yeah.
So he's been
I mean,
surviving.
that he earned, by the way. That he really earned.
Oh, hello, big blind.
Just 26 big blinds effective here. Might elect to just shove over this open, but it is under the gun +1.
70.
Gonna actually induce. Figure if I'm up against better, I may as well try to get worse to put it in.
Yeah, and it's a really tough spot for Wozniak. Very delicate. See, eights doesn't really interfere with any value. And you have opened from early position. I think cutoff Wozniak would be all in every day. Here it's a lot closer because as we see, the value region is also wider. And for that reason, Wozniak will relinquish what would have been a flip. Also, the 3-bet sort of keeps in the stronger parts of your range, right? When you just shove, you've removed aces, kings, queens from your range. And you're much more, if you do it with all ace, king, ace, queen.
I mean, you might have a better chance of folding out something like 9s by 3-betting than by shoving, right? Chip counts.
There they are. Mahiri, Wigan, Tabiev, Shalamov, Capuez, Hu, Wozniak, and Cohen. Did I do that? How many of those were Hargan-esque? Not many of them, right? Shalamov.
Like a 50-50?
50. I got Wigan all right. And Hu.
I do want to address something going on in the YouTube chat right now. Jaron Quick talking about playing on PokerStars on a VPN. Don't do it.
Kids.
Don't
say no to VPNs.
PokerStars on a VPN. It's what we like to call in the industry a negative free roll for you.
Ooh, tell me more.
Because what will happen is maybe you go undetected for a little while, But when you win money, that's when they're going to figure it out that you're on a VPN. And guess what? It's going to get confiscated.
Yes.
And you're not going to get to have it anyway.
And me and Joe Stapleton get it, and we divide it up. And we go to the cinema with your money.
And we see really stupid movies.
Wait, sure. Sometimes we buy the ticket. We just watch the commercials. We just
leave.
And then leave.
Yeah.
We don't even watch the main
You guys know I love trailers.
Look, no, we're talking the Corsadil commercial. Then we're out of there.
Yeah, and Cohen with a kind of, illicit, out of line, open with
poor.
No, sort of open you want to make off 100 big blinds, not 9.4, and it nearly got through, but once again, Timo has a little bit of heat here. Will 3-bet. Jesse gonna fold here the ace-10. I think that makes sense. But you see the downside to opening the 7-6 here. That's what we're talking about by that pesky card removal. You just sort of removing 2 irrelevant cards. It's not good news or bad news. That's just 2 irrelevant cards. And now what do you do? And of course you are live here against ace-queen, but maybe can't put it in.
You got to CL5.
I don't know whether you know, Cohen marching to the beat of his own drum, so we'll allow that this might be a genuine decision. You know, obviously completely allowable to come into a poker tournament and want to gamble it up a little bit. That's within the terms and conditions, unlike VPNs, which are not allowable. If I had to guess, I'd say this adventure is going to come to an end. But frustration for the Rat Man. Was it a book by Freud? Was it a case study by Freud, The Rat Man?
I don't know about that.
It was.
Did it involve water laced with amphetamines?
I mean, everything Freud did involved amphetamines, that's for sure.
Just a few minutes left on the late registration for the free roll. Password, Power Path, all one word, capital letters.
Ratman was given the nickname given by Sigmund Freud to a patient whose case history was published as Notes upon a Case of Obsessional Neurosis. There you go. I've never read Freud properly. Don't worry.
And there it is, Cohen. 7.5 big blinds.
This is why you chip down from 9 big blinds to 7, just to make this even more of a sexy shove. I mean, this is exactly what you want. Fully authorized, fully approved.
Ratman, all in. Blah, 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 blah.
Griff Graph approved.
Sure. If we had the music, we'd put it on.
Dun, 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 dun,
Tabby everywhere, there's a pay jump, and going to take 14 seconds to eke out.
Hey, he's only got 70 big blinds.
And will someone wake up? There we go.
Winner.
Tunisien. Ah, Tunisien.
Got the full francophone
J'aurais dû les garder avant. Hein.
diaspora in the building.
Wie geht's, mein Freund?
Sehr gut.
Alles gut?
Und selbst?
Alles gut.
Wann gehen wir Golf spielen? Wann gehen wir Golf spielen?
Golf?
Ja.
Whenever you want.
Promise
Not
me.
here, they're far away.
Promise me you're going to invite me to Morocco, it was, right? Away
Tunisia.
from Tunisia.
Yeah.
Tunisia.
Whoa.
2 years ago, I still remember it.
Yeah, it was in Barcelona, right? Or Monaco?
Not yet. We wanted to go, but then got too hungover. It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some nice holes there.
Where? Here?
Yeah.
Like 40 minutes away, right? Huh? 40 minutes away.
From here, I don't know. Yeah, probably like
No,
that.
no, okay.
Something like this.
Amateur.
Yeah, we wanted to go. Probably gonna go anyway.
Now we have money for tea time, so definitely visit.
Is it expensive? Not too expensive,
No,
right?
not too expensive.
Fine, yeah.
But depends on what you compare.
Golf conversation breaks out.
Like 40 minutes, I think.
It's you in the booth, Joe. They're always more chatty when you're here. They know your energy seeps through the airwaves.
Anything to keep me from talking.
Same
better
here.
Better than
And
that.
you?
I have like 30, but I don't keep track. I just started. I do like it though.
You just started as well?
Well, like 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Fresh. Rookie.
What is 6 months?
I played when I
Yeah,
was
really
like
good
14
for
to 18, and then I didn't play for 10 years, and now I picked it up again for like 9.
Je sais pas, dans le poker, là, que vous me faites le golf, là. Je crois que je vais mettre au golf, moi aussi. Hein.
Lucian Cohen about to be in the big blind.
I'm professional golf. 1-8 trou, là. Comment on dit trou en anglais?
Hole.
Hein?
Hole.
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 Il va falloir que je fasse un travail, parce que c'est pas possible.
Sorry, did he say chode?
J'y arrive pas. Je fais le contrôle aujourd'hui. Bon, j'ai pas de carte non plus. Hein. Et quand j'ai des cartes, vous payez pas, alors ça m'intéresse pas. Hein.
I think they have a course in the Greek part as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I haven't been there.
This is where all the action is now, Griff. You know, if you want the good, you know, if you want the connections, you want the inside
You gotta hit the
tips,
links.
you got to hit the links. It's where all the big deals go down. You're nobody, basically, if you're just... Back in the day, you could stay up all night playing Dota or whatever, and that's where you make the connections.
Werewolf days.
Werewolf or whatever. Now, you need to be a member of a country club.
Yeah.
And sort of, you know, that's where all the good poker chat goes down.
Hey, my friend, I am no look.
Shamalov puts Cohen all in. I can't imagine he can fold a lot of hands here.
Not that one.
Not this one. And it's... Oh my goodness, inspired.
As Sam Grafton might say, oh my days.
Inspired fold. And such
Snap fold.
And such like.
He took longer to fold Jack 8 off under the gun 1 a moment ago.
Or 7-6 suited.
It's insane.
What a live read.
My eyes. Wow.
My days, that's right, yeah.
Oh my days, yeah. just as he's talking about how rich he is, he goes flying into international airports to play a couple of weekends of golf. He's like, wow, can't call this guy for 8 bigs. Well, I mean, just every day you do this commentary job, there's just always so much stuff that's remarkable. Really. You got any idea why he did that, Griff?
Yeah, he didn't want to bust with ace-4.
Unlucky hand.
Guess he's a guy who likes to be making the move, not calling off.
Yeah, he'll shove ace-deuce, but he won't call off ace-4.
Yeah. And absolutely right to do so. Dodged a bullet.
Dodged a bullet while holding a bullet.
Yes.
Particularly difficult to do.
We're not calling them bullets anymore, by the way.
No, bullets out too.
If you're playing tabletop, you know, it's
tabletop.
It's an airline.
It's a
Shalamov.
Yeah. And very nice spot. Second time today that he's picked up kings.
Are we not doing Shalamov cocktails either?
No.
Still out?
It's still out, yeah, exactly. I mean, although we the people holding the Molotov, the Shalamov cocktails are the ones we like more than the ones with the bullets, but yeah. And Cohen tanking with the queen deuce. It's unfortunate for Shalamov because Capuez, with one of the weaker holdings that he's going to come in with. Now, to be honest, he has been very active, but it's just not going to be the hand you don't imagine. King Jack suited, for sure, but...
Kings again?
Yeah.
Whoa. Kings again?
It's always the same. Nice little golf talk, and then next light 3 red. Fair enough. I don't play anything worse, so easy to read.
Although maybe Molotov cocktails are already woke, like cocktails, you know? It's like already got a
Just
nice...
drink them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, you know? You go to a nice bar in LA and get yourself a Molotov cocktail.
You can certainly get it.
Yeah. It's got an olive in it. And
you can get something that you mix with Jameson, Jameson and Bailey's and Guinness. Has a not exactly PC name. You don't go to Dublin and order a round of 911s.
This is why they talk at the tables, mate.
Pocket fives for camp use.
Yeah, and he's driving the action now. I mean, just a product of distribution, but had some playable hands. Seems to have got everything right thus far. Cohen gonna rail.
Left side.
Yeah.
Flexing his main character syndrome.
Sure.
Very stressed. Ugh. Take him away. By 10-7 off.
Goes down to 7 seconds on the clock. Usually, 10 this time.
Speaking of 10 on the clock, 10 minutes left on the level.
Yep.
Then a little dinner break.
Hey, Joe, you want to have dinner together?
Sure.
It's cute.
I guess Sam's not available if you're asking me.
No.
Sam will
come
join.
you. Yeah, of course. Why not? Another
We're
four
friends.
servings.
We're friends out of the booth, too.
4 servings from the
Turkish town.
The
I'm
buffet.
going, next month with my family trip, like We're 4 boys and our parents, and we all play golf, and yeah, we heard only good stuff about it.
Oh, that's cute.
30,000 population and like 20 courses
You've been there?
in a row. Yeah, I've been living in Turkey for 2 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's why I picked up golf, because 1 hour drive to 20 different courses.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I only heard good things about it.
It's really...
Sam, you been to Turkey? You must have, right?
Yeah, I visited Orpi there. Great.
It's a good season now.
Number 1 on Turkey's also on money list.
I would imagine that is a very fun person to visit in Turkey.
Of course. And a proud Turk, a little bit of staying up late, looking at the sea. Speaking about the days, it was all belonged to the Ottoman Empire.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Heavy. Does he have a scimitar?
The thing is, if they still had the Ottoman Empire, I feel like Alpen would be like 3rd in charge of it.
Right, he's like pretty high.
He'd be an empire. He'd be like, we're not going far enough. I want all of Asia Minor. But yeah, that was really nice. And
tell me, at least you had your feet up while talking about the Ottoman Empire.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it was a relaxing trip for sure.
Last time we saw Kabayev with 3s, 3-bet.
I got him as a thank you because he was such a great host. I got him an old map, 150-year-old map for his office.
Cool.
Yeah, like of the when Turkey was empire.
We've got a top pair, flop pair for Shalamov.
It's funny you stayed in my house for a month. I didn't get a map.
You probably saved your life multiple times.
No, yeah. Get you a DVD of the first Iron Man. What do you want?
Face Off.
Face Off on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Shalamov here, king of clubs in hand. Good board for him. Why not put in some money? And it's first viewers a little bit of an unexciting moment because 3's not doing much and 7-5 suited not doing much. In the small bet, maybe Tabiev will surprise us by going rogue, but it seems unlike intimidating guy, by the way. It's an intimidating step. You know, you've got 3s, but he's just like, he's still like, am I being bluffed? Could be ace-10. What if I'm ahead?
Smells like ace-jack and spades to me.
Shalamov does not bluff. Does win the pot.
And the question on everyone's minds, will the Ratmen survive the next 7 minutes?
I got to say, I'm pretty excited for some Jesse Wiggin action over the next few days. Have I ever introduced you to Jesse?
I don't think
This
so.
is one of my very best friends.
Really?
Yeah, in poker. He's
First I'm hearing of him, but okay.
Yeah, didn't even know he had 5 names, but best friend all of a sudden. As soon as he's deep in the main.
One of these online guys, not much
What
on
was
the
the
live
screen name?
Am I allowed to? Is it a bad thing to reveal it if people don't know it? Maybe they get some extra info on him.
I would just say don't. Just tell me after.
Yeah.
He's one of your best friends. Surely he's okay with you outing him.
No,
from the context
So
you might
of
know.
like Timo might not know. Who
Yeah.
you know what I
Sorry.
mean? Yeah. I mean, I'll reveal anything about his personal life, his taste in drugs, women, whatever. But
of course,
the screen name's off limits.
Shalamov opening Queen 10. Lucian Cohen gonna have a bit of a moan.
You know what? This is a true story. True story. This is how much I'm Jesse aligned. He messaged me being like, "Are you in Cyprus yet?" I was like, "I'm coming a couple of days late." He was like, "Can you bring me a book? I've finished my 2."
Oh.
And so I airdropped in.
Nerd alert.
Yeah.
That's great. That's cute.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah. So I went and found him in the 1K.
I wish I'd done that actually, because I finished my comic book on the plane on the way here.
I've completed the internet. Can you bring me some more fan trivia?
Yeah.
Is there a meme you could send me? I'm bored.
His last online quiz was which character from VeggieTales he was, and that's it. It's over. Completed the internet.
Finally got to the end of the rainbow.
And here we get a little Shalamov, by the way, with a looser open. Played pretty solid poker. Queen 10. And will flop the toppers of pairs. On a board where I wonder if he'll bet pretty big on 10-7-5.
Yeah, definitely looser than we've seen Shalamov playing, but when you can kind of eliminate Cohen there with just a 7.5 big blinds, no, you're just going to call that off. You know, who in the small blind, just 20 bigs, has been pretty quiet. So I really like this looser than average open for Shalamov.
Yeah, and Kapua's deciding whether he needs to continue or whether there's something he could do. See the suited hands, you know, the Jack-9s, 8-9s, plenty of continues we can make without having to pull from Ace-9.
Screw Ace-9, man.
Who's ever done, you know, Ace-9? Has anything good ever really happened with Ace-9?
That's how I busted the World Series in Maine, final table.
I remember my first commentary gig was the big game, obviously.
Oh,
one level, just.
She's coming back, ladies and gentlemen, just in case we didn't mention it.
No, they're going back into the field.
It's over for you boys. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's over.
Taking you out
you weren't interested. Not enough.
We're taking you out into the field.
Yeah, you're ordinary folk again.
Yes.
I'm gonna write down what they called Ace-9 on the original big game because I still don't know if it's a swear word or not. If it's something I can say.
Okay.
But they called it this.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
He's just drawn a picture, ladies and gentlemen,
whoa.
of a giant. No.
Can't say that?
No, don't say that
Okay.
because it's no.
Oh, do you want to see? Here, there you go. That's why I knew better not to do it.
Wow. By the way, this is a new dawn for Joseph.
Oh,
Mr.
man.
Corporate.
I'm glad that he's checking
sort of
with us. I mean, we were joking about you getting fired earlier, but this is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, that does need to be redacted off the internet. Do not go search up those big game episodes.
So that's why you never see that episode.
Yeah,
on
there was certain
replays.
terminology that was employed at the gut shot as well, which for certain pigs, which wasn't great. Thankfully, those days are in the end.
It's not one of the 7 dirty words.
No.
It wasn't that bad. I was exaggerating, but.
So we are changing feature tables, by the way, at the break. And I can't even believe these words are coming out of my mouth. We're going to bring up to the feature table chip leader Bobby James.
What about Nadia Razadine? Can we get her on the feature table? We haven't seen her all day.
Rania went broke yesterday. And we
Wow.
got
Let's go, Jesse.
a flopped straight for Jesse Wiggin.
Yeah, and
wow.
Tabiev gonna bet for value here. Of course, there's so many hands he can get called by. And ordinarily, this is a board that you want to play very passively because of the fear of ace-king, which obviously makes up something of the cutoff range and you don't have. But I wonder whether Jesse, with such a strong holding, gonna make an adjustment because of that small sizing. And I really like this. Not going to let his opponent get away with setting their own price to go to the turn.
Yeah, position just so important, right? I mean, if you do decide to just call this 15, maybe you see some checkbacks on the turn, suddenly you're getting to the river and the pot is, what, 70K or something?
Yeah.
This way.
And Tabiev probably not going to be able to fold here. Yeah, it just makes perfect sense to continue. As the pot bloats now to 161K.
And shows no signs of slowing.
Yeah, and it's going to allow, on certain run-outs, Jesse to go for it all. And that's a bad card for Jesse Wiggin because now that straight becomes very, very obvious. Obviously, sometimes as well, his opponent has a king. Hands like King Jack, King 10, King Queen come to mind. And he's only playing for half the pot. And now we can't really go the polar sizing. Might want to sort of dampen the sizing.
70.
Does continue to put in money. And I wonder what Tabab... You see how it's a very good sizing against hands like Ace Queen and Ace Jack, where you feel a bit... You kind of don't want to fold. You've got that. You can imagine the king coming off. And
super duper sizing here.
yeah, and what do we want to do?
Yep. Tabayev calls. We got a couple of people heading to dinner.
Wow.
And no flush draws out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh my goodness.
You
What
hate to see it.
a disgusting run out.
You hate to see it. Poker gods, no.
Puke. Straight on board.
300K out there. And now Jesse needs to decide whether he wants to go for a 10% pot, but I guess we probably just have to check it. I mean, the ace
0% pot.
just favors in position.
Just go to dinner right now. Just leave. Let them kill your hand.
Checks over to his opponent, and what a delightful river card for the Kazakh.
I would say he
If
should.
I'm getting that flag right, I hope I am.
He should check it back for the memes, but he doesn't
Yeah,
want to get a penalty.
a lick of the lips. Jesse, impassive. I know his larger than average hand's going to go to work. What's the sizing? That will be deployed. It's a very weird spot, by the way. I don't blame him for using a time bank card. It's very unclear what imposition should do. It's such a rare line.
I mean, very reasonable for Tabayev to have something like a set here, right? And now maybe think, okay, well, maybe I should be turning this into a bluff now that I have all the aces.
200.
I like it.
Yeah, and for Jesse Wigan, a terrible run out. And from a theory point of view, of course, you do have to pull some calls out here. You don't end up on the river with the ace all too often yourself.
Yeah, I mean, should Tabayev even have that many aces that isn't ace-king, right? You would think ace-10, no flush draws out there, ace-10, ace-jack should fold the turn a lot, even ace-queen.
I think Jesse's going to know that he doesn't have ace-king, I think, just based on the way the hand went down and probably some sense of his opponent. But, yeah, does he have...
Pull in.
What?
Oh, no.
Didn't think he had
valiant
that.
effort by Jesse Wigan, but runs into the nuts.
Did deem it more likely that his opponent was turning maybe two pair are set into a bluff and less likely to have an ace.
Sam, you got any more books?
Yeah. So courageous from my guy, Jesse Wigan. Bit of a misstep against a man who's 9 foot tall, it turns out, as he stands up. But, you know, is he in the Olympics or something, this guy? But, yeah, like, you know, maybe you just don't want to lose a pot to a guy that size, win a pot against that guy that says. But, yeah, I feel for Jesse there. Somehow sort of sensed that his opponent didn't have it. And that, by the way, that's a humongous pot.
Oh, yeah.
For Mikhail.
Yeah.
Really is huge.
Boris, we mean.
Bringing big boy Boris up to 1.343 million chips. Good for 134 big blinds.
Yeah, that's a huge hand for Boris. And Jesse will be left with shrapnel.
Chip and a chair, yeah. We think he's going to have about 60K left behind, but we're going to verify that during the break.
I expected to see ace when he's...
A few words from the dealer there.
Seed open, table 5.
All right. done it, right?
Is it open?
No.
Maybe he was covered. No. Not sure. Going to get it worked out.
I think he has 6 big blinds left. 4 big blinds left.
That's what the computer had. Not always accurate. We'll have to double check after the dinner break. We do have one Gold Pass winner still in the main event. Premislav Sabrat, one of the 3 who cashed. He took a seat at the feature table yesterday, and this is his story.
And I am 36. I think it was the first 109 step that I qualified to, and I managed to win a Gold Pass, so I was extremely happy with that. Yeah. It was always my dream to come to this kind of event and try to play, because I've been watching it in TV, of course. It's like the first live event I'm ever at. I played some live tournaments, but it was a long time ago, yeah.
Oh la la. I let you win with pocket threes, that's no good.
It was a blast. With the TV table, with all that happened, it's like someone wrote the script before. Everyone is trying to play their best poker, they're on TV. But I think there was plenty of good action on the table, so I'm really happy for that experience as well. So this is definitely a great tournament to cash because it was the biggest one I've played so far. So thanks to the Gold Pass, I could make it. I mean, this is a great experience for me that I will remember for a long time. So.
Lex cannot win this by showing down. He knows that much.
I'm all in.
Huge bluff from Lex.
Oh, Lexi.
Hello once again, welcome back to the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge. I'm James Hartigan, he's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And round one is in the books, and it was all about the Goat Man.
It was also a little bit about Lex, whose TV cash game losing streak continues.
Let's accentuate the positive. Barney won 5 of the 9 hands. He won the bum pot, and he claimed a silver power pass.
But he did get hit with a forfeit at the end of the last episode. How will he cope without being able to check post-flop?
I don't do a lot of checking anyway, so getting the forfeit, I don't think it's going to affect me too much.
I mean, everything's going according to plan so far. So, lost 8 out of 9 pots.
Nope.
Or 7 out of 9 pots or whatever. Setting myself up for a big win.
Very quick recap of the rules. In every episode, we played 10 hands. The first 9 form the qualification phase. Win a hand, earn a token. With this token, you can enter the 10th hand, which is a bum pot, where the winner gets to pick a mystery prize. And these are the current chip counts. After the first round, Barney and Tonka have made the most profit, while Lex is already on his second buy-in. After all 60 hands have been played, we'll crown a winner. The most profitable player will earn themselves a gold power pass worth $10,000. Blinds at $25.50. We're playing pot limit pre, no limit post.
I'm like sweating bullets.
I am too, yeah.
Off the bed now, I think.
Not bullets, but sweating.
I was sweating bullets before.
Because you're next to the dude on a heater.
Barney isn't meeting heat
Someone
right
turn
now.
the AC up. Yeah. Okay, let's see if Olga can win a hand. It's a good start.
Lex, it's okay to fold.
Cool, y'all mind if we do some commentary?
It has been folded to Barney, who has King Jack. He raises to 150 euros.
Queen 5, that is not a call, okay.
A6 for Spraggy.
Oh.
Bit late for that.
He's out. Olga folds the big blind, so we're heads up to the flop. Which is king high.
So if Barney tries to check, does he like auto fold the hand?
Check. No, I can't check, right? So,
That's an auto fold.
Isn't that an auto fold?
Yeah.
Surely that's an auto fold.
Qualification, Markham, forfeit stack.
It's a fold, no?
It's
He tried to check.
That's almost like a check.
All right.
Barney bets the minimum, Tonka calls. 6 on the turn, Barney's still ahead. Nope.
Nope, no, I can't, can I?
There needs to be some kind of punishment.
Okay, if he tries a third time, he's out of here, right?
Yeah, then it becomes 100 minimum.
That time was on purpose, methinks.
So Barney bets the minimum again.
Raise.
Tonka makes it 500 euros.
Oh.
And Barney re-raises.
He min-bet you to oblivion right there.
Seriously though, there needs to be a rule on this. Okay. Next time he tries to check, it should be a fold. I think there should be some kind of punishment.
I forget.
He gets a forfeit.
I wanted to check raise.
There should be some kind of forfeit.
All right.
Next time Barney tries to angle me in a pot there with the check, I'm walking out.
Listen, I'm old. I'm old, I forget.
Never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence.
That's a very good, when you're talking about me, that's good.
Barney's cheating is being called out here. I can feel it. Barney tries to check again.
Is Barney marking cards as well?
The funny thing is, the first time it was on purpose, the second time it was a mistake.
So the confused old man routine might work when a cop pulls you over, but here on this show, it turns out I forgot to read the back of the rule card. And if you check when you're not supposed to check, you got to pay everyone at the table a big blind. You got to give everybody 50 euros. There's got to be a penalty.
Okay. So he owes us all 100 euros right now then?
No,
I think we're going to do it moving forward.
No retrospective legislation.
We're going to do it from this point forward, and hopefully you get your wits back about you.
Come on, it was all about the entertainment. Though. You tell me it'd be funny or whatever, and you know what you do.
And you paying everyone 50 euros is also going to be entertaining.
Okay,
so.
that's going to hurt.
Thank you,
I'm
Joe.
not going to do
You're
that.
welcome. Flex, if Barney checks 500 times, you're even.
Meanwhile, Barney gets a token. He's qualified for the 10th hand. The second hand sees Lex straddle.
The straddle is a blind raise, which buys you last action before the flop.
No.
We got a chance.
Tonka is in. Spraggy has the same hand. He folds.
No.
Olga is out. Wolfgang. Calls.
I wonder what Wolfgang's favorite hand is.
Check. And then check.
Okay, three-way action.
War a pot.
And it's Tonka who flops best with second pair.
Nobody's got a club.
Check. Check. Then check.
That's a min bet from Tonka.
Look what Barney started.
8 folds. 10 folds. What a nerd. This is such a nerdy pot. Just take it. Very bad for the game. Stop ruining it by playing well. This is sick.
What do you mean? It is sick how good Tonka is at just about everything.
He now has a token, so he also gets to play the bomb pot. Third hand of the round.
1 fold.
Tonka with ace-8 of clubs.
His hand's a raise in any format.
Makes it 175 euros. Spraggy, king-5 of diamonds. Calls. Olga with queen-7.
Maybe. Nope.
7's for Wolfgang.
Oh! I think I figured out what his favorite hand is.
Potosaurus Rex. Potosaurus.
That's the kind of thing people say when they don't play live.
I think he's a live pro.
Is he?
He's American, so that's about his only option.
Lex folds the big blind.
So I think it's an American thing, you know?
Yeah.
Those Americans.
Hashtag freedom.
Tonka calls the 750.
Yeah, Tonka ain't a big folder. But Spraggy is.
Spraggles is out. Heads up to the flop. And I think it's fair to say Wolfgang has been outflopped by Tonka. He has a pair of 8s and the nut flush draw.
Jeez, Tonka. Tonka's pancaked this flop like a dump truck on Tiny Dinky Daffy.
Wolfgang checks to him. Tonka bets 300 euros.
Wolfgang does have a gut shot.
He calls. Turn card. As the Jack of Diamonds, Tonka now close to a 9-1 favorite.
It's another overcard for the 7s, and it makes Wolfgang's straight draw a little less desirable.
Wolfgang has checked a second time. Tonka checks it back. 3 of spades on the river, no help for Wolfgang. €2,325 in the pot.
Looks like Tonka's check back on the turn may elicit a bet. Wolfgang gonna turn his favorite hand into a bluff.
1,050. And Tonka calls.
Snap calls.
That'll be a second token for Tonka.
Or a flop.
Pretty good, yeah. Not a great run though.
How does he do it?
Nice call.
Thank you.
That's a nice call. That was very nice.
I'm just a big station.
Well done, man.
You'll learn.
Beautiful.
Big station.
2 tokens, a steal, the money.
I didn't know this existed.
Yeah, because that hand went to showdown, the steel card comes into play. It's like a high hand jackpot. The player who shows the best hand gets the steel card. But later in the round, if a player shows a better hand, they get the steel card from that player. And if you have the steel card after the first 9 hands, you can take a token from another player.
Ah, so everyone needs 2 tokens to be safe.
Yeah, and of course, whoever has the most number of tokens earns the button for the bomb pot.
It's all coming up Parker, isn't it?
Gotta hope Lex gets 1 token. My name is Parker Talbot, aka Tonka Online. Last year's Mystery Cast Challenge was incredibly fun, so I'm super excited to be back.
I think Parker is just, he can be a really annoying human being in a funny way, you know, he can be very critical, call you out on stuff, and it's like, it's a really good friend to have in that sense.
You're such a bad person, Parker. It's unbelievable.
But that's also kind of the way he plays poker, so anytime you get out of line a little bit, he punishes it.
I am confident going into today. I'm confident that I will win at least 1 mystery bounty token, and I feel like I have a good shot to win that 10K pass with the most profit.
Gotta be in it to win it, and Parker's guaranteed to be in the next one.
4th hand, and looks like Tonka is straddling.
I was quite scared calling that, but
yeah,
can't win if you fold.
And after 5 seconds, you were like, oh no.
A little bit less.
Big tank.
Spraggy opening here with Queen 9 suited. Folded to the blinds. Lex in the small. Passes. Barney with 10-5 of spades.
We're running out of people to opposition here.
Suited 4-gapper. Why not?
He calls.
1 fold. And 3 folds.
He probably folded a better hand than I called with. What's going on?
True.
2 players. And Spraggy flops second pair.
Don't check.
Heads up. Min bet 1 bet 50. I was so hoping. I didn't even think about it. I was so hoping that he forgot.
I had totally forgotten. I had totally forgotten.
Wow.
Wow, we were so close.
That'd be the first thing I win.
Spraggy calls and turns trips. Flush and straight draws for Barney.
I don't think Barney would even want to check now.
75 euros.
It's 1 bet 7.
I'm showing strength.
Poker's going up.
I'm showing strength there, see? It's about the minimum.
Not as strong as trips.
Spraggy raises to 800 euros.
800.
The question is, does Barney want to chase?
He's gonna know he's drawing pretty thin at this point, but some of the times he makes this hand, he's gonna crack trips. So I don't think he's ever getting away.
He's counted out the call. And now he's counting out again.
This time for real.
We go to the river. Barney gets there, he rivers a flush.
This is what I was talking about. And unfortunately, he can't check and let Spraggy bet.
How much will he bet?
Will he go for the value or go for the meme?
Oh, he tries to check.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, my first win. Oh,
I forgot again. I forgot again.
How sweet this is.
Well done, everybody.
Thank you. Oh,
did he forget?
And that's his bet.
That's my bet, yeah.
Oh man, I feel fantastic.
I can't believe it.
In the winner's circle.
Oh my god, dude! I totally forgot again.
Dude, that's actually
So
so
now
good.
you know it wasn't
It's
a neck
so
last
good. I
time.
didn't get that. All right, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna call. Queen.
Well, you're not going to win.
I'm gonna lose, but I'm gonna call.
I was really expecting a bet there. Damn it.
Not bad, Spraggy.
Play bad.
Not bad. Play like a nit. Turn out like a genius.
Well, I actually was not that excited about raising, but wanted a call so I could take the steal with trips at showdown, which has obviously got some value to knock someone out of the bomb pot.
Oh, that's smart. It didn't. That worked out well for them.
Now I'm just mad that I lost.
So Barney earns another token, and he takes the steal card from Tonka, having won at showdown with a flush.
Gotta give it to them both for the effort on strategy, but Spraggy gets nothing and Barney still has to pay the table.
Fifth hand. Queens for Olga. And that's a raise to 150 euros. 5 deuce suited for Wolfgang. He calls.
8 pull. All right. Wow.
Lex gives up the button. Barney in the small blind. 10-6.
I won a big pot with this hand once.
10 suited.
Why don't I keep my mouth shut?
Barney's still out of position for this hand. Will he forget and check again?
Tonka calls as well in the big blind. 4-way to the flop. And queens are still ahead.
Nope. 50 euros a pop.
Oh. Look at you.
Yeah, man, this is the only way I'm going to get out.
It's the only way you might actually get even. I was joking before. You might actually get even.
This is great. This is such a stupid.
I love playing with Barney.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you,
I'm going
Santa.
to keep them in my hand from now on. It's only the flop, right? It's not. It's only.
No, it's every. You can never post
I
flop.
think
Post flop.
it said on the flop.
No.
You can never check
Okay.
for the next 4 or 5 hands.
It's on you now. Only on the flop.
It's going to check again. It's going to check again.
You can check better raise now.
Well, it's just a minute. How can it be on me? We just had all that.
It's on you.
Yeah, but you check.
Oh no! Yeah, okay. I was going to check.
What if
yeah.
he checks again?
Yeah.
Then he also again.
Didn't Barney say that he never checks? So he bets 50. Tonka raises to 100. Action now on Olga.
Queens on an ace-high board.
Well, she makes the call.
I feel like the no checking thing was supposed to hurt Barney, but it might end up getting Olga.
And look at this, a re-raise from Wolfgang to 300 euros.
One fold.
Barney gets out of the way. Tonka has second pair on board. He calls.
And watch the best hand go bye-bye here.
I'm out.
Oh!
You said I'm all in.
You two banana heads chased out the best hand. Good job, I guess.
3 of clubs on the turn. Tonka now a 3-1 favourite in this heads-up pot. That's 75 euros.
Interesting. I don't even know the math on that.
If anybody's listening.
Wolfgang raises.
That's right, Wolfgang is American, and these colors don't run. Spelled without a U. Colors, not run. Of course that has a U.
Tonka calls. We've got nearly 3k in the pot as we go to the river.
Gonna be tough to out-Tonka Tonka.
Especially as he now has trips.
Oh, come on.
Checks to Wolfgang.
Is Wolfgang about to get wolf trapped?
No, he checks it back. Trips are good.
It's good on the turn anyways.
How does he know?
Wow, my hero. Well done, Parker.
And just like that, Tonka earns a 3rd token.
Can we just skip to the bomb pot now? Watching Tonka win every hand makes me sick.
Well, this is the 6th hand of the round. Olga has folded. Wolfgang also passes. Lex with 6-5. Raises.
One fold. This will be their one, Barney. We'll give it to them. This will be their one.
Why didn't you tell me that? I would have got it.
This is their one that they could win, and then we take it off.
1v1 with a great one.
Well, someone is getting their first token this hand.
Spraggy has defended the big blind. It's a queen 6-3 flop. That's a pair for Lex.
Spraggy outflopped. Shocking.
Congrats, Lex.
What are you talking? Middle of a hand here, and you're opening your mouth, huh?
How does he know?
I'm gonna fold.
The way he looked at his cards, he's just
It's really good.
The way he looked at his cards, I promise you, he's just always folding. It's alright. Remember, you need to.
I need to. I know. Well, or you could be a good friend and not be an.
I don't even have the steal.
Don't try and butter Barney out. It doesn't take well to this nonsense. No, I know Barney's a good.
And I would never be a friend.
Because Barney's a man of integrity.
Yeah, all that fake checking.
So Lex earns a token and is currently in the bomb pot. 7th hand of the round. Wolfgang straddled.
Yoo-hoo. 375.
Cheers. Wow, Lex getting aggressive with 7-4 hearts.
Jeez. 5 to act.
Remember, you can't check.
Oh, Tonka has the Spraggy, a 7 offsuit.
Tonka's got all the options available here.
Meanwhile, Spraggy has a 6 of diamonds.
Spragalicious, expeditious, expialidocious. Serious mode. Here we go, that boy.
Goal.
That's a good call.
Olga with 7-6 suited in the big blind.
Getting a great price.
Like 2 more good calls are coming.
Wouldn't be too sure about that.
Oh, there's one.
Like I said, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Why not?
Luckily for the table, Wolfgang does not have a squeezing hand.
He calls as well.
Let's go.
5 players in this pot. And an ace-10 flop. Trips for Tonka and Spraggy.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sick cooler alert.
Spraggy leads for 400 euros. Olga has missed. She folds. Wolfgang's out. Lex calls. Backdoor hearts, I guess.
Whatever Tonka does here will be the optimal play, believe you me.
He calls, so 3-way to the turn. Which is a queen. So this hand very likely to end in a chop. Lex is drawing dead.
Yeah, what the heck is Lex still doing here other than torching money?
Spraggy checks to him.
Uh-oh, he's getting his lighter back out.
We've got 3 grand in the pot, and Lex bets 2,200.
Into 2 nutted hands. Tonka does still have Spraggy to worry about.
Tonka calls.
Spraggy with the benefit of position, probably realizing he's not going to have the best hand all the time.
Looks back at his cards.
But seriously, who folds trips here?
Spraggy does.
Oh, wow!
Okay, well, this is now Tonka's pot. The river. is an inconsequential 8. Action on Lex.
Lex, who cannot win this by showing down. He knows that much.
7.5 grand in the pot. Lex with 7K behind.
I'm all in.
Whoa! Huge bluff from Lex.
I don't think I've ever seen Tonka get bluffed. I guess there's a first time for everything.
Problem.
Tonka folding trips against the most aggro and stuck player at the table.
It is problem.
Tonka can't fold this, can he? Of course, if he does call, Lex gets stacked and has to reload again.
The pain.
Oh, Lexi. Oh, goodness.
Tonka calls.
Showdown.
Lex is so proud.
I would like to reload, please.
No kidding.
I really almost folded for a second.
I folded your hand on the turn.
Did you really?
Had ace-6.
You actually haven't.
But obviously when it's like that call, it's tough a third man in, you know? I didn't realize Lex was trying to give it away so aggressively.
Come on, hit that bump up. It's
Heads up bomb pot is on.
guaranteed.
Oh, he might actually shank me though if I steal it.
Orbit right now, by the way.
Oh, that's fine, man.
Tonka now showing a profit of more than 17.5 grand. Lex is going to have to reload for another 10K. He's now down 20.
Like Lex said in his recent big game debacle, 'tis but a scratch.
Yeah, so big game started fantastic. Afterwards, it went a little bit south. I kind of feel like every time I play on TV, something weird happens, or I have these weird pots, or I lose a massive pot.
Lex started this session with the biggest profit. That was a 134K downswing for him.
And everything outside it goes so well, you know? But yeah, I'm coming to take mine this time.
Come on, Lex, you can do it.
Only 2 hands left before the bomb pot. Lex has reloaded, and he's straddling. Barney to act. Tonka folds.
A chance will be had.
What's the maximum?
375.
Spraggy raises pot.
Rebellious.
Olga has folded. Wolfgang in the big blind.
Oh.
Calls.
I will allow it.
I will raise the maximum.
With a legitimate hand.
1,525.
Wow. Nice, that's a good amount. 1,525.
Spraggy folds.
Can you tell me the top which are please?
10,000.
No, it's saying you had a button.
You do.
Easy, Lex.
Can't do it. Shit.
Hey, Lex wins a token.
His second.
Did you see?
That's a big hand too. He's even more tilted now.
Yeah, that's a big hand.
So one more hand to go, 1 token to be earned. There's major value in the bomb pot. These are the remaining prizes. 3 gold power passes worth 10K each. 2 silver power passes worth 2.5K each. And then there's a novelty prize of minimal value.
Now we're guaranteed 3 for the bomb pots.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Because even if they win, I'm surely Barney steals from one of them.
You would think, right?
You would think.
But then I'm the guy who keeps checking when it costs me 500.
If we win with a higher hand than...
Oh, then you can steal.
Then steal card
That is an option.
Yeah.
What? If they win with a higher card, if the last hand is won by one of those 3 with a higher hand than a flush.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We get to steal.
Better than a 10 high flush.
Yeah, good luck.
Solid.
So my strategy is now make a good hand.
What an idiot. Should have been doing that from the beginning.
Maybe if you didn't play it like such a freak.
What, leading?
Yeah.
Leading into 5? Yeah, but you know, I felt like leading into 5.
Fair enough.
Barney, you're allowed to raise pre-flop.
Am I?
Pot.
Could I have raised?
It's 225. That 25. No straddle, yeah. Tight game.
So, Spraggy has raised with a big hand.
That's it.
Wolfgang's in.
$225, yeah?
225.
Right. I'm not allowed to check.
So Lex is stuck, right? He's lost 2 bullets, but he's got 2 tokens, so he's actually okay right now.
He's feeling good right now. He's coming into this bomb pot.
He's feeling all right.
Lex not in this hand. We're 3-way to the flop. And that's a classic ace-king board if I ever saw one.
Poor Spraggy.
Barney bets, as he has to.
If Lex is boobied.
Ooh, well done.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Don't patronise me.
I'm not patronising, I literally forgot.
Is that me?
Yeah. Spraggy has raised.
The bet is 550, yeah?
525.
525.
Another raise from Barney might actually work.
You're going to fight hard for this one, aren't you? You're going to fight hard for it. But if you win without a showdown,
no,
you're screwed, right?
Correct. Oh, man.
Not necessarily, Barney. Well, I get a token.
He gets a token here.
Well,
I get a token.
Temporarily, you get a token. Yeah.
Barney, what would you like to do with
My
that?
fate is in the hands of a
I've got to do what's...
a legend.
It would look like collusion between team pros if I did anything other than steal your button. Sorry, what can I do?
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Joe.
Lex.
Hello.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah?
Having fun.
You're the guy, you can always, you're like hide the pain Harold over there all the time. Just big old smile, but tears behind those eyes. Barney, I got something for you on the behalf of the table. This is a little SPF 20 for the sun running. You can
okay, thanks
apply
very
that
much.
maybe for everyone else. Olga, Wolfgang, Spraggy, not going to be participating in the bomb pot, but it's going to cost you 100 anyway. Barney, you ended up with the chance to steal with the highest hand.
I'm ashamed to say I stole it from the only person I could steal it from, which was Spraggy. And now there's free to the bomb pump to the full. If I could have taken it from anybody else, I would have done, but I couldn't.
Thank you, Barney. I mean, it makes sense. I only had one. I was the only guy with one, so I did what I needed to do, but...
It was his way of making a difference. Okay, guys, it's bomb pot time. Good luck.
Yes, the 10th hand is played as a bump pot. This means everyone has to pay €100 and we go straight to the flop. But only the players with a token can play. In this episode, we have Barney, Tonka, and Lex.
I don't really know who I'm rooting for.
Surely your friend me.
I'm rooting for Barney and Parker, but then Lex if it's the bad one.
Oh, wow, Lex has flopped a flush.
Are things turning around for Lex? He's going to win the mystery prize, but hopefully some cash here as well.
Learn from the best.
Learn
from the best. 50? Learn from the best.
The Barney bet. Sit one, call. Monkey see, monkey do.
Min bet, called by Barney.
C3 raise, 275.
Tonka raises to 275.
With a really bad spade in his hand. You think Lex is going to fold?
I really hope not.
€1,800.
That's €1,800.
Bye, Barney.
Okay, Your Honour, I'd like to change my statement.
Tonka, you can't win them all.
What'd you reload for? 10? You reloaded for 10?
Yeah, I have like 11.
Can you buy more than that? Fuck, I could have just called, man.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, okay. They said you have to show the bomb. We
did say you had to show the bomb.
Yeah, I was one of the people that said it's also, it kind of feels bad, but whatever, you know.
Oh, wow. Who knew? Wow. Way to stick with that one. Okay, stage 1 complete. He wins the pot. Fine. Now he just
Come on, we need him to
bad
get
prize and a bad forfeit.
Booby prize.
Bad prize and a bad forfeit for winning.
Booby
Non-hamburger.
prize.
If he pulls out the gold pass here, I might have to leave the set.
I am going to be so fucking mad if I get the bad
he
one.
pulls the booby. It's going to be so
I'm not gonna lie. If I get the silver pass, I'm gonna be super pissed. Like, I'm at that point
You need the gold?
Yeah.
2.5K?
Of course.
No! This is a stick man, folks.
Well, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, Tonka and Barney are on top after 20 hands, while Lex is already on his third buy-in. After 60 hands, the most profitable player will get a gold power pass worth $10,000. But now, it's time for Lex to pick his prize.
Lex, I'm very happy to be standing here with you right now. You're genuinely happy now.
I don't know. Slightly nervous because I'm on the edge of the darkest tilt of my life, perhaps, but I could make a nice comeback, so who knows?
Okay, I don't want to jinx this, but of these envelopes that are left, a bunch of them are good.
Okay.
A couple of them are really good.
Don't pick that one.
One is
don't pick
bad.
that one.
Okay. One
All
is
you gotta do is avoid bad.
It's for sure bad.
It's not bad, but you're not gonna be happy.
Okay, yeah.
Don't pick that one.
It's not like you owe me money.
No, what does this mean?
It's a flip.
I would love
All right.
Oh no, he did it.
Please. Oh my god, it is. What does that say? Tricycle.
That was the bad one.
Get on your trike.
Do we have
Do we have a trike? Is there a trike?
Oh, I'm so.
What does this mean?
Here we go. Watch is there.
Oh, no.
There you are, Lex. You can ride out of here in
Hey,
style.
safety first. Make sure the helmet goes on.
Navi's gonna love that. I think he needs to do a couple laps.
He needs to do a lap. He needs to do a lap.
Helmet on, please.
Yeah, what's the point of a tricycle if you're not doing a lap?
All right, guys, there's a storm coming.
Lex will get to ride it later.
Thank you. Very nice. I have a 3-year-old son, so this is very welcome.
Turning it into a positive. I like that. Now, there's still one more
Here
envelope
comes
to
the
open.
forfeit.
Oh my god, give him a negative.
A power up or a forfeit, Lex.
Here comes the forfeit. The one it was stuck to was 10K.
Oh, that's not. No, you can put it back still.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
All right. Read that aloud.
It's a forfeit.
Okay. During the next 9 hands, you can ask the dealer to remove and replace the flop, turn, or river cards.
Wow.
Wow.
So not much of a bonus prize for Lex, but a potentially very powerful power up in the next episode. Join us then next time on the Mystery Cash Challenge.
It has no reverse.
Next time, can Lex use his power-up to push himself into profit?
You think, Olga, you can hit that little heart on the turn? No. Not gonna happen. If you think you can spike a king on the turn, also not gonna happen.
I want to start with that final table from 2 years ago, because that's kind of when you first really came onto our radar in a big way. It was the biggest ever EPT main event. I think it's fair to say, Joe, it was one of the best final tables ever.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. It was the camaraderie at that table was something that I will never forget, and I think that you probably had a big part to do with that. Is that intentional, or is that just who you are?
I mean, to be completely honest, that's just who I am. And you guys just saw a bit of it, but we started acting this way like when we were 18 left. We were having a crack at it. Like, I mean, I think there was like 18 left or something, final 2 tables. It was right before the day ended, and we were just laughing and screaming, and nobody was sitting at their seat except the guys who were playing the hand. And yeah, I mean, it was just a clinic from, like, I would say 20 people left, because many of us just knew each other from the other guys, or everybody knew each other in some way. So
in your memory, was there anyone there that just wasn't having it and not feeling it? Was there like one grumpy guy at the table?
Well, I don't want to name names, but they made pasta in that country. I can tell you that much. I think you know.
Yeah, well, it worked out for him, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he got the better end, but yeah. Yeah, well, he was involved, but he was trying to take it easy. He couldn't comprehend why we were making such a joke out of this final table. I don't think anybody really could. But I remember having Norwegians screaming on the rail, like very like more alcohol. Let's get drunk now. Come have a beer, and everybody was screaming.
We had the Norwegians screaming on the rail. We had the Brazilians screaming on the rail. We had the Italians screaming on the rail. It was again. I don't ever think we've had an audience like that before or since.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unnormal. I would say we were playing for huge money. We were playing for huge money, and nobody even considered or thought about it. But me and Jaros were laughing our asses off. At like we would say and we would laugh like 1 hour later about the same thing. And then Kowalski joined, and then Jimmy joined, and it got crazy. It was like playing a home game, but the only difference was it was like 1.7 million euros for first.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah. I mean, for the audience, it must have been insane. I mean, it must have been insane. It looked like a comedy or something.
It really was. The energy in the room that was even coming through the broadcast was unlike anything that I had felt previous to that, at least in a very long time. If there had been another table with that much energy, I had forgotten about it because it was from a previous era.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know what poker was like before, but I think poker is very serious, especially when we're playing for huge money. That's the normal. But for me, I mean, even at the last final table, I was just joking around. Sean Winter is the same character. I think it makes it easier for you to play as well. I don't think you get as nervous. You don't think about the money as much, and your brain can like focus on other things. And like, if you focus too much about the money, you might get nervous and playing worse. And I don't know. It just helps for me, at least.
I don't know if what you're saying is true, but I want it to be true because that's how I like to be at the poker table. I want to have fun. If it's not fun, it's not really worth it for me. So I guess I want to find out from you is, did you grow up your whole life in Norway? And if so, how do you go from being a boy in Norway to being like the most lax super high roller on the circuit?
I mean, yeah, I was born in Norway, but my parents are from Iran. So, but I was born here, like the only family member, like at least in the older ones. And then, yeah, I mean, I went to the military and I played football with some guy.
Wow.
Who was actually at the future table. I don't know if you remember, Arlen Melsom. He was at the future table.
Yes,
the full Melsom.
This guy, yeah. I was playing at the same football team as him, and we're from a small city and an island in Norway.
Wow,
and
so weird.
This guy was at some final table of some Norwegian championship in Dublin, and I saw him in the newspaper, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then he actually learned me the rules and stuff. This guy he was a huge high stakes player back in the days. This guy, he was enormous. He was called Sir Win-A-Lot or something. He broke some records with the sit and goes and with Dario Minieri and those guys.
So it's because of someone that you looked up to was really into poker, and they got you into poker.
Yeah, so he was the best player at the football field, and I would like to say I would like second or third best, and he was just like a really nice guy, always smiling. And then it's because of him I got into poker, because I initially went to university to study economics. It's a cliche story, I know. Every poker player went to economics, blah, blah, blah. I mean,
no, some of them went for business.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the story that goes around. But yeah, he is actually the reason I started playing poker, yeah.
I need to understand the mindset of someone when they start playing these big buy-in events. Kind of, what point did you transition to playing the kind of high rollers and super high rollers? And psychologically, do you ever have a moment where you're kind of like, oh my God, I'm literally buying into a tournament for €100,000?
Yeah, so the story is actually quite funny, I would say, because you guys remember the PCA, the last PCA.
The one where you pulled $300,000 in bounties in the Bahamas?
No, I pulled more, probably like 600 or something, 600. In the 10K, I had over half the bounties in play, and it was like insane. Yeah. No, I was in US playing cash games in January 2023, and then after LA, I went to Vegas. In Vegas, who do I meet? Adrian Mateos. And I wasn't even planning on going because I didn't play much tournaments. I played some, but not much. And then I got really friendly with Adrian, and he started telling me about these tournaments and yada, da, 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 da. I mean, I don't know if he's trying fishing me in or what he was trying to do, but
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, I felt like it was a trick. But then, yeah, he told me like, yeah, I think you would have a shot if you tried. Like, I mean, and it's way different than you think, because I thought what everybody else thought. Like, it's like so boring. Everybody's sitting there like a robot. Nobody's friendly. It's just whatever. But then he actually convinced me, and I think I played, this was my second 25K at the Bahamas, and I got 4th or something. And Bahamas was insane for me. And then after that, I started playing 25Ks, 50Ks, and 100Ks. And I've actually been enjoying it since. I think I barely even played the lower buy-ins at this point.
Just going back to the super high rollers in Barcelona, how did this year compare with last year? Obviously a bigger field, therefore more prize money, but what was the dynamic like at the final table of 2023 versus this year?
Well, first of all, this year it was a 3-day. Last year we ended it in a 2-day because me and Jean-Noel agreed that we would just want to finish that day. But the difference this year was it was more players, as you said, and there were way more Americans, like the top players, like Seth Davis, Nick Petrangelo, Sean Winter, you know, these guys. And
Jesse Lonis.
And Jesse Lonis, #1 player in the world.
#1 player in the world, Jesse Lonis.
No, so it was way more players, and I would say like the field this year was way tougher than the last years. It was way smaller, but nobody was there. Like there was some. It was like me, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams, David Yan, but not many more, you know. And then this year was way tougher, and it was way longer. And yeah, I mean, it's a great tournament, but it's super competitive. It's super tough. It's super draining. Mentally, it's horrible. At times, you just want to give up. But I mean, this is what we signed up for. It's super fun as well. It's super fun, and people are very nice.
I'm glad you think that. I'm glad that you have fun out there. Obviously, I brought it up in your winners interview that the amount of fun that you're seeming to have out there almost seems impossible, given the stakes that you're playing for. But what I really love about it is there's something about you that the other players, they play along. They might be quiet if you weren't there, but there's something about you doing it that sort of gives them permission to loosen up a little bit.
You know, I think it's like, I don't know what like the normal thing is, but I feel like if somebody is friendly to you, it's very easy to be friendly back and do the same thing, you know? But if everybody's being very serious, it's also easy to do the same as them. You know, I think, I mean, I wouldn't take credit for like getting people to loosen up. I don't know about that, but I think I just have like this aura that makes it easier for people to treat it more as a home game, I would say.
Yeah. Here's the benchmark. Can you get Patrick Antonius to smile? Answer yes. Can you get Patrick Antonius to laugh? In your case, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the final table at this 100K, I must be honest, I've gotten Patrick mad once. First time I played with Patrick, he actually got mad, but not at me, but like some run out. And then after that, we started talking, and me and Patrick, when we see each other at the elevator or the hallway or something, and we talk. And I've never seen him laugh as much as he does this time, and makes jokes. He shot, like he fired a shot against the Americans, which I thought was super funny. You know, I think, yeah, Patrick is a great guy. And you can just see, like, even him, he's very serious. When he opens up even, it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. Patrick is very, very funny. He just doesn't show it that often.
Exactly. You know, that's so once you get to know these people, like these guys who are playing as much as I do now, you would see like 99, I would say not even 95, 99% of them are super nice.
NAPT coming to Vegas?
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's going to be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the two stacks.
Balea raising with 7-6 offsuit, seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position. Heads up, you're going to be very aggressive. Jorgna with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400K. And we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3. So it's top pair for Jorgna. Balea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to see bet very aggressively. You have gut shots, heads up, you're in position. You have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgna does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Balea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Balea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgna?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgna check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Balea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets. If the spades start to fall, if your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 of diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hardigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Balea. And as I said, Jorgna now has a straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright. But of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Balea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check raised flop, Jorgna barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780K, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Balea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much.
So you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely actiony card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4, seemingly innocuous, just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgna lead river after having called the turn from Balea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jordan leading for 2.6. Balea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. And he's made it a size that Jordan just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgner's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card is the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgner. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgner just wants to try to get to showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn have bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgner obviously has a hand that can win at showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
All in. He moves all in!
What?
And Balea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgner. He has so much showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Balea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly...
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And if/when Balea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania! We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Balea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event.
Well done.
Peter Jorgner is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Balea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for $1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back to EPT Cyprus. Main event day 3 live from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan.
Hello, Joseph.
Bringing you the last level of the night and an unlikely chip leader.
Bobby James, 2.1 million, and another Brit, Dan Jackson, second in chips with 1.7. Faradin Mustafov has been in the top 5 for most of the day. Roland Peaks, we've also seen him peaking at various points today. I can reveal that we've got two of the biggest stacks on our new feature table, including the chip leader, Bobby James, and Mr. Peaks. A new lineup for the final level of the day. Just 90 more minutes of poker to be played until day 3 is in the books. Right now, we are paying $18,240 over the course of the last 2 days of this tournament. Saturday and Sunday, we will start paying out 7-figure scores and $1 million to the winner, who will also claim this year's EPT Cyprus main event trophy. At the end of that break there, we just saw the conclusion of EPT Paris. Paris, one of 2 new stops on the tour in 2023, both back for 2024, the other being Cyprus, of course. So this is only the 2nd time this tournament has been held. Right now, Bobby James is the favorite with the biggest stack, 176 big blinds at the new level, which is 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. And for this final level, Joe and I are joined live via satellite from the city of Los Angeles, California, by Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
And this is where we put the poker on pause, Maria, because we need to know how many points in the bowling league did you rack up last night?
It's not points, it's pins.
All right, Joe, relax. Pins, myself, or us as a team?
Well, you do get points.
Score. It's
yes, you do get points if
team.
You're right.
You know, like, why focus on my individual points, James?
Sounds like not good.
When we can just focus on how we did overall.
Yeah, sounds like it wasn't very good. Did you break 100, Maria?
I nearly, look, 97, that pretty much counts as a solid 3 digits, right?
97 is nearly nearly 1/3 of a perfect game.
Have fun, guys. Have fun.
Maria, I don't actually mind how you did individually. How is your team performing in the league is what I need to know.
Oh, we beat our heads-up match yesterday handily.
Excellent.
Handily. You know, I'd like to think it was my contribution personally, but, you know.
Okay, sounds like delusion to me, but that's fine. So here we go with the final level of the day. 90 more minutes of poker to be played, and then the survivors will bag and tag and come back for day 4. Tomorrow, the day when we play down to the last 2 tables, the final 16. I was consulting the widget, Maria, because I know you're a fan of the widget. And I do think there is the possibility that tomorrow might be a longer day. I think we're going to end probably with between 45 and 50 players tonight. And to get down to 16 tomorrow might require more than 5 levels.
Yeah, we talked a little bit yesterday about, you know, first of all, just how good the structure is and how the average is a bit higher, you know, when we're talking about 90-minute levels. And also, I think these days, people are so much more ICM aware, right? So the more significant the pay jumps are, the more they're going to be playing a little bit more conservatively, you know, not willing to go all in. Whereas, you know, 10 years ago, people are blasting off at these stages.
Yeah, those were the golden days when you played for the win. And you got in 300 big blinds pre-flop because...
On the bubble.
Yeah. It was first or nothing. Kevin Quattro has a follow-up question about last night's bowling session, Maria. The real question is, how many pitchers of beer were consumed?
That's a good question.
Ooh. That is a great question. So we started off, you know, with 1 pitcher. We wanted to be taken seriously by our opponents, right? We didn't want to stroll up, you know, with 5 pitchers in hand to the lane. But once we got there, you know, we upgraded to a beer tower, but we still beat them.
So I have behind the scenes, James. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. I have been tapped in now. I've been called up to the big leagues.
Okay.
To join the team.
Oh, wow. So this is basically the moment Maria discovers that you do actually have some bowling skills. You're now eligible to compete.
I've now been asked to officially at least step in as a substitute. The next Wednesday I'm in town.
Sometime in 2026.
No, I actually can make it 2 weeks in November. I think I can be there. Are they going the week of Thanksgiving also, Maria? Because I'm thinking of going to BSOP, but I might skip it for bowling.
No, I think they end right before. Oh, but wait, I think if we make the playoffs, which I'm hoping, then you might have to skip.
Playoffs?
18,000.
Well, I can see why Bobby James is the chip leader.
18,000.
Flop's the best flush draw here. We have a post-flop flip on our hands. Pink's still ahead with a pair of fives, but has to fade a lot of cards in the deck.
Yeah, there's certainly just going to be a lot of turns where Peaks is no longer able to continue. And James doesn't even really need to make his hand in order to get Peaks off of fives, especially now turning some additional equity.
Yeah, we talk about post-flop flips. This is almost a post-turn flip. Now he's open-ended.
It's just so hard for fives to get to showdown here.
70,000.
Second barrel from Bobby James gets a fold from Roland Peaks. And James increases his chip lead, not just at this table, but in the tournament overall, 2.2 million.
Bobby James. God, Bobby and I have been best friends for I don't know how long. Maybe not best friends, but really close friends.
How many of your comedy gigs, in all seriousness, would you say Bobby has been to?
10.
Okay, that's
double digits. Especially in the early days too, where I wasn't as good. Not to say I'm good now, but I definitely was not as good back then. Okay, so Maria are you giving the stats on Skype only because you don't want us to say them on air, Maria? Because I'll respect your privacy.
I won't.
No, I mean, someone asked Paul asked a direct question. I mean, what I was just answering.
Okay, so
you guys can share.
You had no strikes.
5 seconds.
You had 3 gutter balls, which I think is okay. But marks is what we're looking for. A mark is a strike or a spare. So how many spares did you have?
2.
How many games did you play?
We played 1.5.
1.5? That's odd. Why 1.5? Is it timed?
It's timed. Okay, we learned all the rules yesterday.
Yeah, sure.
But
No, this is
basically,
curious.
it's timed for 90 minutes, but it doesn't count if you don't finish the whole round. So we didn't finish our second round, but timing-wise, they made it sound like we could get through 2 full games next week.
Yeah.
But we were just, getting things set up. It was a little bit of a
I know I
learning curve
won't be
there.
there next week, but I will have you know that if I am there in future weeks, I'm going to be like, let's go, let's go, let's go. You're up. I'm going to be like captaining in that sort of way.
I kind of feel that in
That's
addition
fine. I
to...
think we need some direction.
Yeah, you do.
In addition to calling up Joe as your kind of like guy on the bench and what it sounds to me like team manager and coach, you also sound like you need an adjudicator. I kind of feel like Jimmy the Bastard has a role to play here in ensuring that this contest runs fair and square.
Love it.
So, I mean, I have so many
When
more
are
questions.
you in LA next?
Next weekend.
Okay, well, this is on a Wednesday.
I think I'll be in Vegas by then. We got big game qualifiers to oversee, Maria.
So I have questions. So if the other team had finished 2 games and you only finished 1, do they use their best game or do they get to use both games?
We use the top 4 scores of the whole night.
However many
But we
games
have
you
to
get
finish
through.
the
Okay,
game.
got it.
Yes.
Okay, well, we've got 3-way action here. Bobby James raised under the gun, called by Santos Shivana and by Diogo Coelho, and Coelho exits on the turn. Santos calling Bobby's delayed c-bet of 68,000.
Do you think Suvarna gets a little weird here with the ace of clubs if the club hits and then...
Ooh.
How nice to be
mean,
running
that
like
would
this
be
in
a
an
pretty-
EPC main.
right? That would be pretty spicy from Savarna. We will see. I mean, I think his reasoning for calling the turn was twofold, right? He thought ace high might be the best hand, but also he realizes that if a club rolls off, he could perhaps try to rep the nut flush, but it's going to be tough here when your opponent has the second nut flush.
Yes, and your opponent has around 2 million chips. You've got 400K. Bobby has gone for value on the river, 170K into 229K.
Maybe Savarna's concerned that he doesn't have quite enough behind to elicit a lot of fold equity here from this sizing. You know, if we're talking about 423K total, it's, you know, not even a 3x shove if he decides to go in. So I don't know, that plus judging by his body language and mannerisms, I think he might just be thinking about hero calling and not trying to turn his hand into a bluff. I think with the sizing that James selected on the river, though, it just feels like there can certainly be other value hands. It doesn't have to be nearly as strong as a flush or trips. You know, it could even be, you know, some decent overpairs or maybe some 8x with the club. Maybe that feels a little thin, but either way, Savarna does fold.
Indeed. And Bobby James up to 2.3 million now, closing in on the 200 big blind mark. Chip leader with 54 players remaining in the EPT Cyprus main event. I'm going to read two comments back to back. Monovan says, James's sizing is unbelievably perfect.
Great job, James.
Putri says, I don't like the sizing from James.
Ooh, terrible, James.
The internet in two comments, ladies and gentlemen. So Dick Postel, who's at the feature table, by the way, is an online qualifier. Won a $55 satellite into a $530 satellite.
Can't believe after all that controversy, we're still letting Postel play.
He has been on the EPT before. He is a pilot.
Oh, P-O-S-T-E-L. But he doesn't appear to be the guy that was dressed up like a pilot this week.
I don't think the guy who was dressed as a pilot is an actual pilot, whereas the guy who's not dressed as a pilot does work as a pilot. Logical, right?
Bobby James flopping good again.
Can you fly, Bobby?
He sure can. It turns out Postel's the one who can't fly. Check, check, domination, rotation in full effect. Club on the turn for good measure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he does still check it over to Postel, who, you know, this is a pretty good card for his range, so does look like he's going to put in a bet. Unfortunately, I think you're not really going to be able to shake pair with the flush draw. However, though, if the flush draw bricks, then I do think there are some good reasons for which Postel might want to try to bet again, but we'll have to see what he wants to do. It's very likely that your opponent in the big blind is going to have a lot of 8x and 7x, some of these weaker one pair hands that you really right. Oh, okay.
Always coming, Maria.
You're really
Always
going to
coming.
want to try to shake it, but yeah, this one, even if Postel decides to fire again, I don't think it's going to work. Is James just going to lead though, or is he going to check? I think There are just a lot of other hands that he could have continued with, so I think it's best to just check and allow Postel to bet again. You know, because even a hand like 10-9 might have continued on the turn. There's just going to be a lot of
45.
other hands that don't contain a 7.
45.
Yeah, baby.
Very serious face. Take a look at my face. Dick.
It's Dick as in Richard, not as in the body part.
Well, I guess we're going to be friends after all, Richard.
This is, of course, a radio teleplay of the movie RoboCop, brought to you by James Hardigan.
See, I got this problem.
He doesn't know when to stop.
5 seconds.
There's never a time when one should stop quoting RoboCop. Raise gets through. What's Bobby got now? 2.4 million, more than 200 big blinds.
Bobby's got a lottie.
Here's a RoboCop trivia question for you, Maria, which I know you'll nail as someone who's watched the movie countless times. What did Bobby do that enraged Clarence?
Throw a gutter ball?
Bowling was not involved. I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
It was related to a bank heist. I'll give you a further clue. Bobby's job was to blow the doors off the safe.
Okay.
He burnt the money.
5 seconds.
He burned the money.
Correct, with absolutely no assistance whatsoever. Maria has nailed it.
She was never going to get there.
24.
But you know what, James? When this question shows up on trivia night, I'm going
Yes.
to be glad you asked.
Absolutely. Still steaming about the double points in the music round.
Oh,
Let me spread your cards in the bottom.
nightmares about that.
Maria, what pound ball were you using last night? What weight?
You know, in the beginning, I switched it up between an 8 and a 10, but I felt more comfortable with the 8. And also, remember, I have these claws for nails,
Yeah.
which is not exactly most conducive to, you know, gripping.
No, it's not.
So I had some problems.
Oh, this is causing me a lot of distress. So 16.
Like, you don't expect me to cut my nails for bowling, do you?
No, certainly not. Definitely not.
Okay.
But it's kind of like me being like, yeah, I joined a soccer league and I'm not really much of a runner. I kind of, you know, my feet are pegs, so I kind of like to stand in place mostly.
I would say a more accurate analogy would be you joined a soccer league, but you don't want to take off your sandals.
Yeah, something like that, or my pogo stick.
That's got to be an idea. Soccer on pogo stick. Someone make it happen.
I thought in England a pogo stick might have been called an uppy downy. A spring bob.
Aryan Hassan Kashani opening under the gun here with Queen Jack of Spades.
It's okay, buddy. Don't worry.
And it is Santosh Sivana in the big blind with 7 deuce of spades.
It's okay. I think people have probably done that a lot before.
You probably mentioned this already, but Santos Cervano made a final table in something, right? Recently?
He was at the final table of the Super High Roller that we streamed from Barcelona.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to the outer tables where Lucien Cohen, one of our former champs, who was on our previous feature table, is all in and at risk.
He had like 9 big blinds.
Cohen is dominated here. King Jack versus Ace Jack. And, oh my word, he just rivered a flush.
Okay. Nice.
Domination rotation in spectacular fashion. The club flush for Lucien Cohen, and he doubles up through Mikhail Shalamov.
Do you think the constant exposure to chemicals over the last 40 years is what makes him like this?
Yes.
There's no way that he hasn't ingested his more than his fair share of rat poison over the years. Oh, I didn't even get to read that comment you deleted. That's okay, I know how to get it back. The PokerStars commentators are boring. Their jokes are awkward. And they laugh at their own jokes, even though they aren't funny, 9 out of 10 times. Their poker knowledge feels outdated by about 5 years. I'll take that.
I'm going to say that's all fair.
That's all. I mean, you think my poker knowledge is on par with like 2019 poker knowledge?
Yeah.
That's a win. That's a big win for me. Anyway, you're banned.
With comments like that, Chat Pro Saturday might just be a thing this event.
Now, was he saying that we laugh at our own jokes 9 out of 10 times, or that they're not funny 9 out of 10 times?
Both.
I don't really laugh at my own jokes that much. That's the only bit that's off.
Maybe he can hear you laughing on the inside.
He hears me muting my mic because I think I'm so hilarious.
Yeah.
Suvarna checks.
It's been checked to Stoyanov, who has the best hand right now with an overpair to the board. The Snowmans, num-num.
Yeah, really nice flop for the 8s. And you do expect Suvarna to have, you know, a fairly strong range calling pre-flop from the small blind against an under-the-gun open. You know, some of these stronger ace-X's are going to be there. I mean, I think ace-9 is one of those that could go either way. You could probably be folding that pre, but, you know, Suvarna did elect to call and call the flop bet, which he's probably pretty happy with now. There's going to be a portion of Suvarna's range that, you know, 8s are still going to be very well ahead of, you know, 7s and 5s, 4s, all of those smaller pocket pairs. You do see him slow down with a check.
That check leads to the 4 of hearts on the river. Oh, you got him again, James, huh? Suvarna gonna bet that 9.
How much? 55,000. 55? 55,000.
Stoyanov, Concernicus.
Oh, this sucks.
Yeah,
You feel bad folding here. You feel worse calling.
Yeah, it really feels like, you know, do you think your opponent's ever going to bet like a 6x here or 7s? You know, if you do, then obviously you're going to make the call with 8s, but they do have a lot of suited combos calling from the small blind as well. The flush got there on the turn. It is a very, very disciplined fold if you choose to make it, but there's just not a whole lot of bluffs, but there might be some thinner value bets that are betting a worse hand than 8s for this size.
Okay, so Paul is saying that he's actually interested in what the optimal ball weight for bowling is. So 16 pounds is the maximum. And it used to be that you'd want to play with the maximum, but the physics and the technology of the balls has gotten so good that most pros use a 15-pound ball now. When I say that bowling is mostly physics, what happens is, what you're doing is when you're using an 8-pound ball, the energy, the kinetic energy that's building up as it goes across the lane, first of all, isn't building up much if you're using a lane ball because it's plastic sliding over oil, so it's just not building any energy at all. And an 8-pound ball, when it hits the pins, actually bounces off the pins. So what you want is a heavier ball, so that way when it hits the pins, it drives through the pins and goes and causes more of a chain reaction, knocks more pins over. A plastic ball, Maria, I'm guessing the reason why you did not make many spares is because you probably left a lot of splits last night.
But the thing is with my nails, you do understand how it's harder for me to use a heavier ball. That was my main consideration. Like, I understand.
That's why I was she was going to use that rampy thing.
So, I know that it seems like something like nails would prevent you from using a heavier ball, and it does to a certain extent. But the correct way to hold the ball is to actually carry it in the palm of your hand as you approach the lane and as you swing your arm back. So you really shouldn't be putting much pressure on your fingers at all. You're actually cupping your hand under the ball for the majority of the swing.
But what if you've got small palms? I don't really feel like I have a good enough
This is what I'm saying is a little bit of coaching, a little bit of trust, a little bit of physics. Also getting your footwork right is a big part of it.
Just be aware, Maria, that this advice/analysis is 5 years out of date.
Actually, it's more like 30 years out of date. The last time I was actually a competitive bowler. 25 years.
I feel like, Stapes, you should be our very own Patches O'Houlihan, like for our bowling league. We need you to give us all of these tips. We actually need to. we need to do a little bit of a pre-game session where you get our technique and our form down.
We could do a little open bowling first, just to show you all some of the basics.
I love the way that Maria just made a cultural reference that I had to clarify for you. That's what how the tables have turned.
I wasn't a huge fan of dodgeball the first time I saw it. Although we have been appearing on ESPN The Ocho for the last 10 years, so I can relate to that aspect of the game.
Okay, well, this is the diamond draw for Hassan Kashani. It's actually street flash potential. Savannah officially ahead with ace high, but look how much equity his opponent has.
That's a lot of equities.
That is true, Stuart. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a bowling ball.
Common misconception, dodging a bowling ball, not part of the game.
Back to the outer tables and back to Lucien Cohen, the rat man, with jacks against 10-9.
Survivor. Survivor! I am a rat man!
And jacks hold.
Rat man. Survivor, yes, survivor. 88.
I'm not sure I want my exterminator bragging about how the rats survive.
88?
So Ratman doubles up again.
Wait, has he always had his own merch?
He does. He's had it for a couple of years now.
Ratman, noted.
Noted. I am disturbed and disappointed at the absence of the plastic rats, though. I do feel the mascots were an essential part of his game.
I like the upgrade to merch only. And it's a cartoon rat, so you don't feel as bad for them dying.
Yeah, fair.
I like to imagine, like, when he goes on, like, estimate calls, he, like, shows up, he's in full Ratman gear, and then he, like, takes out the iPad where he shows you, like, the price quote, and then he's like, oh, by the way, and then he plays, like, a clip of him winning poker tournaments. It's, like, part of the sales pitch.
So what are we down to now? 52 players. Oh, Istvan Todt, who we've seen a fair few times over the course of the last 2 days, was eliminated in 54th place, cashing for $18,240. But as we know, because we've seen it twice now, Ratman has survived. Still one of the shortest stacks in the room, but still alive and still on for the 2-time. He is a former EPT champion, won Deauville back in 2011. And when Kenny Hallett was with us last night, Kenny revealed he was at that final table that year.
I think, Maria, it's also essential viewing that as a team we watch Kingpin. It's probably a top 10 or 20 comedy for me. I think top 10.
When was this movie made? You know I have. You know how I feel about movies that are
mid-1990s. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's where one of my favorite quotes of all time comes from.
Maria, don't do it. You know this irks me. Don't do it.
I've said this to you before, actually, Marissa. You know, when you've seen me kind of ropey and sick, and you go, Stapes, have you been drinking? And I go, no, Maria. I don't puke when I drink. I puke when I don't.
Okay, I'll put it on the list. What else?
So Maria gets to fade all of the classics that I've been recommending for the last 2 years, but Kingpin gets fast-tracked to the top of the list.
Kingpin is a classic, I mean.
Well, listen, James, if put me in a competitive environment and I'll do anything. What do I get if I were to watch, you know, The Godfather or something? Am I going to win a prize for this?
No, you just become a better person.
You become an actual Kingpin. Queen 10 of Hearts.
Okay, James, what is your one movie? If there's like one movie that I have to watch that I haven't watched, what is it? I will watch that one.
Can't limit it to just one.
Nope, you have to narrow.
All right,
nope.
but here's the problem.
No,
I can't, in all honesty, recommend The Godfather without recommending Godfather Part 2. They almost feel like one whole story. It's wrong to only just watch one.
And Maria, just, you know, that's only 8 hours of movie.
Okay, I'm going to be kind to you, Maria. Have you seen Casablanca?
Nope.
Okay, it's less than 2 hours long, and it's a joy from start to finish.
Casablanca is really dope. I don't really like oldies either, but it's really good.
Lights Out Loser asks, how long was Mr. Hartigan a TV critic? I've never been a TV critic, but was a film critic twice in my life. Once in the mid-1990s and one in from 2008 to 2012. Thank you for your question.
What do we think about Gladiator 2? Is that going to be bad or what?
The whole concept annoys me, and the trailer made me think I never want to see this. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but it's such a great movie. It does not need a follow-up. It does not need a sequel. Yeah, I know how Hollywood works, Paul. I know that existing IP makes money, yes. Didn't you send me a link recently, Joe, to the fact that having done the disastrous RoboCop reboot, the rights owners, which is now Amazon, have decided they're going to turn it into a TV show?
I think it's going to be good, though. I think it's going to be good. I think Zakat has a good question, though. In order to know Maria's taste, we have to know, Maria, what is your favorite movie? Which of the Twilights is your favorite movie?
No, honestly, my favorite movie of all time is Sound of Music.
That's not a terrible choice.
But
it's just out of character. You just spend the whole time.
She loves singing.
But she's complaining about old movies. The Sound of Music was made in 1965.
Okay, but hold on. The caveat is, James, if I watched it when I was young,
right,
so that it wasn't that old for when I watched it, it's nostalgic and it's already ingrained in me. But like if I'm watching a movie made in the 1960s in 2024, that's going to feel a little different. But some of the other movies that I've really enjoyed are Shawshank Redemption, Braveheart.
Okay, you're really digging yourself into a hole here, Maria. Joe and I are making faces at each other.
The Big Lebowski.
Stop.
Labyrinth.
Those choices. All right, all right.
Me and James are big-time gatekeepers, in case you didn't know that.
You guys are super judgy.
You've only just realized that?
No, but I've never felt so judged by you guys until now.
Key question, which I appreciate some of the audience have picked up on as well. Do you like the Sound of Music because the main character is called Maria?
No, I just love the music in
And
it.
the fact that some of the
just
songs
love
contain the name
storyline.
Maria.
She hates Nazis.
No. No, it's just such a wholesome movie, and I
No,
watched
you
it
don't
with my
hate
family
Nazis?
growing up.
Dick Postel, 46
I
big
got her in a
blinds.
real pickle here. You're watching EPT Cyprus.
Definitely no discount.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine being the chip leader and...
What's our
I tried to
team
put
name in
3,000
bowling,
in
by the
first.
way?
I tried to put
the big blind, the small
No,
blind.
but I tried to put 3,000 in
Okay,
first. And
I'm
then I
a
was
little
like,
annoyed
it's
by this.
4,000, and he looked
So,
at me like, mate, 6,000.
Matt named us the Gutter Dolls, and I was like,
Free
oh,
buffet,
okay,
still in
why
it, mate.
did you name us that? And he said, because he asked Chat GPT. Is that okay?
Oh,
Is this okay?
no, come on.
So,
Your team name was chosen by AI.
Ready for bed.
apparently.
Yeah, you had Kings versus Aces for dessert.
I had aces against kings for dessert, mate. Nom nom nom.
Hassan Kashani opening with 6-5 of clubs. Bobby James, chip leader, 10-8 of diamonds.
What? Fold? Are you feeling okay? Have you not been smashing every flop? I mean, I feel like that would be an okay call even if you weren't.
Yeah.
Can you read the 5,000s and the 1,000s to around, please?
I'm told twice now.
You have a lot
My
of
big
shuffle,
chips-
you have
my
a
big
lot of
chips are
shuffling.
in-
Careful, because he's not very handy with the chips sometimes.
Oh yeah, I dropped a lot, didn't I? But my big chips are showing there. Like
The blues need to go behind the greens, basically. That's what he's saying.
is that okay?
It's okay for me.
That's okay.
Are we sure?
The whites, the 1,000s at the back. Yeah, they shouldn't be at the front.
Just get rid of him.
Yeah, give them. It's no problem.
Right. Are we happy? Is that good? Arian?
If I was dealing, I'd say no. But if
Well,
Sean's happy, then it's all good.
where would you like my blues?
I'd like to see
Behind
all
the other
greens
ones.
Right at the front.
Let's do that. And then I can add your greens to it, or
You can try.
Oh, fighting
There's
talk.
about 2.4 million. Or something.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Nearly got a free bet then, lad.
That's fight talk, that.
No, you nearly got free bet that
I'd
hand.
be ready, you know.
I nearly
It's
free
fight
bet,
talk.
mate. I'm always ready.
It's on you, you're timing out, mate.
It's alright, mate. Don't worry about that.
King 10 for Coelho.
Quick decision, see? Raise.
Uh-oh.
Raise now. You said it was on me. Do I have to legally raise now?
Yes, you do.
Whatever I have to raise to, minimum.
36 has to be.
That's your fault, that is, Arian. You said it was on me and I was timing out.
Looking out for you.
36, 75.
So Bobby meant to open raise, but
You mean shit.
said the word raise as Diogo Coelho was raising, so it's forced as a min 3 bet.
Yeah, this is always an interesting
We're gonna stack a
situation
20s,
because
okay.
on one hand,
Then everyone can see them for sure.
Once they're behind the greens, we're happy.
yeah,
spike ball
this
is
this
out
looks
tilt.
like the right
How much is it,
move.
please?
You know,
don't even think I have 2 live cards. Take the
Free
money.
chips, basically.
Thank Arian.
Apologies, mate. I thought it was on you and you
He goes,
timing out.
it's on you, mate, you're timing out. And I was like, raise, because I would open button with that hand. And then all of a sudden I see this. Good thing you didn't bloody jam. If you jammed, I was in big trouble. I'd have had you in the car park for that one, mate, I'll tell you.
Looking out for your time cards, mate. No?
I haven't got any.
You don't have any?
I used them all in one hand.
The worst part is he didn't know the action was on him.
Your hand would have been dead then.
Me?
Everyone will get an additional 6 time bank cards tomorrow. I'd like to think that Bobby James will survive for day 4. There's 51 minutes on the clock, and he currently has 2.3 million chips.
As much as I like Bobby, him not surviving is going to be real entertaining.
I know.
The thing is, if you spike call and bust him, you'll be...
I just heard Ratman screaming again.
Yes, you would.
Because the Portuguese poker community would be like, that's not bad from England.
I don't mind you using it for now, but that pen's way too nice for me to
Well, at
leave
least
it
we've
with
opened
you
up a bit of chat
forever.
on the table.
Oh, sorry, is this your pen?
It only cost me 37,000 chips. I
It-
nearly gave him more.
Let's keep chatting then.
It's got the phone number of
Yeah,
a
yeah.
general maintenance company on it.
Yeah, when I was getting all those quotes from my air conditioning, the least they could do is leave a goddamn pen behind. Trying to charge me $30,000.
Me neither, mate. It's on TV.
Good memory, that.
Yeah.
It's on you.
Raise.
Oh, we had a laugh. This time, Bobby James opening the action, raising to 25,000 with ace-8.
Oh boy.
Kirill Sherbakov, ace-queen of clubs.
Doesn't Sherbakov look like that really annoying influencer who runs around asking people questions and smacking girls on the butt? Lives in the house with the Lambos. They do all those terrible videos, right? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Sorry, you have to be under 40 to know who I'm talking
Imagine
about.
if he said all in and then
Wow.
he said raise.
We already said that. Yeah. Then I'd have to not mingle it. Then I wouldn't feel too bad if I busted him.
I reckon you'd have flopped him dead with how you've been running.
My first 3 hands on the table, mate.
Yeah, Jack
Actually, won
Doherty,
the
that's
first
his
4
name.
hands on the table.
The reason I know about him is because Nico Leonard's made various videos about him.
About him being a poser, I assume.
Yes, about the fact that the watches are borrowed, the cars are borrowed, his luxury lifestyle is not real.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with donating to the poor, mate.
I do it often.
Lights Out Loser says, isn't Joe almost 50? That'd be ridiculous. It's close to 60.
You're only as old as you feel, and for me, that's 48.
Your blue's out behind your green still.
Yeah, that video where he crashes his supercar and his friend is injured in the crash, but basically he insists that the friend keep filming to show the damage to the car, to get content out of it, even though his friend is bleeding.
Yeah, it's some society we have. Anyway, sorry, I think you look like him.
By the way, you did not break the rules of bad lookalikes.
Right.
You compared him to someone who is not another poker player.
I'm sure we'd kill to have him on the big game, though, right?
Notice the limp here from the cutoff with Queen 10 of diamonds. You know, was really trying to see a flop cheaply here with a hand that can certainly have a lot of potential, but Ace King from the small blind putting in a raise. And now we're just gonna shove just in case there's some, you know, raise folds out of the small blind. Not in
Wow.
this case though, unfortunately.
Sherbakov just crashed the Lambo.
And he is the at-risk player here. At least he has live cards, Queen 10 against Ace King.
You know, theoretically, I do like the idea of having a limping range with 20, 25 bigs, but, you know, in this case, you know, not doing too bad, 40%.
10 high flop, and Sherbakov with the advantage. Now the favorite to double up through Hassan Kashani.
Such a mega sweat, isn't it?
Is going to double up unless there's an ace or a king on the river. No ace, no king. 3 pair for Sherbakov, and he will get the double up.
He's got that train robber bandana on. That was a massive heist from Hassan Kashani's stack.
Good old hole in the wall, gang. We're going to the outer tables again. I guess we're checking on Ratman Lucien Cohen. Action on Cohen in the small blind.
In.
All in. Shakib Miri with the decision. Now this is over the top of an under the gun open from Boris Tabayev. So Miri calls, and looks like Tabayev's calling as well. So Lucien Cohen all in, could get a triple up here. Action on the side between Miri and Tabayev. Queen 9-9 on the flop. Action will get when check, check. 8 on the turn, check, check. 3 on the river.
Boy, they really want to eliminate Lucien Cohen.
Gets checked to showdown. Pair of 8s is good.
Look at Shamalov.
I am a crazy man.
Yep. Story checks out.
He's tripled up to 100K. Still has fewer than 10 big blinds.
I had like 5-4.
Those rats are always tripling up.
Check.
Multiply.
Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Santos Sivana opened in the cutoff. Roland Peaks defended his big blind. And Santos is going to continue this Queen Jack 6 flop. Does actually have the best hand right now with a pair of 6s and gets a fold from Peaks. "44 minutes left on the clock. We're halfway through the final level of the day. So in 44 minutes time, or there enough,
Thank you, Sean.
we will conclude proceedings for the day and return tomorrow for day 4 when we play down to the final 2 tables.
If I stop fucking min clicking every time, we'll be alright.
Me again.
It's the first time we've seen you.
Yeah, we didn't see you before.
We're a new table. This is technically the same table, but yeah. What was the name? Was it Romford? Yeah, that was it.
Romford, I know it well.
Have you been to Romford, Maria?
No. Is this, where would it be? If I
Essex.
wanted to visit.
It's in the New Jersey of London. Maybe the Long Island of London, actually.
What would you say is the difference between Long Island and New Jersey?
It's like a big trashy suburb.
Like the distinction.
Arian, you see Dan had a big stack. Dan Jackson.
36.
3 raises to 36,000.
Quite a few Brits left still.
There's 5 of us in the top 10. Me, you, Phil Joyce, Dan Jackson. Someone else as well.
105.
Raise.
Ooh.
Yeah, raise 105.
Raise 100.
I like this from Postel. You know, even a hand like Jack 5 suited sometimes would end up just limping in from the small blind. Peaks decided to raise, and now, you know, he's not really able to continue against this 3-bet, even though, you know, with any suited hand, it would be nice to see a cheap flop, but I think he probably underestimated a little bit of Postel's willingness to have very many light 3-bets, but
I was like,
he would have been, he was wrong.
Sweat.
You know when the cards get dealt, you know it's on you. Just letting you know, mate, you got no time cards, you know. Someone's got to watch out for you.
That's all right, appreciate it, mate.
Yeah, baby.
Ace 5 for Santosh Sivana. Folds.
Renato on YouTube asks, is there live video coverage for other events? Yes.
Absolutely. We'll be in Vegas for the NAPT in just a couple of weeks' time. We'll be streaming Prague in December. There's a new season of the Big Game on Tour being filmed.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, and then I try and hit the flop.
Well, Sebastian Mallets just eliminated from the main event. One of our former champions gone in 50th place. Mallets cashes for $18,240. We still have Lucien Cohen. We still have Nicholas Schweete. I think we still have Anton Wigg, right? Yeah. And Wigg, as well as being a former champion, made a decent run in last year's EPT Cyprus main event, as did Andrea Dato. He was last year's runner-up, and he's still a decent-sized stack right now.
Don't worry, my stack's similar.
Big fan of both of those fellas.
Dato, the announcer.
Oh, 25. Raise 25.
25,000.
Is that close enough? Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Bobby. Bottom set.
Flopping pretty strong today.
Flopping Bobby.
25.
Yeah, Postel just going to go ahead and c-bet here with 2 overs to this board. You know, there are some backdoors available in terms of some potential straight possibility, but he is way further behind than he probably thinks right now. And James is just going to go ahead and fast play this. And, you know, it's interesting because when you think about a button range, there's a good chance that if you fast play some of these hands, you might end up just losing any action. But I think Postel just feels like he's been maybe bullied a little bit
Well, we
by
saw how
James from that previous hand.
we also saw how aggro Postel
Just for
played
one ring, yeah?
the last
2
one with
stacks of
ace
blue?
deuce.
3 blue.
Stacks of blue.
Oh, I can't see the other one.
3 blue.
Good to know.
Oh dear. Oh, Dicky, Dicky, Dicky.
How much is, sorry, did you say?
150.
Dicky, 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 Dicky.
And when you just 3-bet this flop, you know, it just feels like James is licking his
3
chops,
stacks
just
of blue,
hoping he
one,
has an
okay, so
overpair
like
or something
360
where, you know,
total.
he's going to get him to
No,
stack
more,
off here.
400, okay.
But the fact that James calls here, I think hopefully Postel will slow on a lot of turns. I think this one just might be one where he's gonna end up back.
Ace, 3, 4, 5. That's not a straight.
I only knew because I counted a few seconds before you.
You've got to count, otherwise how would you know?
You got to make sure.
All in from Bobby James, effectively shoving on Dick Postel, who's got 412k behind.
At least you
And
got some time bank cards to think about it.
only has ace high.
I mean, a part of this feels a little bit like posturing. I mean, I don't really think he's strongly considering calling here with ace high. I mean, Jack 10 misses, you know, 10-7 misses, but just probably, yeah, not real thought there with the ace queen.
2.5 million for Bobby James, more than 200 big blinds. He is chip leader with 49 players remaining. And we can see that Kirill Sherbakov is being balanced off the feature table. He was due to post the big blind next. He's being moved to one of the outer tables so that we have a relatively even number of players at all the remaining tables.
Good luck, man. Thank you.
Aww.
Yes, Vescu, this is the last level being played today. There's about 35 minutes more on the clock.
Thanks for the needle, mate.
That's right, man. A small one.
You certainly got personality.
I did tell him to bring him back.
24. 24. That might not happen playing the way.
Yeah. You might struggle there. Why is that?
I won't finish the sentence.
Huh?
I won't finish the sentence.
Nah, no need, really.
Peaks is open with King 9.
You could have lost a lot more chips there, mate.
Savannah in the big blind with 8-5.
I know.
Okay, Zakat's got a bad lookalike for us.
Okay.
And it concerns one of the players in this hand.
I was thinking about raising the flop again.
Roland
I was gonna raise
Peaks.
the flop again.
Get ready for it.
You just fold, yeah?
Should we raise the flop?
So if you make it 140 and I
Imagine
just make it
Savannah will
280.
check. Okay, Roland Peaks.
On the after the flop, you mean?
On the flop.
No, I would have folded.
Show me.
Yeah.
I should have put it in then. Yeah, but Jack 10 suited or something.
Are we actually going to see Roland Peaks? There is a young David Hyde Pierce.
You're almost dead on the flop.
Okay.
Sounds like a flop set, man.
Does sound well. The winner!
You'll see it later anyway if you want.
You'll see it later.
Yeah.
Imagine if
I assume you guys are taking my silence for I don't know who that is.
Oh my
All
god.
a big bluff. By
How have you never seen Frasier?
Trying to deceive you.
Definitely have not seen Frasier.
Maria's too
maybe
busy
when I'm
grinding
flipping through
2040
channels.
mixed games at the Commerce during all 13 seasons of Frasier.
It's very light, actually. The French commentators are going to be going mad. Ooh la la, Bobby, what are you doing? Why did you raise here? He's very behind. King 8 off. He's so bad.
Pretty good impression there.
I was trying to do an
Solid
impression.
8.5 out of 10.
Take that. Take that, mate. Take that.
Do it again.
I don't know if I can.
5 folds.
Raise.
This is where the conversation stops, yeah.
Bring it, Bubba. And it begins again. Imagine
The
all that
pace
stretch
of play right now does seem pretty indicative of what we would expect at this time of night. You know, the last level of the day, just pretty straightforward so far, with the exception of, you know, that 3-bet from Ace Queen on the flop.
Lucien Cohen all in again. Nines against ace-jack.
Allez, papa.
As you can probably tell, it's another double up.
Voila, voila. Voila, Ratman.
No
No Superman, no Spiderman. I am a Ratman.
The Ratman now playing 190K.
I didn't realize Victoria Lifshit's still in the event too.
Yeah. Wonder what she makes of his shtick.
Lipstick.
Just imagine the German stream as well. Oh my nine, what are you doing? Felix is going crazy. Why is he raising with this hand?
Okay, maybe he can hit all the tropes.
Jesus.
Are there any other language streams? He hasn't done the Spaniards yet.
Somewhere, you know.
It's all right, mate.
Every viewer is an expert.
Of course, as I know from streaming. Even with my ace-10 hand from earlier, where the man went crazy, I told you about like how he just went ballistic. You know? Even my mate was like, "Oh, I just limp jam free," and I was like, "The 35 big blinds." I was like, "Why would I need to do that? I'm just gonna let him blast it."
He's gonna go home and put a picture of you on his dartboard, you know, and get a few 180s right on your forehead.
Mate, he's just gonna put me on the entire dartboard.
Checked all the way to the river. You know, this does feel like a board that sometimes might favor
I reckon he probably got a bill for at least
the caller, the flatter, which is Postel here.
Is that what he did?
But, you know, Postel checked all the way back to the river, and I feel like this is just going to be an auto call. You know, and there's definitely some argument to be made that if it had been checked to him, that he should go for a value bet on the river himself. So, you know, certainly not a lot of hands, I think, that makes sense that would play this way from peaks that has him beat. You know, if you had an overpair, you're not really going to be inclined to check the flop and turn with all of those straight and flush draws possible. You know, do you really even go for a potential check raise with a set? You know, probably not. So you probably would have led on either the flop or the turn with some of those stronger hands. So
makes the call.
He figured it out.
Call to hang a Sarge.
Arcadia says Postel has a really nice shirt, and he made a really nice call. Adds 114K to his stack. A comment from Mark Coach Groon on YouTube. I have to do the voice for this one.
Okay.
It is totally unacceptable that Maria is not playing. Kind of hard to enter a tournament in Cyprus from LA.
I kind of feel like Maria should be in charge of her own body and what she does with it, and she chose not to play here in Cyprus, but that's just me.
Worst decision ever.
Maria, do you care to weigh in on your own self?
You know, I would like to be able to have not just a say, but the say on what happens to my body in general. And if I were in Cyprus, I would definitely be playing.
Thank you for your comment. A walk there for Roland Peaks.
No fresh one.
Yeah. Thought you hadn't opened it. What a waste.
I always take my wrapper off.
Yeah.
Good habit.
I can tell you're from Manchester.
I'm not.
Where are you from?
Close to Manchester, but not from Manchester.
Yeah.
Like Cheshire.
No comment, mate. No comment. No, I don't know.
It all sounds the same to me.
Oh, now no comment.
You know? I'm from Southampton, really.
Oh, yeah. But you support Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Oof.
Let's go with that.
Yikes.
You're like 4 UK guys with over 1 or 2 million.
I know.
Are you scared?
Huh?
Are you scared?
No, of course not. They're English.
It's
UK.
coming home, mate. It's coming home.
Oh, God.
You just need to survive a little bit sometimes.
Sometimes.
Get a bit of beatings. Some people helping you, calling raises.
C5 raises, 24,000, 66 folds, C8 folds.
What is a better looking version of Ben Winter coming in now?
King Queen for Coelho. He's open to 24k.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Second time.
Raise and take it, and we're going back out into the field. Lucien Cohen all in again, this time with Ace Queen against Ji Wenhu's Kings.
I've lost track. Is this 5 all-ins?
Queen. Queen, queen. No S, no queen. Queen jack. Ace queen! Ace queen! King! Oh, yeah.
Ah, King on the river, brutal. Ace on the turn, but King on the river, and the Rat Man has been exterminated.
No, you're the best in the world.
Nice rub down.
Bravo. Allez, bonne soirée, bon tournoi. Et je vais où, moi, maintenant?
That does buy a lot of cheese, though.
If ever you wanted a prime example of why you should never, ever celebrate until all cards are dealt, that was it. The premature celebration karmified that king.
Well, I guess we're not going to get to see him on a feature table tomorrow. What a shame.
That's another former champion gone. So Mallett's out in 50th, Lucien Cohen out in 49th. Both players cashing for 18,240. We still have Sweetie. We still have Wig. See, Daffa says, thank God that guy will not be at the final table. Cut to Sunday, when everyone's complaining about how there's no personalities, no emotion, no table chat.
Or is it the final table of like the 5K last chance and we can hear anyway?
Good point, well made. Jack 4-3 on the flop.
Bobby picks up another one. 212 big blinds on the eve of day 4.
What about you? UK. Whereabouts?
London.
London?
Yeah, actual London.
Nice.
Oh, speaking of.
Anton Wig has been moved to the feature table.
Yes.
I've been there once. I went to a post last party when I was like 9.
Nicholas Sweetie KO'd in 48th place. That's ludicrous. So the last 3 eliminations have all been former champions. Mallet, Cohen, Sweetie. Does that mean that Anton Wig is the last remaining former champion in the field? Let's check the list. Going through them now. So Darto is a runner-up, but doesn't have an EPT title. Wig's a former winner.
Wow, that's like a long time ago when they actually had poker stars in Stockholm.
Shalamov, former Team Pro, but not an EPT champ. I think...
I did get a 5K once in the chest.
Yep, I think that's it. Anton Wig. Last potential 2-time winner in this particular tournament.
Well, good thing he has over 100 big blinds.
Guess Bobby James hasn't seen the memo about the Spraggy.
I think Bobby James marches to the beat of his own drum.
I know one thing. I don't think Bobby James likes Anton Wig to his direct left.
I moved out a long time
You know,
ago.
it's just been pretty smooth sailing for him so far.
Now I live here. Yeah, I moved 2 weeks ago.
And Wig is the second biggest stack at this table. Bobby James, not just table chip leader, but tournament chip leader with close to 2.6 million.
Yeah, of course.
Even though the Greek part.
Of course. That's why I'm here to set up businesses, so the northern part is a natural choice.
Sick. Nice.
I'm in Larvik.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like it. Surprisingly, surprised how much I like it.
And I can't find anything here though, like supermarkets, like till late at night or anything. Like.
I don't mind. I got the beach. I got the nice weather.
I used to live in southern Spain. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Nice. Hot.
Does he want to mess with the chip leader again?
Well, who's that out in the field making noise? Every time I heard something from the outer tables, I kind of figured it was Ratman, but clearly there's someone else who's a bit of a shouter.
There's a lot of passionate culture still in the room. That's a good thing Coelho didn't open.
Officer of the Watches predicts that Wig will get the majority of James's stock before today ends. He's going to swindle those shares from under him. No dividends for you, sir.
It's only 21 minutes to the closing bell. Pretty good flop for Bobby, again.
Yeah, notice he did just limp in just probably not wanting to play a huge pot out of position against Wig, blind versus blind, even though he did have a very strong hand.
Here? I like it. No, it's pretty reasonable. And setting up businesses, good, very good here. Yeah,
You know what one of his businesses
it's a really
is?
great place.
Tables.
I have 2 businesses. So.
But, I mean,
it's tables!
But what does he do? Like, how does he make money
Tables!
Yeah, I mean, they should. It's like I was running around on a bike getting stamps on papers. It's like ridiculous.
It's hard work, isn't it?
I mean,
it's not much better at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 2024. We have artificial intelligence, but
we still can't work out passports.
wow.
I'd settle for a little human intelligence, am I right?
Just systems built for big business.
A little common sense.
We're going to need to see it tomorrow on Twitch and YouTube. Otherwise, Chat Pro Saturday will not be a thing.
Don't blow it.
You're good.
Postel has opened with aces. Round to Wig in the small blind, Queen 10. (10-9) for Sivana. Defends the big blind. Officer of the Watches has a follow-up question, Joe, regarding Anton Wig. What business is it really?
Tables!
Luckily for Savarna, doesn't catch a piece here.
Yeah. So Postel hovering around 500k, around 45 big blinds. Average stack with 47 players remaining is 820k. Just 18 minutes left on the clock, and we're reaching that point of the evening where the clock will be paused soon, and they will draw for the number of hands to be played before the end of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade-off.
That's weird.
Do you reckon we can go 2 for 2? Do you reckon we can get 3 again?
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
But if you're for entertainment, it is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sick venue, to be fair. Like,
Yeah,
I love the room. Like, the room's so sick.
food is amazing too.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, but how are we going to take 2 8th place payouts out of the prize pool, James?
We'll find it. We'll find a way.
But a lot of it.
24. I decided to stay further away so I could actually walk it half an hour every day so I could burn off the food.
Yeah, I get my workout in every day. As Huberman says, I'm very partial to food. I think that's a very eloquent way of saying it.
I mean, you look like quite a trim.
I gotta lose more though. I'm running a half marathon in a month.
One of my friends who came here singing, plays a little bit of poker, and he was like, we're going to run 5K, and I was out at 7 o'clock in the morning.
So Peaks is raised, called by Savannah in the small blind. King Queen versus Ace 4. Pretty much 50-50 as we go to the flop.
Sounds terrible.
King 3-3. Advantage Peaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you did it. Yeah. That's what counts. Yeah, my friends got me into this half marathon thing, and
Yeah, it does feel like this
did it
is
to
the board
myself, to be
texture that
honest.
you're
Like,
just
you
going to be
said it, and
betting
it's like, you know what,
range
like, you know,
as
kicking
the
me out.
pre-flop aggressor.
I think I'm like slightly behind.
But Savarna has some reason to continue, you know, does have backdoor flush possibility
My
with that
first
ace high,
objective
but
was just to gain some strength.
not really gonna. Maybe I think it's just the end of the night. I think sometimes you might see players find the continue there, but maybe just deciding out of position. He doesn't really want to put in any more chips.
Right, so I want to lose like another
5 kilos?
I mean, it's probably like, I mean, if I wasn't running a lot, I would probably lose like 3. But with the running, I think I'm going to get to 5, yeah. Like, nice and lean, 85 kilos.
Yeah, I want to get down to 85. I'm like 6'5".
Yeah, I'm like 6'1.5".
Yeah. I think if I got down to 85, it would be quite unhealthy. I'm like 95 at the moment.
Yeah. But I did. I was able to. I was in Berlin, and like very last minute, I managed to go to the shoe store and get like proper running shoes.
Oh yeah, that's so key.
But I did run a 10K. My parents gave me a 10K when I was starting to play poker professionally, and I was playing online and eating lasagna and drinking multivitamin juice every day. And for
Living
my
the dream.
birthday, I got a little envelope. I'm like, hey, what is this? It's like, hey, congratulations, happy birthday, you're getting a 10K. I'm like, but I don't, oh. Like, you're calling me fat, aren't you? Yeah. I didn't say anything. I just did what any normal person.
Well, your mouth was full of lasagna. How could you?
They don't say it directly, but you know.
I know. So I had a month, and I did what any normal person would do. I went out and jogged twice.
Died.
and then I ran it. I had like these.
Oh, I want to see the end of the lasagna story. We're going to the outer tables, it seems. It's one of our former feature tables, and it's Damir Zagralin against Faradin Mustafov.
Oh, very mindful. Very, very Damir.
Looks like Mustafov has moved all in on the river. And...
oh, look at all those chips.
I know, it's a huge pot. And bear in mind, Mustafov is the covering stack. So this is a decision for Zagralin's tournament life. It's all into call, and if he calls and is wrong, he will be out. The board, by the way, ace 10, 9, 7, 5.
Ace 10, 9, 7, 5. Any suits?
No flush possible.
And this is like a 2 million chip pot if he calls.
Single chip call.
There it goes.
Mustafov tables Queen Jack for a busted straight draw. A set of 7s, the hand for Zagralin. And he wins a pot worth 2.2 million.
I don't know that I would have thought that long with the 3 7s, but
there is a potential straight out there.
It's a big spot.
All of his time banks went out there, by the way.
Best to do it in the last few minutes
Worth
of the night.
Meanwhile, as they verify the stacks and award the pot to Zugerlin, the clock has been paused, so we might find out soon how many hands we still have to play. Oh, it's restarted again. It stopped and it restarted.
Maybe they're just like, you know what, we'll just play it down to the end.
I'm fine with that.
You know, they've just decided that they want to trust the players, won't stall so they don't take their big blinds. You know, we're giving a little bit of the
long distance
power back to the players, and you know, we're gonna do the honor system.
Okay, well, it's stopped again. It's been paused at 12 minutes, so I imagine they are now doing the draw.
Fair, we're not that trustworthy
One of
anyways.
these like run shops where you actually they like run you through a machine. They have a whole system, and then they see like, are you a little bit like on the outside, and they get you insoles and a pair of shoes that really work.
I've got this tracker at my gym, and it tells you about like your metabolic age and like body fat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like so my metabolic age was 42. 72.
Well, that's your cue, right?
Yeah, this 3-bet with 10s is going to be happy to get it in against the button if Stoyanov decides he wants to go with this hand. You know, is there potential for Stoyanov off of 18 bigs? You know, just to call here, not likely with a hand that's suited. You know, Broadway cards. You want to try to see all 5 if you can. I think, you know, if you were a little deeper, that makes a lot of sense. But I think you are committing quite a bit of your stack here, you know, just to have to fold if you don't flop any decent equity.
Try to teach the guys how to do it.
Jack 6-3, Peaks has been outflopped.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I realized this month, I realized my role. I'm actually a football coach. That's how I see myself.
Okay, yeah. Good way to look at it.
Yeah, and it just makes everything so much easier.
Your involvement has to be quite heavy though with stables, I think.
Obviously. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's just like my coach, he told me this. He's like, when you have kids, they don't do what you tell them to do. They do what you do.
Yeah.
And I think the same goes for any type of like team organization.
I agree. They just look up at you. They look at what you do. Like, I used to be in a stable with like people who used to be like Romero.
Oh yeah, I know James. Yeah.
So I was getting really good coach. I was like happiest man in the world.
Yeah.
But like other people in the stable, they're just like not as good.
24,000 apiece going to the turn.
It's all about having a culture, performance culture.
Okay, well, Peaks does have the 10 of clubs in his hand. That's something, I guess.
If people lower the bar,
Not a card
then
you're
it's
super
just
happy to
so
see.
toxic. Like one guy starts complaining, and then all of a sudden you have a mute
With the King Jack.
Like,
Yeah.
it's terrible.
War starts out.
Yeah.
Do we know how many more hands we're playing?
But then when it's group flow, then it's amazing.
3, they drew
Everyone is
3.
pulling in the same direction.
Again?
Everyone is
Yeah.
calm.
Wow, that's 16K out the prize pool. 8K yesterday, 8K today.
Wait, 8th place prize money is only 8K?
Oh, you're right. 8th place prize money is what? 123K.
Ooh, this is getting expensive.
I guess second is going to get paid a lot less.
Yeah.
Can't take it off first prize, right? That's just wrong. Has to come off second.
For a rebate.
Peaks has managed to
Yeah.
find the winning hand here with that 4-club run out.
First of all, Flaming Barries, please. It is an ace on the river, but it is the ace of clubs, and that has given Peaks the flush.
Well, so far, so good, right?
I mean, I started today with like 200, I think. So I cooled it then.
I saw you doing a little interview there.
Oh yeah, so I work.
What's that? You work? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm good friends with Mario.
Oh yeah.
And Money.
Yeah. Yeah, speak to him
This is very unfortunate for Stoyanov. Has just invested so much of his stack in there. Does get away on the river and, you know, saves himself 13 bigs.
3 hands.
3 yes.
The last 3 hands was design.
Are you raising the 1K?
Okay, so 3 more hands to play at the feature table.
I was like, this guy.
Good. Lucky big blind.
If you didn't hear, they will shout it to you.
Are you gonna get them or somebody else? You gonna get them, Bobby?
I don't mind.
Are we racing off the 1Ks or?
Last 3 hands for the
Yeah, but are we racing off the 1Ks?
Yeah, because it is be 15, the next level. Oh no, wait, the next level is not. Surely the next level is going to be 8-15 or something, right? So.
Pretty sure they said they were raising.
We'll see what they say.
Oh, okay.
The next blind level, for anyone who's interested, is 10,000, 15,000. So there is no need for the 1K chips. So I would imagine they will race them off tonight.
We will be back. And it's not over yet.
Quello just has had to be patient today. Really hasn't, you know, especially this last level, hasn't picked up many hands. Has found some of these suited hands to defend with out of the big blind.
Outside? No, 3 race. 3 race, okay. Small blind is call.
Yeah, small blind, big blind.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Alright, comes ace diamonds, queen of diamonds,
Oh, Coelho drawing dead here.
That is pretty good.
There goes check. Santos bets 45. He's like 255 wins, 230.
Likely has given up at this point.
Yeah, if the turn was maybe a 7 or something that gave Quello a little bit of equity, he might have decided to fire, but here just signaling that he's going to be done with this hand.
And you're done.
And we're done.
2 more hands.
I thought they drew 1.
Either way, we're calling.
I'm not folding, yeah, but I've only got 270k behind, so yeah. I'm not exactly loving life. I've got like.
Thank you, JC, on YouTube.
In there. And,
that is the first or the last 3, or that is the first one and the last 3?
The last 3, yes.
2 more to go.
The guy bets 310k. Puts me in, so I have 265. King 10 of clubs.
Crazy. I had King X of diamonds that hand as well. Imagine if I was in 2.
Mate, oh yeah, because it comes down.
Ace of diamonds, Jack of diamonds, Queen of clubs.
Ace of diamonds, yeah, Ace of diamonds, Queen of diamonds. So I got the Queen of clubs, haven't I?
Oh yeah, Queen of diamonds,
yeah.
Ace of diamonds, Queen of diamonds, Jack of clubs.
Yeah, and the guy literally like fucking lost his head, mate. Like.
Few people asking follow-up questions about Anton Wigg's business. I don't want to hear any more questions about tables.
It's going to make the highlights.
Oh yeah, we've got video of it as well. But like when I was coming back down in the lift, the doors opened and it was him. Fucking best thing ever.
That's good. I want to see the highlight reel of that one. Bring the memes. Oh, that's pretty.
Did you gulp when he walked into the lift?
A little bit. He's a big lad, buddy. He was a big lad as well. He weren't little.
Okay, now we have 1 more hand.
Mate, like he punted it off against me as well. Like limp blind raises.
Last hand.
I know this guy's just getting lost. Like king, check, he bets 20k. Okay. Turn comes to 7 of spades, brings a flush.
I tell you that a short while ago, Yao Ding was eliminated in 46th place, so we are at 45 right now. And that could well be the number we come back with tomorrow.
Actually, I said tank. I use all my time banks because it's a 5k. It's day 3. I should probably think about it a little bit. And then it's got 9-4 spades.
So it was an awkward elevator ride.
Definitely.
It's so slow, that one particular lift. You know when you walk through it? Oh, mate, I could have died. He was just telling me.
Literally, yes.
He was literally just telling me how many ways he wants to kill me, though. He was just like, I could kill you like this, I could kill you like this, and I was like,
Santos is open with ace king.
Got stacked ace king against queen. And then
Stoyanov with jacks.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, usually the last hand players trying to pack it in, but here you just gotta go with
before he
it.
gets in the money, he probably just goes, push.
And surely gonna get the call out of ace king as well.
Like the Shawshank Redemption versus Braveheart. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Sure.
It is a race that Radoslav Stoyanov needs to win to survive.
100. And change.
So have they confirmed that they are coming out of play, yes?
Let's wait then.
You want me to just check? Oh, I don't have my phone.
Stoyanov maybe getting the whole day
How do you
off
feel about
tomorrow.
your phone, mate? Do you feel?
Do you know what I did? I went to look at my wrist earlier to see what
you got
time
no
it was,
watch
and then I
either.
realised my watch is not allowed.
You got mega ripped.
Didn't the widget say 44?
115, yeah. I'm out.
The widget was higher, actually. It was more in the region of 48.
All right, so then he'll probably survive
What's your
then.
name?
Bobby.
Bobby. Anton.
Nice to meet you.
You too, man.
According to the widget, Stoyanov's going to survive.
The widget predicts Jack's a good hit.
Fuck yeah.
I'm working with Brett, so
Like it.
my coach is British.
Your coach is British.
Come on, widget.
James Rand.
Yeah, ran. We know James.
Come on, widget.
James is a G.
Yes.
Widget.
Jack's hold. A double up for Stoyanov in the last hand of the day. And looks like we will be coming back for day 4 with 45 players.
Imagine they're not coming out of play.
Oh yeah, imagine. That'd be funny.
156,000.
The widget always redeems itself.
At least you can have a castle.
Would you have
25 minutes.
Pony?
Can you give me 3 more 25s, please?
Yeah.
So congratulations to all these players for making it through the day.
Well done.
Bag those chips. Come back tomorrow.
Can we remove the stuff?
Can you reach?
Yeah, how much you have?
40.
They are Yes, we are definitely taking off the
Maria, any social activities planned for this evening?
Now, isn't it, really?
I do actually. This is like, I'm very social this week. I usually just love to stay at home, but Arden actually has an event that I'm going to with her.
10, sorry.
10, yeah?
Yeah, the dodgy guy.
Sorry, Arden who?
Arden Show.
Arden
from
Show.
the
Arden
Baking.
Show. Sure. I've heard
Your
of it.
race.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta make one more and we got a nice even stack here.
Like the all-time winningest player in the big game on tour.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, that would be the one.
I think she's probably number 2, but yeah. Well, that sounds fun.
She's number 1 in my heart.
Yeah, no.
Well, enjoy your evening, Maria. We will join you live via satellite tomorrow during our day 4 coverage of the EPT Cyprus main event. Here's how things concluded for the players on our final feature table. Bobby James, probably tournament chip leader, probably bringing the biggest stack into day 4, 2.6 million. A couple of shorties. Santos Silvana, after losing that flip, will have 16 bigs tomorrow. Diogo Coelho, only 12 bigs, because blinds are going to 10,000, 15,000, with a 15K big blind ante. And Anton Wigg, we believe, is the last remaining former champion and last remaining prospect of another double winner on the tour. So now we are down to the final 45. We are paying out $18,240. Final 2 days. There'll be a money jump with every single elimination. Huge sums up for grabs at the final table with $1 million going to the winner. So make sure you join us as we play down to the final 2 tables tomorrow. Watch us play down to the final table on Saturday. And of course, watch us play down to a champion on Sunday. Still 3 more days of the main event to come at you on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. And check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from EPT Cyprus. And of course, the live updates on Poker News, not just from the main event, but some of the other events, including the High Roller here in Cyprus. But yes, we'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. That's 12:30 local, 11:30 Central European summertime. For now, from Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Cyprus.
I am the best in the world. Je m'en prie un petit peu. Allez.